says you are now live on YouTube as well. Hooray! That all seems to be good. So hello everyone. Hello YouTube friends. Hope you are all well as well. I've been chatting away on the TikTok side for a couple of minutes, making sure that's all up and running. But very happy to have you all here as well. Who have we got? We've got some of the regulars, of course. The wonderful Kif is here, and Wadden. Pastor of Muppets is here. Such a great name. And Babs. Great to see you, Babs. Amazing. Wadden, you're fitting in just great in the mod. So thank you so much for stepping up like you did. Much appreciated. Neck2's in the house. 46 strings. I hope I'm not forgetting lovely people. Dr. Wong. I love watching the fine people turn up. It just fills my heart every time. So here we are. We've got Hasty Jane in the house. We've got Richie in the house. Anastasia is here. Good to see you, buddy. And Metric 416. Great to see you. Welcome in, Metric. It's great to see you. Thank you for watching the YouTube videos and joining us for the live. It's fun on the live. Like, it's great to watch videos, but there's something about being in the moment and having those interactions and seeing it unfold and kind of being part of it, which is why I love joining other people's lives when I do, which is not that often, but when I get a chance. Sometimes I just watch, but I enjoy it too. So my phone was dinging, so I'm just going to stop it doing that because we can't have that. That's not very professional, is it? Didn't turn my phone off. Oops. Right. So today we are running my favorite topic. This is, of all the topics we do, this one is my favorite. Atheism makes more sense. Just kind of says it all, doesn't it? It's like it's a sort of positive, uplifting vibe. And I dare anyone to come in here and try and take it away from us. They will not be able to do that because, because we like it and we're not prepared to let it go. So we have got our first guest in the queue already. Timmy Sins is there already, and David behind. So we will get to that in just a moment. But just a little bit of housekeeping, tiny bit of housekeeping, which is I've had lots of exciting fun at my house this evening. I've had 2 power cuts. Now, the last one was still a couple of hours ago, so I'm hoping it might have calmed down. But I called the power network, and they said there was a problem somewhere, and they're having to reroute 2,500 homes from one line onto another, however it is they do it. And I said, is it likely to happen again tonight? And they said they don't know. So if at any point during the stream it suddenly freezes and goes dead, like it's just like the plug's been pulled, that will be because the plug's just been pulled. And if that happens, it probably, when it happened before, it was only off for 1 minute, and then it all came back on. And then it takes another couple of minutes for the internet to reinitialize and reconnect, and computers to reload, and we set everything up again. But if that does happen, if you see me suddenly disappear on you tonight, like I've just had enough and just switched it off, it'll be because someone in a power relay station somewhere has decided to reroute the power to my home and about 2,500 other homes and switch us all off for a couple of minutes while they do it. So if that happens, I'd be super grateful if you just hold tight, give it a couple of minutes, and then I will be back on as soon as I possibly can. I used to have those problems with the connection before I got my lovely fiber line in, which I now have. So I don't have connection problems anymore, but I can't help it if they cut off the power to my house. That's a bit beyond my control. So if that happens, I'm counting on you to not give up on me. Hang in where you are, get a cup of tea or a cold drink or whatever it is you do, and then come back a couple of minutes later and we will be here. 23 Phoenix says, we lost power here twice as well. Are you on the East Coast? I'm not on the East Coast. No, I am. I'm just south of London, actually. So not on any coast. It does happen sometimes, but with any luck, it won't be a problem. I'm hoping they've got their stuff all sorted out. So without further ado, let's get in Timmy Sins, and will be our first guest. Bringing them in right now. Hey, Timmy.
Hello.
How are you?
Decent.
Decent. Excellent. Decent is good. Well, welcome in. Thank you for being our first guest. What would you like to say about our prompt? Atheism makes more sense.
Well, I kind of disagree. You know, as a human being, I have 10 fingers. Only 8 are visible. Where are the other 2?
Are you counting your thumbs?
They're in my ass.
Right. That's delightful. So, would you like to say something that has something to do with our prompt, or was that the sum of your contribution?
If evolution is true, where are the monkeys?
I don't think this is serious.
This is not serious. No one's
Yeah.
that stupid. So there we go. All right. Moving swiftly on. There isn't anyone who's actually that stupid, so it's just someone playing stupid.
Well, but no, he was playing, but anyway.
There are actually people who are that stupid, but I suspect he may not have been one. Okay, let's get in David next. Imagine waiting in the queue just to say that. Amazing.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Very well indeed,
Yes.
David. How are you?
I'm very, very well. I'm much better now that I get to chat to you lovely people.
Well, we're happy to have you. What would your response to our prompt be? Our claim rather that atheism makes more sense.
It would probably make sense if you didn't know God, but if you got to know God, then it wouldn't make sense at all.
Right. But given that I don't know God, and given that there are probably quite a few thousand people in my community, maybe as many as 10 or 15,000, that have tried as hard as they possibly can to know God, sometimes for decades, sometimes on their knees begging, sometimes they thought they knew God and then they realized they'd been talking to themselves. God doesn't seem particularly interested in knowing lots of people, even if he does exist. So surely if he's playing that hard to get and hiding that hard, then one might be justified in concluding that maybe he's just not there.
It's one way of looking at it. Well, the other way is that, God is the only one who can read hearts. And if you truly seeking him, you'll find him.
Well,
But if you're just trying to put him to the test, like for instance, if you say, God, I'm gonna pray now, and if I don't see something miraculous, then I'll know you don't exist. That's like,
but
putting him
David,
to
let
the
me
test.
interrupt you. Let me interrupt you because what you're doing now, without realizing it, is victim blaming. So you're suggesting that all the people who truly did seek God in moments of need, seek God in moments of vulnerability, seek God in moments of pain, seek God in moments of longing, not as a test, but because they'd been told that if you seek, you'll find. And they'd been told that Jesus is knocking at the door, and they opened the door and there was no one there. And they prayed and they heard nothing, and they asked and they got nothing, and they reached out and they were left alone. To all of those people, you're basically accusing all of them of not trying hard enough, and it's sort of their fault. I don't think that's very compassionate.
Yeah, I see. I see where you're coming from. Obviously, I understand what you're saying. But I believe that these people, put God to the test where they say, if you don't cure me right now of my problems, then you don't exist. You're not there for me. If you Because sometimes it's not God's plan for us to receive healing immediately.
We're
Maybe
not just talking about healing. We're talking about people who maybe spent decades and decades searching diligently, that had been promised by people like you. Seek and you will find. Open the door, he's knocking. He's right there. They'd read Matthew 21:22 that says, anything you ask for in faith believing you'll receive. And they believed and they tried and they begged and they listened out and they humbled themselves and they wept and still nothing. Talking here about, there are some people I know who were in this situation for decades. It was agony. And still they tried to maintain their faith. Still they tried to keep on looking and act based on what they've been promised by people like you who say, seek and you'll find. It's so simple. What a lovely, delightful rule. But for so many people, that's not the case. I accept what you're saying, that God is not obligated to jump through hoops at our bequest. I grant that. But what you've got here is a really, really immoral system where God wants to have a relationship with us. We're told, right? We're told that Jesus loves us. He's knocking at the door. He wants to have a relationship with us. But for so many people, they diligently search and they get nothing. And then at the end of their life, they're told that because they weren't persuaded, because if you're not persuaded, you can't believe, because they didn't find any evidence at all, to have a relationship with this God, they now deserve to be set on fire and tortured forever because those are the rules that God made. I think that's horrific.
I don't think that like certain people deserve to burn in hell. Um, I I don't believe that it's only a select group that deserves that. I believe that all of us deserve that because all of us have broken God's laws,
Of
haven't we?
course, we hear this every day, David. We hear this every single day. And the way this is just a word game, right? This is a word game to say everybody deserves to be burnt in hell. Everybody is born deserving of torture, which, by the way, is horrific. Everybody is born deserving of torture, but everybody gets a special royal pardon from God as long as you have a relationship with Him. But in order to have a relationship with Him, you have to believe He's there. And in order to believe He's there, you need to be persuaded He's there. And in order to be persuaded He's there, you need some evidence to justify that persuasion and make it happen. And God is choosing not to give it and then punishing people for not having the thing that He chose them not to have. I mean, I'm going to bring in Sean right now. Sean, if you haven't spoken to Sean, was a believer, thought he did have a relationship with God, and upon thinking about it, realized that he didn't. So how do you explain Sean's experience? And I'll let Sean explain his to you.
Yeah,
Hey,
sure.
Sean, how are you, man? How are you? Nice to talk to you.
I'm yeah, nice to talk to you too. So you said something when you started. You said, if you truly seek Him, you will find Him. And you made that a blanket definitive statement, but it's factually not true. There are many former Christians like myself who began having doubts at some point, wanted to continue believing, tried to continue believing, consulted with pastors, friends, family, prayed the whole 9 yards, wanted to continue believing, but we just couldn't. And this community is full of hundreds of people with similar stories, former Christians who were once believers. Um, the thing is, if we were to say that about, like, hey, we're former Hindus, former any other religion except for Christianity, you would just accept that we as people just stopped believing a thing and tried to continue and go on. But because it's Christianity, you have to cast some type of moral aspersion on somebody, like it's our fault, like hardened hearts, trying to put God to the test, doing something wrong. But don't you agree that maybe you shouldn't try to tell other people about their personal experience and their personal journey with their current belief state?
Oh, yes, I agree with you. I should never do that. If I have done that, I apologize. Wasn't my intention.
I
I would
appreciate that.
prefer, yeah, I would prefer to hear your story, and then maybe I could give you
Yeah.
my opinion as respectfully as I could. Like, if you don't mind me asking, what caused you to lose your faith, my brother?
Okay. So basically, as I got older, I started doing some traveling. I joined the military, traveled around the world, and for example, when I was in Iraq, we'd hear the call to prayer 5 times a day, and it made me more worldly and aware that, hey, I'm in a country now where I'm not surrounded by Christians, although there are certainly Christians in Iraq. There's a good friend of mine who's a Christian from Iraq. Who are not so I'm surrounded by Muslims, and they were born and raised into this environment. They were convinced of Islam, but I've been convinced of Christianity. And I thought about the world. In Thailand, 95% of them, or give or take, are convinced of Buddhism, Hinduism, and Sikhism in India, etc. So it got me to thinking about, like, is what I believe really true? And I got into a conversation with somebody who brought up certain stories in the Bible that, when I looked back in retrospect, really seemed kind of silly, like Noah's flood and the Tower of Babel, etc. So I began to, like, question. And the thing is I felt fear, because I was always taught, when you start having doubts, it's the devil talking to you, and the devil's trying to trick you, and you're going to go to hell if you don't believe. So it was really sort of a kind of a traumatic, like, wrestle that I was doing. But I finally said, I want to know the truth. God, please tell me the truth. Allow me to explore this on my own. And, like, I just want to know. And I prayed on it. I talked to different people about my doubts. etc. And eventually Christianity, I just realized I cannot believe in Christianity, but I still believed in a God. And later a creator God. And then later I realized I don't have a good reason to believe that either. But what I lost is my belief that there was going to be an afterlife, that death isn't final, that I'm going to be with family afterwards, and the whole thing. And it was kind of traumatic, and I still would like there to be an afterlife, but I'm just unable to believe it. Other people have had much more dramatic stories than I've had and gone through much more trauma than I have when I lost my faith.
I mean, firstly, what I would say is, I don't know who told you that it's like the devil that's causing you to have doubts. I think that doubts are the best thing ever. You know, when my children came to me and they said they're having doubts, I was happy, I was excited, and I said to them, you know, what a wonderful thing it is that you're having doubts, because if you have doubts, then what you need to do is you need to go and look into it, go do some research, because when you have doubts,
It's what I
that's
did.
when you also said earlier, Sean, you said that when you were a Christian, you were convinced that it was the truth. What convinced you it was the truth?
I was convinced of it when I was very young, around the age of 9. I was lived with a very religious, my great grandmother and great aunt, who I was young and impressionable then. And then I believed it. And then I had that constant social proof of other believers around me in church and other people reaffirming it. And then growing up in a mostly Christian society, etc. And some incredulity, like the mysteries of the universe. Why is there something rather than nothing? How did life get here? Those types of things tied into this constant reaffirmation of Christianity in media, in society, in culture, in going to church and hearing the music, and that sort of thing. But when I finally applied skepticism, reasoning to my beliefs, it didn't hold up.
Okay, but so you were convinced because of the people who you grew up with, they were Christians,
Yeah.
and you were also convinced because you knew that we can't have everything without nothing. There has to be something to create everything, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I knew. I would say there were questions that there were mysteries that put me in a state of awe. Why is there something rather than nothing? How did life get here? So I filled in those gaps in knowledge. I sort of used a God of the gaps fallacy on myself. Like, we can't explain these things, therefore there must be a God. So I was convinced by fallacious reasoning at the time.
But David, if
Okay,
I may,
yeah.
rather than focusing on the details of one particular biographical account, let's try and generalize this, because we could speak to 1,000 different people and you get 1,000 different stories and 1,000 different reasons for having believed, having not believed. If you just zoom out a little bit, God is watching all of this happen. Let's just assume for a moment that he exists. He's watching all of this happen, and he's watching all of these people unable to believe in him, right? You can't decide to believe something. You believe something if you're persuaded of it. And if you're not persuaded of it, belief is not available to you as an option, as a thing you can do. You need to be persuaded. And you can't just decide to find something persuasive. So God is watching all of these millions of people who don't find themselves persuaded of Jesus. He's put in place a plan where everybody is born deserving of punishment and torture, but he plans to let off the people who have had enough evidence to persuade them about him and Jesus. But he doesn't give everyone the same amount of evidence, does he? Because Saul of Tarsus gets a vision, and other people get miracles, and some people get life-changing events, and I got nothing. Sean got nothing. The thousands of people in our community got nothing. And millions of people around the world who have reached out for a God and found no one there also got nothing. And God would know that the particular nothing he was deciding to give them in that moment, granted that he doesn't have to jump through hoops, I've already granted that, but that his decision to give everyone nothing was going to end with them not having a belief in him, which he's then going to punish them for. Does that strike you as moral?
How do I call you? Can I call you John or
Sure.
John?
Yeah.
So you started off your sentence by saying, let's leave the little details aside, correct?
Yeah, let's try and generalize it. There's millions of people who have not been persuaded of God's existence. He knows they're not persuaded. He knows why. He could rectify it in 5 seconds if he wanted to, but he doesn't. And then he punishes them for not having a belief. That's ludicrous.
Okay, so you started off by saying, let's leave the little details aside, but it's the little details that you need to look into in order to see if it's true or not. For instance, if you do your research into the the historicity of Jesus, you soon come to find that he is a historical figure who
Friend, this is
did
irrelevant. Forgive me
exist.
interjecting. There are people who know more about the history of the church than you or I do. We've got people in this community who have multiple PhDs in this area. They've forgotten more about this stuff than you or I will ever know. It's irrelevant. God looks at people. He knows what will persuade them. He doesn't provide it, and then he punishes them forever for not having it. So
But
what's that
John,
about?
is it irrelevant if if the story of the history is true, that this man Jesus came to earth, he raised the dead, he gave people sight back, he casted out demons, and then he raised himself from the dead. If all of that is true, then there's something in it, right?
But there are millions of people who are not persuaded that all of that is true, me amongst them, and everyone, a large number of the people listening here are not persuaded of that. That's the claim. That's the specific claim that we are not convinced of because there's no evidence for it. All we have are claims about it. There is no evidence that this is true. You may claim there is. There isn't. This is not a matter of history. This is a matter of theology. These are theological magic claims that a sufficient number of people have bought into as to catch on and achieve like a degree of kind of cultural mobility in history, and it's caught on and done very, very well. There is no evidence for these claims, and that's why lots of people don't believe them. And God would know this, by the way. God knows there's no evidence for these claims if he's real. He's totally aware of the complete lack of evidence, and he's totally aware that people are just applying reason and skepticism and critical thinking to these claims in the same way that we apply them to the claims of other religions that you also don't believe in. So again, I'm going to ask you, why does God not provide something a little bit more than claims of ancient magic in a book written in dead languages?
Because the Bible explains quite clearly how we have broken God's law, and when a law has been broken, there has to be justice carried out. You
That doesn't
understand
answer
that
my
part,
that
right?
doesn't under no that's nonsense. That doesn't answer my question. I don't care what it says in the Bible until you can demonstrate that the Bible is authoritative. God could demonstrate that the Bible's authoritative right now. He could just make a magic Bible appear floating in the air in front of me and put it into my heart that I know the Bible's authoritative or something like that, and then I would start giving a shit what it actually says. Right now, it's just a book, like other books. So every argument that you make based on what it says in the Bible, I'm just going to substitute book says thing. And then I'm going to say, why do I care about book says thing? God knows that's not going to persuade me. It might have persuaded you. It doesn't persuade me. So why is it right for God to torture me forever because he decided not to give me any good evidence?
Okay, so let's put the Bible says aside then.
Yep.
Let's put that aside. And let
Yep.
me just ask you, man to man, do you believe that we have broken God's law? Put the Bible aside. Have we ever are we guilty of breaking God's law? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. God's law is that one of the 10 commandments states that we are not allowed to
Yeah.
lie. Have you ever told a lie in your
David,
Yeah.
life?
Yeah. But
David, respectfully, you didn't answer his question.
I don't need you to do Ray Comfort. I don't care what it says in the Bible. Remember? I don't care. That's not God's law. That's a story in a book. It's a story in a book.
I already said we're going to put the Bible aside, yeah?
And then you started
If you-
quoting the Ten Commandments. I don't care what the Ten Commandments say
okay.
because I don't care about them. They're just a story in a book. So again, why should I care? Why is it right for God to punish me and anyone else for simply being intellectually honest? That's all we're doing. We're just being intellectually honest.
I apologize because I said let's put the Bible aside, and then I brought up the Ten Commandments. So I apologize. Let me try this again.
Sure.
Do you believe that lying is bad?
Not always, no. There are instances where it's the only ethical thing to do. And I think that rules-based ethics are stupid because they don't allow for situation ethics.
So you think that sometimes lying is okay?
Sometimes it's the only ethical thing to do.
Give me an example.
When the Nazis knock at the door and say, "Are you hiding any Jews in the attic?" and the family hiding Anne Frank and her family say, "No, we are not hiding any Jews in the attic," that would be an example of lying to save lives. I'm sure you would agree that's the ethical thing. Or perhaps not. Perhaps you think they should say, "Yes, they're upstairs."
I agree with you. I would have lied there as well.
Right, so it's the only ethical thing to do. And this is why I say rules-based ethics are stupid, because they don't allow for the flexibility that real life demands. Real life, you don't get effective ethics in real life from rules. You get effective ethics in life from principles. And you employ the principles such as always act to minimize suffering. That gets you all the guidance you'd ever want about whether you should be truthful. So in a particular situation, when you're trying to decide whether to lie or not, you can say, if I lie now, is it going to minimize suffering or is it going to increase suffering? Well, it's going to break the bonds of honesty in a relationship, and it's going to, diminish trust and whatever. That's going to lead to suffering. So you can be very clear. Well, in this instance, telling the truth is better. And then there are other instances where, it's easy to think up thought experiments where lying is the only ethical thing to do. So
and I won't disagree with you there. I won't disagree with you, but lying. I'm asking about the unethical lying. That's not. Do you believe that's bad?
do I believe that bad lying is bad? Yes, anything unethical I think is bad, because by definition, when you call it unethical, you've already labeled it bad. So yes, that would be tautological. I think that unethical things are unethical. But none of this gets us to why is a God not providing any information for people. Sorry, Sean.
I'm getting there because you.
Yeah, David. I think I know where you're going with this. You're saying you guys have done bad things. You're being punished for the bad things you've done, such as lying. You're not being punished for non-belief.
No, Sean. Okay. I wasn't gonna go
because you're not addressing the question. Please say it's okay to punish you for non-belief because, and then add the thing, because you're asking counter questions that when you ask counter questions, you're not actually answering the question. So please start with
the question I'm trying to answer is that God's not punishing you for not believing. He's punishing you for.
He is.
I literally said that.
He's punishing us by not giving us the same divine pardon to the torture that you've said everyone deserves, which, by the way, is absolutely horrific. What a horrible thing to think that babies are born deserving of torture. Horrific. But even if we grant that, well, you said we all deserve punishment. We all deserve torture. We are all born in a sinful state. That's God's fault, by the way. He didn't have to make the world that way. But given that he did, your get out here is that we all have a default state of being headed for hell, and then God provides a way out. But here's where it is a punishment for non-belief, David, because he only offers the way out to people who are persuaded of certain things. Now, if he exists, he has the power to persuade everyone of those things without diminishing their free will. There's a ridiculous line that goes around in apologetic circles that if God made himself unambiguously known to people, that he would be depriving them of their free will. This is obviously fraudulent, because there's no other context in which the provision of information is said to be a deprivation of free will. This is obvious nonsense. It's a cope that people make to try to get out of the fact that God could make himself known to absolutely everyone, and then there would be nobody who doesn't know him, and then everybody could use their free will to decide whether they want to have a relationship with him or not. And then he could meaningfully then impose consequences for people who are actively rebelling, knowing him and not wanting to be with him. I still think that would be a dick move, but hey, he's the boss. I'm just a lowly, scummy human, aren't I? Bound for hell. Who am I to question? But in this case, this is so completely preposterous, because he could let us all know right now that he's there, and not a single one of us would remain an atheist. But he doesn't. So I'm going to ask you, as we approach the zenith of our call, because we have others in the queue, and I don't want to keep people waiting too long, but I'm going to give you one last chance to provide a justification for this, because so far, respectfully to you, my friend, you haven't. Why is it right for God to punish people for not having a relationship with him and not knowing him? And he does punish them by depriving them of the pardon from hell that everyone's going to get. Why is it right for him to punish everyone when he could so easily just provide what they need and then no one would need to be punished?
Were you ask? Okay, so you asking me why people go to hell? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, why does God send people to hell for not having a relationship with him when he's the one who's stopping us having a relationship with him? And I can prove that, by the way. I can prove to you right now that God is the one, that this is God's fault. Should we do it?
Fine. I'll answer your question. Let me answer your question this way. Okay.
All right.
When someone breaks the law, there has to be justice. Justice has to be served. Okay. So you say that you've heard this millions of times, but I'm not sure if you understand it. So let me explain it maybe in a different way. See if you understand it this time. Okay. When someone breaks a law,
yes,
in order for justice to take place, there has to be some sort of punishment has to take place. Otherwise, God is not just. Okay. All of us have lied, not innocent lies. Oh yes, I agree with you that some lies are innocent, but we have all told guilty lies.
Do you know how pathetic?
You're not
this
addressing
is?
the point.
You're a million miles away from the point now. You've swerved off the road we were on. You've gone down a side street and driven into a lake. This is a million miles away. I don't care. I don't care that justice.
You don't want to admit that what you've done is broken God's laws.
This has got nothing to do with me admitting
that you broke God's laws.
David. No, David.
And that's why you go to hell.
No.
You go to hell because you break God.
No, David. This has got nothing to do with what I do and don't want to admit, and this has got nothing to do with me having broken God's laws. This is to do with God offering a pardon to everyone who's broken God's laws, because remember you said we all have. So everybody's broken God's laws, and he gives everyone a pardon, except it's not everyone, is it? It's only the people who have a relationship with him. And
it's only the ones who accept the pardon.
And he decides, exactly. Now, to accept the pardon, you need to be convinced he's there. Has God convinced me that he's there so that I can accept the pardon?
Have you how are you even existing if there's no God?
Or no?
Has God convinced me that he's there so that I can accept the pardon? Am I convinced? Am I convinced?
You are hiding it.
Am I convinced? Are you calling me a liar, David? Are you calling me a liar?
I am. I'm calling you a liar.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen,
this freaking guy.
You see how nicely they start out?
Yeah.
All like nice and polite. And then I don't know, did he drop down? I didn't dump him. He dropped down. I think he revealed himself.
He dropped on his.
I think that's called the mask slipping. You see, he came in all lovely, lovely and charming, and there you see it.
And I had a very nice conversation with him about presuming to know other people's story, their journey, everything. And he was like I gave him props because he was like, if I did that, I sincerely apologize. And I'm like, what a nice guy. But then when the rubber meets the road and he's kind of backed into a logical corner, he reverts to liar, liar, pants on fire. You really know God exists and you're lying to us right now.
There you go. That's it. David, if you're still listening, go and have a think about whether this is the type of human you want to be. I know that you're very deep in your theology and your cult and it's hard for you to look at things differently, but your religion is making you an unpleasant person. It's making you someone your children that you mentioned should not look up to and want to be like. I hope that your children are able to become a better person than you, because that's disgusting what you just did. Okay, and everyone saw it, by the way. So well done for that. Okay, we are going to get Lloyd in next. Is going to be our next guest. We do have a couple racked up, so I'll try and be quick with them. A couple of super chats to read, and we've got 5 calls on the bingo. So I'm going to do this fairly quickly. So let's have the bingo first. You'll notice that I've put some new additions on the bingo for you lovely people. I've put in personal incredulity and circular argument. You're going to have to watch out a little bit more keenly to spot those, but they will be delivered in abundance, I'm confident. Okay, Kif was straight out the gate with personal experience of God from David. Absolutely. And Aleph Naught here said free will, David. Absolutely. Pastor Ferry called nothing comes from nothing. Even though that wasn't the subject of the conversation, he tried to do that. So well spotted, Pastor Ferry. And Kif said, you send yourself to hell, 100%. The old chestnut, huh? And then Samuel called, everyone knows God exists, which was his parting shot, essentially.
Yeah.
Excellent work, people. And we'll just read 4 super chats and then we'll get Lloyd in. The first being from David. I love all the messages from David. He's super smart. David, thank you. David says, Christians say diseases like baby cancer, natural disasters are because of the fall, punishment. Why would God let man cure diseases or invent disaster-proof buildings and materials? He can't stop us. Excellent point. If all of these things are divine punishments, then God hasn't thought his divine punishments through very well, because we've managed to get on top of quite a lot of them. You'd have thought that if it's actually the right thing for God to punish us in this way, that he would have at least thought up a punishment that's going to reliably work, rather than ones that we seem to be able to subvert by just learning stuff and becoming more advanced. Excellent point. I've never heard that argument before. I love it. Brilliant, David. Thank you. And Ordinary Skeptic, thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate that very much. Babs, great to see you as always. Hi, fellow chatlings. Hi, Babs. Great to see you in. And last one for now, also from Babs. People not allowed load crayons are given keyboards. Yeah, I guess so. Fair enough. Very last one. We've got one from Tim Davidson. I always have to read Tim's. If he loves me so much, he can say hi at least once. Exactly it, Tim. Exactly it. Okay, let's get Lloyd in, and we'll pick things up from there. That was wild, wasn't it? Such an amazing arc with that last caller from sweet as pie.
How are you guys? Okay.
Hi, Lloyd. Welcome in. We are great, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, John. I think I spoke to you last time. We had a good conversation. I think today I've got a different angle for you, hopefully. I'll keep it quite short and sweet. My aim is today to bring an evidence, scripture and science-based evidence as well, if that's okay.
Sounds ambitious. Go for it.
Okay, so I want to discuss one particular figure that was mentioned in the text, but is also still evident in the Egyptian museum, okay? Which you can still visit him today, for example. So I want to talk about Pharaoh. Because
you mentioned that last time. How does Pharaoh get to atheism doesn't make more sense?
Yeah, so I want to link the book and the predictions by God and how he preserved him, and how the scientist Maurice Bucale actually looked into his body, and it's impossible for it to be preserved in the sea. Like, you can't, for thousands of years, you can't have a body preserved in the sea. So when Maurice Bucale investigated it in France, and he actually wanted, because they had to send the body to France, and he investigated the body. Right. And when he realized that, hang on a minute, this is impossible for this body to be preserved, then he looks into the text, and from there he realized that actually Islam talks about this particular body, this person, and it's impossible for the body to be preserved. So it must be true. So Maurice Bucale, who's did the forensics on him, became Muslim based on the evidence.
So someone found a body that shouldn't have, that wasn't as decomposed as it should be.
Yeah, well, it was Pharaoh, because they sent him by obvious cargo. The Egyptians sent him via cargo to France. It doesn't matter. Assigned to Maurice Bucale, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know how we can verify any of this, but let's just say,
well, he's
they
in the
found
Egyptian
a body that
museum.
they found a pharaoh and the body was more preserved than as is expected, or what have you. Therefore, God exists. Even if I can't do
No,
like on the fly invest.
God, what you're missing is God mentioned it in the text in the Quran that we're going to preserve his body as an example, for the humankind.
Are you familiar with the Egyptian practices of preserving the bodies of pharaohs after their deaths?
Yeah, but what you got to remember with this particular incident, he was found in the sea.
Yeah. But what did they do? What did they do with them?
I believe they put loads of chemicals on them, then mummify them.
They embalmed them in a particular type of way, which would have led to them being preserved. Putting them in the sea would not have significantly changed that. This is a silly argument.
Is that your claim? Yeah. So because he actually lost the war against Moses, and he was drowned in the sea, wasn't he?
Right.
He wasn't mummified.
Well, I don't know.
I'm
not sure that you know that either, actually, because
no,
I'm reading about this apologetic now, and you don't actually know which pharaoh it was. The pharaoh. It wasn't Tutankhamen. Tutankhamen was preserved in his crypt.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't, because you're going to be appealing to Quran 1092, and that particular scripture does not specify and does not know which particular doesn't specify which pharaoh it's talking about. This is a non-argument.
It was a pharaoh that was against Moses.
This is a silly argument. Have you got anything better than this? This is nonsense.
We have M's here.
But you're presuming that he was mummified when he wasn't.
Who? Who are you talking about?
M's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. He's talking about a pharaoh, M's.
But who are we presuming wasn't mummified?
The guy is in the Egyptian museum. He's still preserved.
Which guy?
Pharaoh.
So who is he?
The guy who was a tyrant against Moses.
And who is he?
He's a tyrant.
And who is he?
Pharaoh. I think Ramesses
And who is he?
Ramesses
II was in his 90s when he died, and he died of complications of autoimmune diseases. He didn't drown. Number one. Number two.
Who's the guy in the Egyptian?
Number two, again.
Okay, who's the guy then in the museum then? Okay, explain that.
There's thousands of mummies in the museum.
Yeah, but not found in the sea though.
No, not what? Ramses was not found in the sea.
Was he not?
No, he was not.
So he was found in the sea, and why they preserve that body in the museum?
He was not found in the sea, and they preserved thousands of mummies, including mummies of peasants.
So why was it sent to France to Maurice Bucaille then?
It was sent to France because, again, it went on tour. It just went to different countries. It wasn't sent to France because it was the pharaoh of Moses.
It was
and
sent
also,
to France
the Quran tells you, again, the Quran, they found out in the autopsy that he died because of complications of autoimmune diseases.
So why did Maurice Bucaille became Muslim then? He was an atheist.
I don't fucking care who that is.
He's a scientist,
I don't care.
You can't just delete somebody off the record.
I can, because I don't give a fuck who he is.
A living being.
Again, I don't give a fuck who he is.
That doesn't make sense.
Lloyd, is your argument for God that somebody converted to Islam? Is that what we've come down to now?
It's based on the fact that
that's a good argument, is it? A man converted to Islam and therefore God exists is now your argument.
Based on science miracles, yeah.
A man based on a science miracle converted to Islam.
And by the way, John, the Quran tells you that that God has wiped out all of the remaining signs that the Pharaoh ever existed.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be Ramses. He wouldn't be Ramses then. Again, he said that he has wiped everything of him.
So basically, you're denying
all of his artifacts.
So you're denying that he's not in the museum, and you deny Maurice Bucaille. Doesn't make sense. This guy's a professor.
Is that what I said?
So you're denying that Maurice Bucaille doesn't actually exist, right? Technically.
I don't fucking care who that is. Again.
Well, this is what I mean. You're not willing to acknowledge him.
Okay. What do you say about Ems, the doctor who has left Islam? Does this disprove Islam?
Right.
I think it's that diverting subject. You should talk.
No. Are you saying that Ems doesn't exist? Are you saying Ems doesn't exist?
I think it's diverting. Sorry.
Do you think Ems doesn't exist?
Sorry, you divert.
You cannot just delete a doctor because he
I'm
has
not
left
going to
Islam.
divert from what I'm talking about because
What
that's
you're talking about is stupid.
People.
That is the problem.
Well, it's okay being in having insults. It doesn't work for me.
Lloyd,
it is not an insult. I'm telling you, what you're saying is stupid.
More of an observation. Lloyd, this may be the weakest argument for God I've ever heard in my life, and I've been doing this for 25 years.
It might be the weakest argument, but Maurice Buckley exists. He's a scientist.
Yeah,
and the body in Egypt still there.
That's
so
delightful.
Why do people visit him?
So your argument amounts to a man converted to Islam, therefore God exists. That's idiotic.
Based on scientific reasoning, and is linked to the text. So all three link.
That's pathetic. People convert to religions all the time based on what they think. It's complete nonsense. By your logic, all religions are true because every religion can claim somebody who converted to that religion because of something they thought or discovered or they were told or they came to think. I
don't think you guys.
Or are you claiming that this reasoning applies only to you and excludes everybody else? There are people who have made similar claims and have converted to other religions or to Christianity or to other faiths, or as Em said, out of faith because of things that they have discovered or come to know. This is the weakest argument for God I've ever heard in my life, Lloyd.
So
do you have something? Do you have something better? Do you have something better, or is this it? I think if I were you now, I'd want to stop talking about this because it makes you look very silly. Do you have a better argument, or is that the best one you have?
I just got a final question, basically. That's all right.
Fire away. It's the end of the discussion.
Have you heard of Maurice Buckley? Yes or no?
Well, that's irrelevant. Nobody cares.
Well, you don't know, so you're being ignorant. Okay,
yeah.
No worries.
All right, and off he goes. There we go. Well, Lloyd came back to make a stronger argument this time and actually made a weaker argument this time. So I think that is quite impressive. Well done, everyone. Thank you, Ems.
That was insane.
That's a ridiculous argument. What is that? I don't think I've ever heard that. I got to give him something. I don't think I've heard that particular argument before. God exists because someone converted to my religion. That's awesome.
That is usually the Muslim argument. Like they do this a lot. Like with Keith Moore and random scientists, they mention so-and-so is a scientist and he's a Muslim, so he should be too.
Right, yeah. Adam in the chat has just said, please point out that Maurice Buckley, I've just lost it now down there, Maurice Buckley, who died in 1998, never claimed to be a Muslim. He simply said that there were some parts of the Quran that could be seen to match science. And of course, there are many that don't. Oh dear. What is wrong with these people? Imagine coming on the internet in front of 1,000 people to make an argument like that. Absolutely wild. Oh, there we go. Ems, we love you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for having me up.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Ems.
Take it easy. Ems, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. Right, we are going to get Kalokagathia in next. And before we do, we need to check the bingo because we had one call there. Personal incredulity. Yes, I think that was kind of an argument for personal incredulity. He couldn't possibly imagine how these things could have any other explanations other than God. Very, very good call. I may not have spotted that one, but you did. So well done indeed. And we will get 2 super chats and then get in our next guest. The 2 being from Babs. People not allowed crayons. Oh, we got that one. Oh no, people not allowed crayons are given keyboards. That's what it was. To correct that, thank you. And Aleph Naught had said, I've been leaving voicemails but haven't heard back. The guy seems very busy and like he's doing nothing at all about God, of course. Sent while David was on. And Tinspired by the Sea also said of David, as if salvation depends on intelligence. Ooh, yikes. And just cheating one more so the list doesn't get too long. Axed Gaming, great to see you as always, friend. Ask why bear mauling is a good punishment for me. Yes, we need to check that out. Bears specifically mauling children, of course. Why we will need to bring that up at an appropriate moment later on. Okay, so our next guest, Kalokagathia. I'm sure I'm probably not saying that right, and that's probably really obvious in another language. But there we are. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well indeed. I'm just getting your name into the machine. Kalokagathia. There we are. Is that a different language? Am I missing something?
It's an ancient Greek philosophical principle that I like.
Yeah, it looked Greek. I was going to ask, is it Greek? Fair enough. Well, welcome in. You can obviously see what our claim is, and what say you of that?
I think that atheism certainly can make sense, but if it's going to have ethics and morals that are cogent, it's going to require some degree of faith, or you're going to have atheism that makes sense, but is unable to have a cogent moral or ethic center.
What if I said it's got absolutely nothing to do with that? Like, imagine if we were having a discussion about which method is best to make banana bread. And some people said, method A, wait till the bananas are really, 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 really ripe to like almost soft and do that. And someone prefers a method with, less ripe bananas and it gives you a different consistency in the banana bread. And someone said, yes, but method B is going to have to account for ethics. You'd think they were a bit odd, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think in that example I would.
Atheism doesn't have anything to do with ethics. It's just whether you're convinced that a God exists or not. You can talk about ethics, and we can talk separately if you want about ethics and whether you need a God in order to have ethics. But that's got nothing to do with whether atheism is justified or makes sense.
Yeah, I guess when I say atheism, I'm referring to it as kind of a cultural or philosophical movement that you would commonly find in the West. But yeah,
it's just non-belief in a God. That's it. So we think non-belief in any gods makes sense.
That's it.
Makes more sense.
That's the claim. We're not promoting cultural movements or philosophical inclinations or anything like that. We're just saying, in the world, there are two types of people. There are theists and there's everyone else. And we just think that the perspective on this particular subject of the everyone else makes more sense. That's the claim.
Okay. I would say that, yeah, you can definitely defend not believing in God, especially if you're the word just flew out of my head, but if you're coming from like a negative standpoint towards a particular religion, I just think that if atheists are going to have a cogent worldview, they're going to have to appeal to faith at some point in a very similar way that religious people mostly do.
No, I don't have faith in any. I don't have faith in any. Everything I believe to be true, I believe based on evidence. That doesn't mean I can't be wrong. I think every person is wrong about something because we're all flawed. If I knew what I was wrong about, I wouldn't be wrong anymore. So I can't tell you what that is. But everything I believe to be true is because I perceive there to be sufficient evidence to believe that thing. I have no use for faith.
Okay. I would doubt that every single thing you believe is going to be based on evidence. I'm sure that you might be able to come up with a well-evidenced criticism for why you don't believe in Christianity, and we'd probably agree that you have some very smart points to make there. But
any God. So my only justification for any God is I have not seen sufficient evidence to convince me any God exists. Therefore, I'm not convinced. Now, atheism isn't necessarily the claim that no gods exist, but until somebody provides sufficient evidence to warrant me believing their God exists, I'm not justified to believe it. Therefore, I remain an atheist.
Yeah, and I would concur with what Sean says about only believing things based on evidence. Faith is a terrible reason to believe anything. It's demonstrated to be one of the worst methods for finding truth that mankind has ever come up with. So I try to avoid it at all costs.
Okay, yeah, that clarifies your position for me. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I would push back and say that you're probably inevitably going to have faith somewhere in your worldview. And I'll grant you, yes, you don't have to have faith to not believe in God, right? Like you don't have to have faith to not believe in a God. But if you want to have morals and ethics,
No,
at
I
some
don't.
point
You don't need faith
you're
for
going.
morals and ethics.
No,
I,
the only thing I care about how actions affect the well-being of others. That's just a value judgment on my part. Therefore, I favor and consider to be moral actions that help the well-being of others, and I consider to be immoral actions that harm the well-being of others. That's just that doesn't require faith. That requires me valuing well-being and caring about how actions affect well-being. That's it. I don't need faith in anything.
Sure, but where you derive what constitutes harm and where you derive what constitutes benefit to others is not always going to be cut and dry, and it could.
Evidence, and you can make mistakes.
Yeah,
You can think you're
yeah.
doing good. You can make an evaluation, but you're still aiming for the same outcome. It's teleological. You're aiming for an outcome, and you're making objective decisions. You're making decisions about what's objectively going to bring you closer to that aim. Now, you can make a mistake. If there's such a thing as a moral mistake, you think you're doing good, you're motivated by the right thing, but actually you're wrong. And then you course correct and you say, I thought this was going to do good, I realize it didn't, and you update. But you've changed the course of your direction of your travel, but you haven't changed your principle. The principle stays the same, and no faith is required at any point there. And the thing is, faith is one of those words that gets used in different ways. And there are these tricky equivocations between one type of use and another type of use. So the cliched example that everyone uses is you have faith that the chair you sit in is going to hold you up. But that's a completely different use of the word faith to when people say, have faith in a God. The difference is that I've sat in this chair 900 times before, probably more, maybe 5,000 times before, I don't know, and it's never broken. It always supports me. I know it was well made. I paid for it. I bought a nice chair. These chairs are well made, and I have a very, very, very well established inductive evidence base that this chair is going to support me when I sit in it. So it's not really faith, it's a type of trust based on a large volume of evidence. We don't have that for a God. We have nothing like that for a God. We have a mindless kind of trust based on zero evidence, which is a totally different type of thing. So I disagree with your claim that we're going to have to invoke faith in the way that it's usually used in theological circles for anything at all in our life. We are obviously going to have some faith in the pilot to land the plane we're flying on, some faith in the surgeon to do the surgery we're going for, some faith in the power company to hopefully keep my lights on tonight because I was having power cuts earlier. Those are the sorts of things that you can say you have faith in that, but that's faith based on evidence. It's based on the evidence of knowing the pilots are well trained, of knowing the surgeon is appropriately qualified, of knowing that the power companies, generally speaking, all things being equal, do manage to keep the lights on at night. It's not the same type of thing. So I would say to you, as we draw this to a close, when you're using the word faith, be mindful of which meaning of the word you're using and don't allow yourself to unintentionally or intentionally equivocate between the meanings, and that way your conversations around faith will be of greater clarity.
Right, yeah, and I think everything that you just said is correct, and I agree with it. When I am talking about faith, I don't necessarily mean belief in the same way that you believe that 2 + 2 = 4. I think what I'm trying to say here is at some point you're going to have to make an appeal to a sort of arbitrary transcendental category
Really?
like
What, am I?
human rights.
Do you have an example?
Sure. So when you look at very prominent, powerful atheist thinkers from history, they often will get to a place of admitting that they really can't provide a morality or criticizing others who try to derive a morality from a secular standpoint. So
Hold on, before you continue down that road, I don't mean to interrupt you, but morality is like, from John and my standpoint, we're moral anti-realists. So from our perspective, all morality, including Christians' moralities, come from personal value judgments, what they value and how behaviors tie into what they value. That's not a fact-based thing. So what I'm referring to is, like, there are no facts, claims about facts that I believe to be true where my belief is based on faith. It's always evidence-based. If you're going on personal opinions, which I think morality ultimately is, then that doesn't really, faith wouldn't really apply there, because we're talking about propositions about facts.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I wasn't trying to make the claim that Christians have objective morality and atheists are only able to come up with a subjective morality. I personally think that there's kind of a false dualism in comparing objective versus subjective morality.
Yeah, but
Um,
what I was objecting to is you were given that as moral assessments as an example of faith, but moral assessments are ultimately come down to a personal value judgment that is subjective. And so when I say I don't rely on faith for anything, I'm talking about my perceptions of reality as it pertains to facts of reality, believing things to be true. Like it would be like saying, I think Eva Mendes is beautiful based on faith. That's giving, like, one type, like, it's nonsensical because that's a subjective value judgment on my part.
yeah. Again, and I'm more using the term faith, like faithfulness, as the faithfulness between um a married couple, right? That's a use of the word faith in the Bible quite a bit. It doesn't always necessarily mean holding an idea to be true, despite the fact that you don't have evidence or that you cannot prove it externally. Um, so again, I think atheists can have morals, and I think it's really good that they do, but there's going to be an appeal there, which at some point is going to be unsubstantiated, or it's going to rely on an unfalsifiable basis, and in a similar way that religious people derive their morals. And I'll give you an example. So, like I said earlier, the a very, very relevant example here is the Nietzschean criticism of the English analytical philosophical tradition and the attempts made therein to come up with or derive Western moral values without Christianity, because the English philosophers at the time were specifically trying to do that. And Nietzsche goes in very, very powerfully in Beyond Good and Evil, and he's criticizing this and essentially coming up with the idea that without God, all is permissible. And most atheists will say, I don't agree with that, right? You'd have other atheist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre, um, who,
How does this tie
existence.
into I have faith? Like, John, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I feel we're sort of drifting off course here. The argument, the discussion is whether atheism makes more sense, and we're getting now into a discussion about where people who have ethical frameworks that aren't based on religion might struggle. I mean, that's an interesting conversation, but it isn't really what we're talking about here. And I don't think that those struggles are real. I think that the struggles of ethics apply to everyone, whether they claim a divine ultimate framework for their ethics or something else. Ethics are hard, and morality is not easy, and living the right life is not easy, and we all have the challenge of that ahead of us. But I don't think that it's particularly interesting to. Well, no, not interesting. I don't think that you can claim that being without a god makes it any more difficult to have coherent ethics, because there are plenty of people who have coherent ethics without a God, without appealing to anything other than reason and pragmatism and compassion. And that's good enough for me. It's good enough for Sean. It's good enough for many here. I don't have any problem with that. No faith is required for any of this stuff. We know what our principles are. Our principles are generally something akin to humanism, avoiding harm, trying to maximize well-being, being led by compassion and reason. And that's a pretty good framework for ethics. No gods are required, and there's no problem. Really no problem. So as much as I admire, you're obviously an erudite person, you obviously read some philosophy, and I think that's great. But I don't think that it's particularly helpful to the conversation, because really we're just trying to establish that atheism is a rational position. And it sounds to me like you kind of agree with us on that.
Yes, I agree. What I'm really just trying to say is that being religious can also be a rational position. And it's going to be very hard for an atheist to come up with something where they can base their criticisms of a religious person's internal
I can.
valuation of ethics. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I really just
No, it's fine. But so you said, you started to say it'll be difficult for an atheist to criticize a religious person's, and I thought you were going to, because we're talking about atheism, which pertains to God belief. I can criticize a religious person's God belief easily. And then you said view of ethics, which is separate, a completely separate topic from theism versus atheism. The only validation atheism needs, complete and total, the only validation for atheism to be rationally warranted is no theist has met their burden of proof that their God exists. Full stop. If you can say that, atheism makes more sense. Full stop.
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. So you guys, you're heavily interested in this from sort of a rationalist perspective
Yeah.
for the most part.
I mean, it's a rational discussion. Either a God exists, or gods plural, or no gods exist. It's either the case that one or more gods exist, or no gods exist. So the only thing required for atheism to make more sense is nobody has provided sufficient evidence to warrant belief in any god, and we believe that that is the state of affairs right now. Yeah. Unless you have argument or evidence to the contrary.
Oh no, I don't. I do believe in God. I'm a Christian. But I would have to, go to unfalsifiable claims to try and prove it to you definitively.
Doesn't have to be definitive. Like
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I don't know if we want to get in the weeds on this call. We've been on it for a while, but
Yeah.
It's been a great discussion, and come back to us another time and say, hey, plan it out and write it out, talk to people, talk to your pastor or apologist, whoever you want. Come up with an argument or something that you think is strong and defensible, and come back to us, because we'd love to address it.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. And we don't demand proof, by the way. The line here isn't proof. It's just like, make a reasonable argument. Bring a reasonable argument. Bring evidence, because I've just never heard any. I've heard lots of claims that are presented as evidence, but I don't think they are. They're all fallacious. They're all problematic. They're all broken. It's like everything I see is broken. All the arguments are broken. They never work. And the ones from really smart people are delivered absolutely beautifully, and they're still broken. But as Sean said, do come back another time. You've been nice to talk to you. So come back another time and give us your best argument for why you think Christianity is warranted to be accepted as true. We'd love to hear that. So yeah, come back again. We do this 3 times a week.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the both of you.
Sure. Good call. Thanks a lot. Take care. Okay. We will get Ray Psalms in next, but we have some business to attend to. We have a couple of calls on the bingo. So Too Skinny called No Morality Without God. Yep, that was definitely heavily implied. And Kif called You Need Faith. Absolutely. You guys are on fire. I'm going to need a 6x6, aren't I? I can see this coming already. And Samuel Clemens called Philbro Babble. That wasn't Philbro Babble. So Philbro Babble is when somebody comes in thick and fast and aggressively making philosophical arguments in unnecessarily complex terminology designed to kind of obfuscate and be hard to follow. And they have a very kind of aggressive term. He was lovely. So that wasn't Philbro Babble. I always say it's in the intention rather than the content, really, Philbro Babble. And Aleph Naught called Without God, Life is Meaningless. I'm not sure if we heard that there.
No.
I don't
What,
think
did we?
I don't think he went to Without God, Life is Meaningless, because he was more talking about.
Yeah.
He got pretty quickly onto the sort of ethical framework, and he was basically just claiming that atheists are going to have a problem justifying their morality without appealing to something that they believe by faith.
Yeah.
That was really his argument. So let's hold off on that one for now. But excellent calls. They were really great. And we will read 3 super chats and then get Ray Psalms in. The first one being from Bethos. Good to see you, Bethos. Mano a mano. Did one break God's laws? Yes. And again, this was all for David. David did stimulate quite a few messages. He was a 1. I can't wait to post that clip because the character arc there, from absolutely charming at the beginning and very cooperative in taking ownership of having potentially spoken out of turn and very deferential to Sean and very respectful. And as he realised his apologetics. As he realised his apologetics weren't working, the mask slipped all the way off and we saw what was underneath, and it was not pretty, people. Not pretty at all. I feel sorry for his children. When he was saying that his sons, when they express doubts, he encourages them to go and explore their doubts. I meant to ask him, what are you going to say when they come back and their doubts have taken them away from God and they're atheists?
Good question.
I would have loved to have asked him that, but never mind. There we are. And Aleph Naught here says, what will the punishment be? Infinite fire. Delightful. Also sent while David was on. Okay, we will move things along and get, as I said, Ray Psalms in next. Bringing in Ray right now. Or trying to anyway. There we go. Hi, Ray Psalms. How are you?
How are you doing, man?
We are
you
very.
Me clearly?
Oh, I wouldn't say clearly. We can hear you, but it's not fantastic sound. Whatever you can do to make the sound better, we would appreciate.
All right, you're hearing me now?
We'll manage. You have a lot of background noise, and it's not fantastic. But let's see how we get on.
All right.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. No, I'm
So
sorry,
we're
but
gonna talk to you.
that isn't
Hear
going to
me
work. That isn't going to work at all, unfortunately.
Clearly now?
Funnily enough, I've just disconnected you. If you want to try and request up again, I had to disconnect you because that was intolerable to listen to. If you've managed to do something to improve your sound, request up immediately and I'll bring you straight in. Otherwise, call us back when you've got some better sound. Is he still there? No, he is not there. There he is. So let's try again. Second time lucky. Yeah, let's try this again. How about that, Ray? Are you there?
You hear me now?
Yes, that is much better. Thank you. Okay, welcome in.
Yeah, much better. All right.
Much better. Yeah, the floor
How
is
you
yours.
doing, man? It's really. Say again?
No, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Oh,
No, this is not going to happen, unfortunately.
you hear me?
I mean, just about, but you keep on cutting out. So this is the last chance to try and have a conversation. Otherwise, you'll need to call us back when you've got better sound or signal or something. But say what you'd like to say, and let's see how we get on.
You're not hearing me clearly.
It's not great.
Okay. All right. first of all, I just want to say, it's really good talking to you. I've been here with you guys the whole
I'm so
time.
sorry,
And,
Ray. We can't do this. You'll have to you'll have to call us back
I'm
when
a
you've got a
Jamaican,
when
so
you've
my
got a
accent
when you've
may
got a
be a little bit
better.
off for you guys.
I'm so sorry, Ray. It's just an intolerable signal. You'll have to call us back when you've got a better signal. That wasn't working at all. Let us get Cooper Cook in next. And poor old Ray. We would love to have spoken to him, but sadly, that was intolerable. Cooper Cook, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Very well, thank you. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Well, first of all, I'd seen your thing like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. And then I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? If I open TikTok and it's right there, I'll just join and say hello. And I opened TikTok and there you are. So I thought I'd join and say hello. And then when I saw you a while ago, you were saying somebody was talking to you and you said, if you're not convinced of God, then he like can't be real. And you had said like true or false or something. He said false. He said you were like lying for saying it wasn't real, blah, blah, blah. But I just thought to like, what if there was something true and someone just didn't believe it? Like, would they be like wrong? Like, wouldn't they just be wrong for not believing it?
You misheard. You misheard. So what he was saying is that first he asked him if God has convinced him if he exists. And the guy said, yes, God has convinced you. And John said, that's impossible because I don't believe he exists. It's necessarily if God convinced John, then that would mean John would believe. Or I think it was actually a question, why hasn't God convinced me he exists? And then he said, he has. And John says, but I don't believe. And then, then he basically said, liar, liar, pants on fire, which in fairness to him is in keeping with Romans 1. But as an atheist who genuinely doesn't believe, I know for a fact Romans 1 is factually wrong.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I guess I just missed the first part of that conversation.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So what's your perspective?
I don't know. I think that, and from what I've recently talked to a lot of people of different faiths and backgrounds and things. And I think that a lot of things that I've come across is like a lot of people have beliefs on things that like are misconceptions. Like, just out of curiosity, do you think that Jesus was a real person?
Probably.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, because I've just seen like a lot of like even atheist historians just be like, well, by like how we determine history, he probably existed. And then I'll talk to a lot of people who don't believe, and they're just like, oh yeah, Jesus couldn't have existed. That's like, I don't believe because of that. And I'm like, I wonder how they like their beliefs would differ if they like looked into the history part of it and like thought he did believe. So I think, I don't know, just like a perspective of like, I feel like a lot of people have like don't know the whole story and then like make a decision and then like won't like look into it more. Which is something interesting.
It's not completely clear cut. If it was that clear cut, there wouldn't be serious people who are mythicists. There are serious people who are mythicists, which suggests that it's not completely clear cut. But I'm not really one of those. I'm happy to be led by the consensus of scholars, which seems to be that these stories are probably based on someone who existed. So I'm happy to grant that. But granting the existence of Jesus is a billion miles away from granting the magical claims about him. Those I don't accept at all. So our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What do you think about that?
I mean, from my perspective is that I think that the universe had to have an existence, and it would make sense to me that there was a creator. And then from there, like if there's a God, then it seems like the Christian God is the one that makes the most sense.
Why does the universe have to have a creator?
If it started, then it couldn't have come from nothing, in my opinion.
I would agree that if it started, it probably couldn't have come from nothing. But we don't have any reason to think it started. And if it did start, we don't have any reason to think that whatever caused that process wasn't just some other natural process in reality. Like there are lots of natural processes in reality that people used to not understand, like weather and earthquakes and thunder and lightning and stuff, right? And they saw these natural processes, they couldn't understand them, so they personified them and declared that they were the actions of people of some sort, right? They inferred agency, and they said there must be an intentionality behind these things, and that's how they kind of invented gods. It's possible that if the universe did in fact come into being in some way and start in some way, that there's some principle in nature that we just don't know about by which universes come about. But as things stand right now, we have no reason to think that's the case. There is literally zero evidence that there was ever a point that the universe didn't exist. So I would agree with you that it's probably true that nothing comes from nothing, but no one here thinks that it did. And so, so you would have to first establish that something did in fact cause the universe to begin existing, and then you'd have to establish that that thing, whatever it was, had any kind of intentionality, and then you'd have to establish that it was in fact all powerful, even if it did have some kind of intentionality. Maybe there's super advanced aliens somewhere that have worked out the tech to create universes, and they just go around creating universes and laughing at all the inhabitants of those universes who think that the only explanation is a god, but they're just clever aliens, right? That's a hypothesis that can't be ruled out. And so surely the most sensible thing to do, given that we don't know, is just say we don't know.
Well, I appreciate that you like hypothesize and like you're looking for what seems to make most sense. Because I feel like a lot of people I talk to just like make a decision and they're like, no, this has to be right. Nothing else could be right. And like they'll just like not try to look for things. So I think that's like really like refreshing to hear, I guess, that like you're just kind of like looking for like figuring things out. And I mean, and I believe like if what I believe is true, that if you keep looking, eventually you'll come to the conclusion that I did. And I also think it's like, thanks for sharing your perspective on like what you think makes the most sense, because I think that's important. Like, because I can see where you're coming from. Like, I see like that makes the most sense to you. I feel like a lot of times people will be like, you think that? Well, you're just wrong. Like, that's stupid. Like,
but is there anything in what I said that doesn't make sense to you? Because if you agree that it makes sense, you should adopt it as your opinion too. So what is it? Like, what is it about what I said that you disagree with?
Okay, no, I see what you're saying. I just meant like can you, like, if you can see what my belief is, like, I mean, I see what your belief is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I see what yours is, but I think yours is unreasonable.
Yeah.
And then
I
don't see what's the justification for your claim that the universe had a beginning.
Just because the scientists say that the universe is expanding, and if it's expanding, it would have had to have a beginning point.
No, that's incorrect. The fact that it's expanding doesn't mean it has to have had a beginning. It just means that there was probably a point where it wasn't expanding. But that doesn't mean that prior to that point it didn't exist.
Yeah. Also, they can only observe the observable portion of the universe, which is tautological. There's a place called the event horizon where they can't see out beyond that due to the expansion rate. So what we know is that the observable portion of the universe at one point was in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion, but it doesn't say what existed before. It doesn't say that was necessarily the beginning of time or the universe or anything like that. There's cosmological models that are eternal. There's some models that are finite. It's an unknown in science right now. And so if the professional cosmologists haven't figured it out, we certainly haven't either.
Yeah. So do you think that it's a possibility that it did start?
I can't rule it out. So I'm open to it, but the time that I will be convinced of that is when there's sufficient evidence, and if there is, there'll be a consensus among cosmologists that the universe definitely had a beginning.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just fall on the like that. I think it had a beginning, but I mean, thank you for having me on. I've got to go eat dinner, but I just wanted to say hello. And like, I had prayed like if I should talk to this guy, that'll pop right up, and then it popped right up. So I thought I'll join, and
there you go. All right. Well, thanks for coming in.
Have a good day.
All the best. Bye-bye. There we go. We are the answers to his prayers. Okay. Let's have a look at the bingo. We had a couple of calls. Pastor of Muppets called Look at the Trees. Kind of. It was kind of a look at the trees, wasn't it? It kind of was a look at the trees. I'm going to allow that, because although it wasn't a sort of look at nature, it was an appeal to the start of the universe. I think that's fair. And Kif called Fine-Tuned Universe. I think that's almost there enough. I'm feeling generous today, so we'll allow that too. And Renato called Without God, Life is Meaningless. I didn't hear that from him.
No.
So I think we'll disallow that one. And we will read two super chats, and then we're going to get in Alex. Alex Baron is next. Just read a couple of messages first. Fallen Cities. Sean, you're not going to say XYZ, right? Caller, I'm not going to say XYZ. caller proceeds to say XYZ. Notice I'm saying Z,
Yes.
not Z.
Yes.
I'm trying to accommodate the audience. I'm playing to the audience.
Blew my mind. What, do you know what he's referring to? When I called him out when he asked about, are you gonna, have you ever told a lie?
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's gonna say, oh, you've done all these awful things, so you deserve to be punished. You're thrown in hell for your sins, not for non-belief.
Yeah.
And I called him out like, I already know where you're going with this. Let's save time. You're going to argue this and that. No. And then he proceeds to argue that exactly.
I know. It was he basically did a full-on Ray Comfort. We all saw it coming. Have you ever told a lie? And we all saw it coming. And then he just had to do it because that was his script. I absolutely cannot wait to post that one. And who are these people? I know, right? Who are these people? Absolute craziness. If God is watching that, he's got his head in his hands right now. As pathetic. Axehead Gaming, great to see you. John summoned M's in attack mode. Actually, I think it's more likely Sean. Sean is the one.
I want to make an AI bat symbol, except for the bat. Instead of the bat, it's an M.
Justin's done it. He's put it on the side of a mug. He's done it already.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I want one of them mugs.
Yeah,
right. I gotta go to his merch store.
His merch store, which exists in a much more ontological sense than mine. Mine exists in a platonic realm at the moment. Justin's exists in reality. Coming to a website near you soon. I promise. And Roblo, great to see you, Roblo. Thank you for the super chat and the donation. If God revealed himself and everyone chose him, the mystery of human preference would be solved. Unless, of course, God values seers and mentalists over ordinary followers. Very good. Very, very good.
I do love mental magic. I do. It's.
Have you checked out Darren Brown yet? You need to check out Darren Brown.
I need to. I will YouTube him.
He's the greatest in the world. Okay, let's get in. We'll get in Alex next. Bringing in Alex right now.
Hello.
Hi, Alex. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you, John and Sean?
We are.
Good. How are you doing, buddy?
We are very good.
Good.
Welcome in.
That's great.
Welcome in.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Okay. Well, my argument to your statement there is faith for God makes more sense.
Can you define faith real quick? Can you define what you mean by faith?
Faith, in other words, like the way I live my life, I would rather have faith that something other than nothing exists.
Hold on. But by faith, do you mean belief?
Yeah, belief in something, right?
Okay, so belief. Now, is it specifically belief with lack of evidence, or is it belief with evidence? Because if it's belief with evidence, I just call it belief.
With lack of evidence.
Okay, so belief with lack of evidence. And so your argument is faith for God makes more sense. So belief with lack of evidence for God makes more sense. Would you agree that if you want to align your beliefs with reality as much as possible, you should rely on evidence?
No.
Okay.
Well, then that's not faith. You don't have faith in something.
If you were on trial for murder and you were innocent, would you want the trial to be based on faith or based on evidence?
Well, yeah, but that's an actual trial. Like, okay, so the people that would be judging you this is an actual court, so that's based on evidence. So well, I wouldn't even argue that, because
no, I'm saying what's ideal. Like, if you could pick, you're on trial for murder and you're innocent. All right. So now if you're guilty, maybe you want it based on faith. But let's say you are innocent. You're on trial for murder and the prosecution would you want them to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt based on evidence that you were guilty? Or would you rather the jury just decide based on faith?
No, of course. In a court of law, of course, evidence, right?
What are the circumstances that makes non-evidence, like belief without evidence, reliable?
Okay, so I'll give you my personal reasoning, right?
All right, go ahead.
So I had an experience when I was younger, right? So that makes it way different from you guys. You guys have never had an experience that may have brought you towards that belief or that faith in God. because you guys never had one. I did.
I did too.
Okay, so I could explain my experience so that way it makes more sense, like what I'm explaining. I'll make it as brief as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we really need to hear about personal testimony because it is pretty boring for everyone. But I'm quite astonished to hear you say that you think that there's a rationality and a utility in believing things without evidence. That you are literally being gullible. You're literally living your life in a way where you don't care whether your beliefs are true or not. That's reckless.
Let me explain my experience. Do you mind?
I mean, if it's quick, because personal testimonies are really boring.
So, 30 years ago, I had an accident, right? I crashed my truck, and I was in a coma for 2 weeks. In my coma, I had a dream, and I call it a dream specifically. In the dream, I saw my pickup truck crashed from behind. I didn't see the front, but in the front of my pickup truck, I saw a man standing there looking at the front of my truck in my dream, right? So then that stayed with me forever. And then when I got out of my coma, I went to my house, and in the exact spot of my dream was my pickup truck. And where that man was standing in my dream, the pickup truck was crashed and the steering wheel was in my seat. So in my dream, I had already seen where like it made sense to me. Like to me, okay, Jesus was standing there looking at, where the pickup truck got it. So the reason I bring this up is because I could have, in my 30 years since that happened, I could have easily taken that as it's just the dream that came to me because of the way I lived my life.
That
right?
would have been the rational way to look at it, is that it's just a dream. People have dreams all the time. This is not a justification for believing in a deity.
But it's a choice.
What's a choice?
It's not a choice. It's not a choice either. It's just that it's not a choice. It's just you have embarked on a line of reasoning which you have found convincing, and as a result of this, you find yourself persuaded by this thing, and you need to decide really, because you either think that it's rational or not, but you've already declared that you don't care whether your beliefs are rational or not, which is a really dangerous, reckless way to live your life.
Okay, so look, the reason that I push towards that rationale is because my father died 2 years ago, right? So to me, it's like, okay, I pray to God that one day I'll see him again. And the fear of dying and nothing being there afterwards, in other words, us dying and nothing surviving after that, like you're just gone.
I get you, Alex. I get you, and all of us can relate to the fear of mortality. We honestly get you, and this is a big deal for Sean and many others as well. But wanting something to be true is not the same as having a reason to think it is true. We actually are interested in what's actually true, not just in what makes us feel nice. Now, essentially, what you might be saying is you don't care what's true. You just want to think things that make you feel nice, and if you think them in a certain way, you can kind of role play them being true, and that makes you feel nice. If that's your position, then fair enough. But that doesn't.
But that's the position of every single religion, because nobody has proof of any God,
and that's why we think they're all irrational.
Yeah, but that's the faith for God. Alex. That's why I say faith for God makes more sense to certain people.
It doesn't
because of what happened to me.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, because to me, I live my life better in that manner with that vision and that belief than I would in your. I've had 30 years to fall off and believe that it was just a dream, but I have that choice. Either I believe it was just a dream, or I believe that there is something afterwards, and that is God, and I will see my dad again. And when I die, I'll see my daughters, my amazing daughters again. You understand?
Okay. Alex, listen. So we have all these different religions. We have Hinduism, Jainism, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, different sects of Christianity, what have you. They are all believing their respective religions based on faith, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They cannot all be true, right? For example, in Islam, Jesus is just a prophet, not God, not a divine being, but a prophet. And is in Christianity, Jesus is Lord, part of the Trinity. Those both cannot be true simultaneously, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So what you have are all these different religions. They can't all be true. They can all be false. At most, one of them can be true, which tells you that faith is not a reliable pathway to truth, correct?
Well, it just depends on the faith that you have, because like
Hold on,
you guys have your levels
Alex.
of this belief, right?
Alex, so is that a yes or no? Because here's the thing.
Okay, what was the question again?
All these, yeah, so you have all these different religions. At most, one of them can be right because they all contradict each other. At
Yes.
most, one of them can be right, which means believing in a religion based on faith at best is wildly what do you call it,
Well,
at best is wildly inaccurate. It could be 100% inaccurate, which
yes,
means
but that's
faith is not a reliable pathway to obtaining a truth about a deity, right?
not necessarily, because the way you're seeing it is there has to be one perfect God. The way I see it,
There doesn't have
or
to be
there
one.
has to
There doesn't have to be
there
one
has-
perfect
or
God.
one correct God.
There doesn't.
Right?
There could be many, but they make incompatible claims. So what
Okay.
Sean is saying is that when different faith traditions make incompatible claims, you know that they can't all be true. They could all be false, or most of them could be false. But in either case, you've got billions of people believing things by faith that are wrong. That demonstrates that faith is a terrible method for arriving at truth. But what I've picked up from you is you don't really care whether your beliefs are true or not. And to
No.
a certain extent, I accept that. And you know, that's kind of the end of the discussion. You've said that you're happy to apply an epistemic approach to your beliefs wherein you don't really care whether they're true or not, because if you did, you would realize that faith is a terrible way of doing it, and you would come up with a better way of doing it.
A better way of having faith.
No, a better way of
You don't need evidence of faith.
a better way of you would recognize that when you believe things without evidence, you make yourself vulnerable to believing false things. This is obviously true. And you appear to not be too bothered about whether the things you believe are false because they give you comfort. And I'm expressing some understanding for you there. And I'm sort of inclined to say, well, let's leave it there then. It sounds to me like you're prioritizing psychological comfort over your beliefs matching reality. I can accept you doing that if that's what's important to you. Not for me to tell you how you should live. I accept that.
Excellent. So you don't think, like your statement, atheism makes more sense? In my position, like after everything I've explained, wouldn't faith for God make more sense for me?
Well, I don't think
Because
that
of
your
what I've
position.
lived?
I personally don't think your position makes sense because I think it's very reckless to live a life where you don't care whether your beliefs are true or not. Even if they're emotionally pleasing, I just think it's a very bad habit to get into, to disconnect your mind from the normal process of reality testing that we do.
In my mind, my belief of that dream was enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
For my faith.
Well, then I will leave you to your comforting faith then, and I'm not inclined to get into the reasonableness of it with you because it sounds to me like that's not important to you. Being reasonable isn't important to you. It's not as important as your beliefs making you feel nice, and I'm not inclined to take that away from you. So, fair enough, Alex. I wish you well.
Well, thank you. I was just trying to make a point that I believe, like, too many people, they're in my same position. So faith for God would make more sense.
I think it's very, very reckless to disconnect your mind from reality in that way. But I grant you the prerogative to do it. So thanks for coming up.
Likewise, I understand where you guys are coming from.
All right. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
And you. Take care. All right. I understand it. If you've got bereavement in your background and you're mourning a father and stuff. I'm not going to go digging into that with him. All right, we are going to get David James in next. We're going to just have a quick check on the bingo. We had a couple of calls while Alex was up. Someone called Crash Out. That's ludicrous. Don't make frivolous claims on the bingo. It's a waste of time. Aleph Naught here called Without God, Life is Meaningless. Did he say that? Did he say that? He might have implied that for himself. He certainly seemed to be struggling with the idea of life having meaning for him without it. But I don't think he was making... Yeah, we'll allow it. Why not? Why not? Feeling generous. And Espresso Jack, great to see you. Circular argument. Ooh, bold move calling circular argument there. I'm not sure if he was making a circular argument. I think he was just saying, to me, what I heard him saying there was that it wasn't important to him whether his beliefs are really true or not. They just make him feel good. And that he wouldn't want to believe things that didn't make him feel good because it's too painful. And I think that's a really honest thing of him to have said. But I didn't hear a circular argument. I don't think he was sort of making an argument where the premises of the argument assume the thing that you're trying to prove. So I think we'll hold that one back, Jack. We are going to hear circular arguments tonight because not a night passes that we don't. So we'll call it again when we hear it. I'm confident that we will. Okay, a couple of super chats and we will get. Has he dropped down? He looks like he's dropped down. Oh, okay, he's dropped down. In that case, we will get in Halftown next. 2 super chats and we'll get Halftown in. T. Oh, thank you so much. That's extremely generous super chat, T. Thank you. Hey, Christians, let's try something new tonight. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Matthew 5:37. Don't dance around the yes and no questions. Do as your God tells you to do. Very, very good. We would love some theological straight answers, some yes and no's, direct replies to simple questions would be great. God is not going to be impressed with you if you can't give straight answers. Sean and I will always answer a direct question with a direct answer. We will never skirt around and try to not answer it and try to distract from it and try to move away from it. We will always give you a yes or a no. We may then clarify it, and that's absolutely fine. So if we ask a question, which is a yes, no, or an I don't know, just answer it. You should be able to answer it. And if you think it's a trap, that tells you something about the position you hold. And last super chat before we get Halftown in is from ZK. Thank you so much for this. Faith is a very general word. For any claim about faith, always ask first, faith in what? Yeah, I think that's right. And what exactly do you mean by faith? Because the two meanings are trust without evidence and trust with evidence. And they couldn't be further apart. And people get a little bit slippery and slidey between the two meanings sometimes. So we have to watch that one. Okay, we will get in Halftown right now and move things along. Hopefully TikTok will work. There we go. Hi, Halftown. There we go. Hi, Halftown.
Hi.
Hello.
You're echoing.
Okay.
Are we on Bluetooth in your car?
Yes, you are.
Are you driving right now?
I'm a passenger right now.
Okay, if you could come off speaker and just put the phone by your ear, that would be better.
No worries. I can do that. Just give me a minute. Yeah, no worries. Give me a second. All right. Is that better?
Yeah, I think it is. It's pretty weird. We sound like we're in some kind of strange 60s phantasmagoric thing. But yeah, it's not great, to be honest. No, this is undoable. So why don't you... We'll drop you down. You sort your audio out and come back in the queue again, because this is not workable.
Okay.
All right. There we go. All right. Lots of weird audio stuff happening tonight from people. But yeah, if you're going to request up, we're delighted to hear from you. Just be sensible with the audio setup. Understand that it's not going to work through speakers and Bluetooth generally has a 1 to 2 second delay. That doesn't work. All of these kinds of things. Just if you're on a phone, hit request, do that, and we'll all get along fine. Hopefully she calls back. Be interested to hear what she has to say. Okay, let's get Julian in next. Hopefully. There we go. Hi, Julian.
Hey, how's it going?
Very well indeed, thank you. Thanks for coming up. Atheism makes more sense. That's our claim. What's your view on that?
Sounds good. I'm a newer Christian, around the beginning of the year, so hopefully I'm able to do well. But I guess
freshly minted
for you, freshly minted, man, freshly out the cult. No, I'm kidding. I guess what's your view on? Well, how does it work? Do I bring up a point? I guess.
Sorry, say again.
I guess why do you not believe? Is it saying it's like evidence, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no
lack of evidence.
There's no evidence for any gods, not the Christian gods or not any other gods. And the more specific the claims get, the more apparent the lack of evidence is. So, like, if someone says, like, I believe in some sort of conscious, intelligent force that created the universe, like, okay, well, there's no reason to think that. But once you start becoming more specific in your claims, and not only do I believe that, but I actually believe that this conscious being that created the universe was personified in the form of a first century itinerant preacher in the Middle East. That's a very, very much more specific claim that would require a lot more evidence, and is, there's a heavy burden there to try and meet that claim. So,
That makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally makes sense. I guess my view on that is more so that this is probably the only thing in the universe per se that it needs a little bit of what I would call blind faith. Not a lot. I think there is some evidence. There's no concrete evidence. There's nothing that I can, personally show you. But I think it is one of those things. I guess what's your view on the fact that just so many people believe in a God, like at all, like I guess, for example, like the Abrahamic religions. What's your view on that? Just so many believe in some God.
My view is that the number of people who believe a claim has nothing at all to do with whether it's true or whether it's justified.
And why would that be? Why do you think?
Because it's literally a logical fallacy. It's called argumentum ad populum. Because
that makes sense.
Yeah. So the number of people who believe a thing does not at all move the needle toward that thing likely being true. Yeah. Now, if they believe a thing based on evidence, that evidence in and of itself is the thing that should be focused on, whether that evidence has sufficiency. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, and you basically acknowledged that, and this isn't. Yeah, and I don't want you to take this like we're trying to own you and you're trying to own us. Yeah, we're all cool here. We're not here to gotcha. Yeah. So, but what you sort of acknowledge there is like it takes some
blind
degree
faith.
of blind faith. Blind faith, and that you don't have good evidence. But my question,
I feel like I have good evidence for myself. But go ahead.
Oh, so you're saying like you have like personal revelation or testimony that is good evidence for you, but would not be good for other people. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. To be honest, I don't think I've had like a super huge revelation, like where I feel like God or Jesus has spoken to me specifically. I think just or maybe what I'm about to say next kind of contradicts that. I just feel like ever since I've gone down this path, I feel like I've seen some, better changes in myself and my life and in my relations. And
that doesn't surprise
I just think
me.
that there's, power.
But that's not evidence that the religion is true. That's evidence of the positive effects of joining a community, of finding fellowship, of finding acceptance in a community. All of those things are great. They've got absolutely zero to do with whether it's true. It could all be. That's how cults work, right? Cults work by dreaming up some bullshit and then offering something to someone that makes their life feel like it's better. Suddenly they've got fellowship, acceptance, community,
No, I totally agree.
brotherhood, right? So Christianity
Yes.
could be completely false and still deliver you all of those benefits. And in fact, that's exactly what my
Totally.
view is that
That's
it's
what you read. No, that makes sense.
completely false and capable of delivering benefits. And I personally know people whose lives have been massively improved from becoming Christians. Like I know
Yes.
people who've got off substance problems. I know people who've got away from backgrounds of crime.
But does not prove that it's actually there's actually a being. I get you.
Yeah,
I guess what is your view on like the universe itself and like its creation and stuff?
My view is that we have absolutely zero reason to think that the universe had a creation. There's nothing in the evidence now that would lead you to believe that there was a point where it didn't exist and therefore needed creating. We know that it changed changed form quite profoundly about 13.8 billion years ago, from very small and very hot and very dense to rapidly expanding. That's amazing. We don't understand exactly what it was that made that happen, and we may find out one day, or we may not find out one day. But to say that the best explanation for that, and to pretend that question's been answered, and that the answer is a magic space wizard who likes foreskins, is completely insane.
That's
and
crazy.
I want to give you a perspective.
It's a wild statement.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
I think. Can I say something on that point though?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, and maybe I'm drinking too much of the Kool-Aid, but I think we kind of believe in the same thing, where it's like the universe, that there's no that it needed to be created. I think, and you were technically talking about, or kind of sort of talking about the same thing, where God doesn't need a creator. I think that when we, and I'm not a scientist, right, but when we look at everything in terms of, or when we look at majority of things in terms of Earth and the universe and things like that, it seems like everything had some kind of starting point, and everything has some soon to come end date as well.
It depends what you mean by everything. So if I were to ask you what created God, you would start making the normal excuses we hear, which is like, right, he would be the outlier, right? But he's a special exception.
But so would the universe in your concept as well. So we're technically talking about the same thing.
Well, we're not talking about the same thing, because the difference is we know the universe exists,
right,
and there's zero evidence for God. So we're not talking about the same thing. What we are both doing is acknowledging that there might be, we might be, what we're doing, which is similar, is we may both be acknowledging that there may be some things that are just brute facts, that they're just necessarily true. Now, your brute fact that's necessarily true might be the magic foreskin-loving space wizard, and my brute fact that's necessarily true,
that's crazy,
potentially, is just the reality that we see around us.
Is there a reason you say that?
Well, it's true. Right? He absolutely
it's
loves.
Just weird
he loves.
I know, but
he loves.
I understand. I'm trying to come to you in like a very respectful way, and it doesn't seem like that being reciprocated. But
well, no, I'm respectful of. I'm respectful of. Here's how we do things here, right? I will always respect you. I absolutely respect you. You're a fellow human being. You are worthy of dignity and respect, and you will always have it from me, even if I think your ideas are unjustified. I don't think that ideas should be respected. I don't expect my ideas to be respected. I would like you to respect me, and you are. You're being really respectful, and I appreciate it. And you'll notice that I'm being very respectful to you. But I don't think that ideas should ever be considered immune from respect and even ridicule. I think that's how we test. That's how we test ideas. And by the way, I haven't said anything that is not biblical. I mean, right? But God absolutely loves foreskins. It's one of his favorite things. He can't get enough of them, and he's magic, and he's up in space. We're told that he's created everything, and he presumably didn't do this with his hands. He probably had to involve some sort of divine magic, and so I think it's a fairly accurate description. But I don't use this language to disrespect you. I use it deliberately to show how ridiculous these beliefs are. That we are in the 21st century, in the age of genomic sequencing and supercomputers and the Hubble Deep Space Field, and we're talking about burning bushes and stuff like that. It's silly. It's just silly. So I wanted to give you a perspective on your religion as a newly minted member that you may not have considered
fresh
before.
out the factory.
Yeah, fresh out.
Yeah, go ahead.
You may not have thought about this before, but there's a really, really dark side to Christianity, which is often not really explained, especially to people who are newly into the faith, which is the idea that the idea that everybody deserves punishment. Everybody's born in a sinful, broken way, deserving a punishment. First of all, that's a really horrible way to look at the human race. I don't think that people are born deserving of punishment. I think that we are imperfect. And that I think part of the wonderful thing about being a human is the fact that we can accept each other's imperfections. So to me, that's one of the wonderful things about being human. But Christianity doesn't accept our imperfections. It criminalizes them, and it gives them the death penalty. And it says that everybody is born...
what's the difference?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the difference between, I guess, what you're saying right now about, obviously God wanting people to be punished for the things that they do? I guess... what's the difference between that and for just like a simple example like law?
Well,
like what would be the difference?
Well, laws don't tell people that they are born deserving punishment. What laws do is they say we have a social contract. We've got an agreement for how we're all going to get on together, and we try to put in rules to protect people from harm. That's the purpose of laws, is to create the rules in a society so that you are protected from the harms that someone else might do. They are protected from the harms that you might do, and everyone's incentivized to kind of cooperate together. That isn't what God's laws do. God's laws are basically, well, because we're told that we're all born in a sinful state, and we're all bound for hell, right? We all deserve to go to hell. And that God offers us a special way out, of going to hell, right?
Do you understand like what he means by that? I guess.
Of course,
my point of view.
Yeah, of course I do.
The way I look at it is like, I mean, we've all done some kind of, and I saw this on your bingo as well. We've all done some kind of bad, right? I think he's just the person keeping track of it, just kind of like how law keeps track of our bad, whether we're speeding, whether we're
but Christian theology
stealing or whatever.
But Christian theology doesn't punish you for the things you do. It punishes you for having a sinful nature. You're born with a sinful nature, and you're born deserving to go to hell, which is a horrible way to look at human beings. And then what it does is it manipulates you by selling you the cure. It makes you sick. As Christopher Hitchens says, God creates you sick and commands you to be well. So he makes everyone have a sinful nature. He didn't have to do that, but he decides everyone has to have a sinful nature. And then he offers
you. Don't think it's free will?
No, it's not free will. He offers you a way out. And the way out is that you're allowed to have a relationship with Jesus, and having a relationship with Jesus gets you a kind of immunity from the punishment that he was lining up for you. But there's a problem here, and this is the bit that the church don't tell you. The problem is that having a relationship with Jesus requires you to believe in Jesus, and if you're not convinced that Jesus exists, you can't have the relationship. It's impossible. It would be like me saying, I'm going to give you immunity from this death penalty if you can run 100 meters in 9 seconds. If you can do it, then great. And if you can't, then it's off to the fire pits for you. And that's essentially what it does, because someone like Sean or me or many of our friends here, we're not able to have a relationship with Jesus because we don't think Jesus exists.
Okay. Like, you don't think he existed, not even as a person?
No, he may have existed as a historical figure, but that was 2,000 years ago, and his body rotted many centuries ago, and he doesn't exist. As far as I'm concerned, I have no reason to think that he does. I know that he was supposed to have been.
Do you believe that other people in history exist?
Yes, I'm not arguing the historicity of the person. I'm saying I don't believe that he currently exists now. I don't believe that a God exists. I don't believe that there's anyone there for me to have a relationship with, and yet your religion says that I deserve to be set on fire for that. That's the dark side. That's the bit that you may not have considered, is that there are good people all over the world good people who love their kids, who look after their parents, who work
people,
as
for sure.
care workers, aid workers, firemen, doctors, all of that, organ donors, and the Bible says they all deserve to be tortured in hell forever because they don't have a relationship with Jesus, and that's disgusting.
I mean, I guess we can probably have like a slightly different view of hell per se. I think I'm not sure if it's, and again, I'm kind of new, so maybe I'm talking out of my butt, but I think what's your answer on for example, something as simple as like the 500 witnesses that say that they saw him die, and then later they saw him.
The 500 witnesses were.
I mean, I can look it up.
You won't be able to look it up. You won't be able to find a single name because we don't know that there were 500 witnesses. Someone said there were 500 witnesses. It's hearsay. It's just a story.
Mm-hmm.
So that the idea that I could say to you, someone told me that there were 1,000 witnesses to someone flying down the street on a magic carpet. You wouldn't take that with any credence, and we shouldn't hear. This is. You have to understand the cultural context of this, right? These are extraordinary events that are supposedly happened in the Middle East at the start of the 1st century, wherein the sky darkened and the ground opened up and zombies came out of the ground and wandered into town, saying hello to everyone. Not a single historian wrote about any of this stuff. None of these events were noted down by any historians of the time. None of this stuff was written down. These stories were passed around by word of mouth for decades before anyone wrote something down. The first things that were written were the letters of Paul, and the first gospel the first gospel was Mark. That was written like 30 to 40 years after this stuff happened. And yet it contains like detailed descriptions of conversations that were had, and Jesus wandering in the garden and saying things and thinking things. Who documented that? There was no one else there. This is just myth making.
What's your view on the shroud?
It's an obvious 13th century forgery. It's undisputed that it is. It's a token for the gullible. That's all it is.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I think the last, I just sorry that I don't have as much knowledge as you do, but I think I guess what's the harm in it? I guess what's the harm in believing?
The harm is the thing. The harm is the thing I said.
I think it's more harmful to not.
No. The harm.
You wouldn't agree?
I'd like Sean to come in here. What's your view, Sean?
Like if it is true, for example.
What's the harm, Sean?
The harm in not believing or in believing? Oh, you said the harm in believing. So what you're basically doing there is Pascal's wager, which is to say, if you're wrong about Christianity and it's actually true, you're going to be, punished in the afterlife very severely. But if it turns out you believe and you're wrong, nothing happens. You just go into oblivion. So there's a number of problems with Pascal's wager, because what if the one true God is atheismo, and he is purposely hiding because he actually values rationality above all else. So he's purposely hiding so that he can punish the believers for being irrational and reward the non-believers. What would the proof be in
that one?
Well, I don't need proof. This is Pascal's wager. What would I would reverse it and say, what is your proof that the Christian God is actually real? Your argument was, what is the harm in doing it? So Pascal's wager can go both ways. But then second of all, belief isn't a choice. Even if there was utility value in believing in Christianity, and in some regards there is from a community standpoint, if you live in a Christian society, there is utility value there. I cannot just decide to believe Christianity is true any more than you can decide to believe Superman actually exists in reality. So what would be the harm in believing in Superman? There might not be, but you can't just make yourself do it. So that's a problem with that as well. And then also, which hell should I be afraid of? The Muslim hell, your hell, some other hell of some different religion? You're not afraid of any of the other hells, are you?
I'm not.
Right. So Pascal's wager is just not very good.
And there's an even bigger problem, which is you say, what's the harm? The harm is that you spend your life believing bullshit, and that the religion that you are a part of, right? It criminalizes and dehumanizes millions of good people. You know, Psalm 14 says the fool has said in his heart there is no God, and then it goes on to say they are corrupt. They have not done any good. Right? This is suggesting that all people that don't have the same theological opinions as you have not done any good. And this creates a culture of othering people and making some people feel the scars of this religion because they grew up being told that they're not worthy if they don't believe, that non-believers are bad and shameful and are falling away from what's good. And people carry the psychological scars of this through their lives. We've got many, many, many hundreds, in fact, thousands of people in our community who have been harmed by these ideas. Don't think that they're harmless. This is what I said to you about there's a dark side that you may not have considered. It's all very lovely when we're singing about Jesus and clapping hands and isn't it all lovely? There is a dark side here where people's lives are ruined by being told that they're not good enough, by being told that they deserve to be tortured forever because of the contents of their minds. It's a horrible, horrible doctrine. I don't disagree that for some people, being part of it gives them a win. I get it. I know people who are in that situation. You may be in that situation too. But I would urge you to just have a think about this. There are no reasons to think that any of this stuff is true. None. The evidence for this is non-existent. It's not even poor. There is zero. None. There's as much evidence for the tooth fairy as there is for the divinity of Jesus. The same. Don't let anyone tell you different. And then decide if you want to spend your whole life thinking that it's okay for people who don't have the same religious views as you to be tortured forever. Imagine when you're up in heaven, in your heaven mansion, doing whatever it is people in heaven do, and knowing that the God that you're praying to and singing songs to every day is busy torturing millions of people, billions of people, in fact, in the fires of hell, just because they were intellectually.
He wouldn't be torturing them, though.
Jesus says
they would just be separated from them.
Jesus is fairly clear that this idea that hell is just separation from God is a line you've been told as a spin. So Jesus says the Son of Man will send his angels and they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and evildoers, so that would be people like me, and will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Gnashing of teeth? Yeah.
Does that sound to you like just mere separation? That's torture, my friend. It's torture. So don't let them tell you different. Oh, it's just separation from God. No, it's eternal torture. That's what it says. That's what it says.
Sense.
Yep. So, at least know what you're buying. If you still want to buy into it, if you still want to dedicate your life to a cult that says that gay people should be killed, to a God that says that told men to kill children with swords, that innocent young girls should be taken as sex slaves or stoned to death. These are all things that Jesus did while he was wearing his Yahweh hat in the Old Testament.
Where are those at? I would love to read that. I'm not fully caught up.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you some specific examples now. I mean, the delightful ones are 1 Samuel 15:3, where God instructs the genocide of the Amalekite people, and specifically includes the killing of all the children, the infants.
What was the chapter? What was the book?
1 Samuel 15:3. Chapter 15, verse 3. That's the...
And infants. And the naughty animals too. Yeah.
And the animals too. Specifically tells them to do that. It's absolutely horrendous. And if you're in a mood for more, Leviticus 18:22 is the commandment that basically against men loving other men, and Leviticus 20:13 is detailed instructions on exactly how you're supposed to kill those people. I mean, it gets better.
I guess wouldn't you consider that? I understand where you come from. I agree with you. I think wouldn't that fall in line with kind of like how some laws are today? And I guess some laws are just different nowadays.
No. If there are
You
laws,
know,
if there
sorry
are
if I
laws,
misexplained that.
no. I mean, if there are laws today saying that we ought to kill gay people, then they're obviously bad laws, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming those laws exist somewhere in the world.
And we would repudiate them.
Right?
There are laws in Uganda.
Yeah, there would be bad.
There are laws in Uganda, and that's why there's a human rights outcry that certain nations still have these idiotic laws because we recognize that they're barbaric. So you just have to decide whether this is something you want to be part of. You know, because if it is, fine. If you approve of men killing children and slavery, God absolutely loves slavery. Men killing children, slavery, death penalty for being gay. If those are your values and you like them, then stay in Christianity. If something about these things troubles you, and there's a part of you that feels, I'm not happy with that, that doesn't reflect my actual values, then be prepared to think more broadly that maybe this is not the value system that you were looking for. And you have time. If you're only freshly into it, you don't have as much to lose as some people from getting out while you can. Because some people are so deep in it, they're going to lose their family if they do. In some places in the world, they may lose their life. They could lose their livelihood, their security, their social networks. I don't know what your personal circumstances are, but if you've only been a Christian for a few months, you still have time to get out of the cult without it doing you too much harm. But it's on you. You know, you have to decide what's important to you and what your moral compass tells you is right.
Sounds good. I'll read more into it.
Good for you. Come back and let us know how you're getting on.
Yes, sir.
All right, Julian.
Thank you.
All the best. Take care.
You as well, brother.
Thanks, man. Bye-bye. Okay, well, to give him credit, he listened with an open mind and he asked for verses to look at and said he was going to read into it. You can't ask for more than that. So I would say well done to him, and I really wish him well. I hope that he's able to make a change and find healthier values in his life. But I commend him for his respectful approach. So good for you, Julian. Okay, let's. We've got Halftown is back, so we'll try Halftown's audio in a moment and see if that's improved over how it was before. But we have had some calls while Julian was on the call. Espresso Jack called, "I used to be an atheist." Yep. There you go. Newly minted. And Jack also called performative laughing. Do you know what? I don't know if he was performative. I thought he was genuinely quite shocked by the fact that I said foreskin loving magic space wizard, which to me is just a technical description. I think the performative.
I agree with you on that.
The performative laughing is. I think he was a bit nervous at hearing me speak that way. The performative laughing is when someone's trying to be dominant. They go ha 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 ha. They try to do that to make it sound like you've said something silly that's worth laughing at. So I think we won't do performative laughing. I think that was legit for him. He was
genuine laughing.
He was an honest interlocutor, I think. And Greg was called crying about the meta. I don't think he was. I think he was really fine. Crying about the meta is complaining.
Here's devil's advocate on that. You guys are being disrespectful to my belief. Technically, I don't know. What do you think on that?
Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'll accept that. Yeah, fair enough. Normally I think that one is more like people complaining about how we're running the live and whether we're muting.
Yeah.
And whether, but it was outside.
I can see that's a reasonable call. I think.
It is a reasonable call, so we will allow it. There we go. We will allow it indeed. Excellent work on the bingo. We're gonna have 4 super chats and then we'll try Halftown again. Awesome stuff, everyone. Loving this. So, absurdist, atheist, thank you for the super chat. Theists cannot define their God in a coherent, falsifiable manner, let alone provide evidence for a God. Just found your channel. Love it. Well, thank you so much. Very, very happy to have you here. I love it when new people come into the lives who maybe have seen some videos and they turn up in the lives. It's my favorite. This is how we grow our community, people. It's the best. So you're very, very welcome here. Lovely to have you, and thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. And Sean Hansen, thank you for the super chat. How about you're lying to yourself on the bingo? That's an interesting one. Because when they do the Romans one line, what they're really essentially saying is you're lying to me. They're saying you're lying to me. But I suppose you're lying to yourself would be a kind of a variant of everybody really does believe in God. But an interesting one. I will consider that. I will consider put you're lying to yourself on the bingo. It's not one that we explicitly hear often, but what we hear more is you're just lying. You say you don't. You say you don't believe, but you do really. Is what we hear most often. And John O'Neill, thank you for the super chat. Humanism, beautiful, life-enhancing, offers insight, consolation, inspiration, and meaning. Everything to do with the best, most generous, most sympathetic understanding of human reality. A.C. Grayling. I absolutely love that quote, and I love A.C. Grayling, and I love A.C. Grayling's hair. All of those things, all true. An incredible thinker, incredible writer, fantastic man. I have not yet met him, but I would love to have a chance to meet A.C. Grayling one day. Bit of a hero. Absolutely superb. And thank you so much, John. Beautifully chosen. Beautiful. And last one for now, Aleph Naught here. Why admit I don't know? The unknown is scary. Yep, the unknown is scary for some people. Some people just can't tolerate it. I think it's all right to say we don't know. I think that's what grown-ups should learn to do and aspire to be able to do. Okay, we are going to bring in Halftown now, hopefully with better audio. Let's see, we'll find out. Halftown, are you there?
Yes, I am. Is this better?
Much better. Are you out of the car now?
My hair echo because I just moved into my new place. All right, so this is the thing that I struggle with. Every time I hear this type of argument is that in order to believe that there is a God, that you have to have proof. To me, lack of proof is to me a weak argument. I mean, here we are, we exist on this planet, but we don't have proof of how we got here. We don't know the proof of why we even exist here. We don't know. So we already are existing without proof. But then you can flip that and say, well, God, we don't have proof, so therefore he doesn't exist. But here humans exist without evidence.
Okay, well, a couple of things I would say about that. First of all, we don't demand proof. It's unreasonable to demand proof to warrant something. We just demand evidence. And that's fine. Like I don't have proof that my family love me. I can't prove it, but I could give you the evidence for it. And the evidence would be, look how they treat me and have done for years and years and years. This is strong evidence that they love me, and so I could make that case. So that's the first thing I would say is we're not demanding proof. But what you said was we don't have evidence of a God. But we don't have evidence, or we don't have proof of why we're here. The difference is that we know we are here, and nobody outside of a mental health facility would argue that because that we're not here. We know that we're here, and so it's not something that
we're here without evidence. We don't know.
We're here with evidence because we're here. The evidence is that we're here. We can see each other.
There's no evidence. Yeah, we can see each other physically. Yeah, but there's no evidence or proof of why we're here. No one can tell us why we're here. That's the thing we struggle with.
That's a different question.
Why are we here? Where do we come from? No one has evidence of that.
Yes, we exist. So the question is, how did life get here? Now, we do know how humans evolved from earlier species of primates, but let's set that aside. We don't know how life started. We know life is here. So do you know what we do? We just continue to say, we don't know how life started. We say we don't know until sufficient evidence for an explanation comes about. Yeah. So if that claim or that explanation is God did it, that's all fine, but you still have the burden of providing sufficient evidence to warrant believing God did it. If you can't do that, I'm going to stay in the I don't know column.
Right. So if that's fair to say, then it's also fair to say that we really don't know if God exists or not.
Correct. That is our position. We don't know if a God exists or not, and the time to start thinking that one does is when there's some evidence. So whilst I agree with you that
evidence is weak, because before DNA came along, we don't have any evidence to prove who done the crime. But when we caught up with technology in advance, we were able to then prove. It's just maybe not here yet. Maybe we don't have the tools yet. Maybe it's just not meant to happen. There's so many maybes.
But if that's the case, I would agree with you. If that's the case, then isn't the sensible position to take to say, maybe we will be able to detect a God in the future in the same way that we can now use DNA? Well, let's start believing in gods when that happens, shall we? And in the meantime, let's be rational and say, right now, there is precisely the same amount of evidence for a God as there is for the tooth fairy. And we should treat them both the same.
Yeah,
So,
but the tooth fairy we all know is not real because we created that.
We created gods too.
Lots of gods.
That's what we have a rich anthropology of cultures creating gods in exactly the same way that we created the tooth fairy. They're all just made up stories, and there's no more evidence for one than the other. And so we should treat them exactly the same. And if in the future we get very advanced technology that allows us to detect the tooth fairy, then we can change our view on it. And
there's lots of things we don't have evidence of that later on. Like even with scientists with the universe, there's things that they're discovering that they didn't discover, decades ago. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Lack of evidence is just, for me, a weak argument because we really don't know.
Yeah, but I think respectfully to you, I think you're a bit confused. So when you say lack of evidence is a weak argument, I think you're maybe for you. But no, that's fine. But I think you're misconstruing what our claim is. We're not making the claim God doesn't exist. That isn't what we're saying. We're not making that claim. If we were, then you could say the lack of evidence for God may not be a strong reason to say God doesn't exist. And we could talk about it. There are some people who think that the complete lack of evidence for God is strong evidence to say God doesn't exist. But we don't even need to worry about that because that's actually not the claim we're making. So atheism is not making the claim God doesn't exist. A lot of people think it is.
I have a theory on atheism. I just think sometimes they're just new souls. They just arrived. And I think
let's not go there. Let's not go there. Well, let's not go there. So at the moment, I just want to grant you something, right? Because there's a lot of misunderstanding about what we mean by words sometimes. And so some people hear the word atheist and they think that's somebody who is making the claim, I know that God doesn't exist. That isn't the claim we're making. We're making a much softer claim, which is just a bit close to your position actually, which is just we don't know, and because we don't know, we just withhold any belief. We don't have that belief in a God because we don't know. So in a sense, we agree, don't we?
Absolutely. I also feel we lost part of our history and evidence to prove lots of things. I'm sure that, might be exposed later on. And you're right. We don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
And if we can all be.
I do feel there is a higher power, especially in the line of work I do. I see a lot of things. I do feel there is a higher power. I do see how all cultures have a different belief of their God, but hence they believe in a God. Because I do feel that humans are struggling to find their purpose because we don't have any evidence of our purpose.
Well, I'm pretty clear on mine. I think that purpose is not the thing that gets handed down from on high, like marching orders or military orders or job description. I think that purpose is something you make for yourself, and you give your own life purpose by figuring out what it is that's meaningful for you and pursuing that. So I have a life full of purpose and meaning. I'm not waiting for a magic person to tell me what my purpose is.
Like I have purpose with my children and my grandkids and my family. I can understand that purpose. But if I was to sit alone at night and think, okay, where did I come from? I don't know. No one knows. And that's the thing that, I struggle with a lot, but I do believe in the higher power. Absolutely.
I hear you. I'm going to give you the last bit of advice is get more comfortable saying, I don't know. And just saying, I don't know is an okay place to be.
Absolutely.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem to not know. It's like, it's an okay place to be. And then we can say, for the deeper questions, we're working on it. and hopefully we make progress, because we've done pretty well so far. If you consider the stuff that we know now that we didn't know just a few hundred years ago, it's pretty amazing. So I will say, I'm glad you called us back with better audio. Thank you for doing that. It was nice talking to you.
Welcome.
All right.
You too. Thank you.
Keep well.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Okay, we are going to get Ignom in next. And just checking, we had a call on the bingo as well. Aren't I being good, staying on top of the bingo? I'm trying to be really diligent with this stuff and not let it get too far behind.
That's a good call.
Espresso Jack called, you can't prove God doesn't exist. Fair. Good call. Jack's on it. Jack's on it. By the way, Jack, I did get your video that you sent me. Looks really interesting. Thank you. I started watching a bit. I will watch some more. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Let's get in Ignom next and see what Ignom is saying.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. You?
Yeah, great. Thank you. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
I believe God is real and the earth is flat.
Okay, well, we won't be talking about flat Earth because that's moronic. It's too stupid to be spoken about here. I just don't allow conversations about that. For the same reason, I also don't allow conversations about whether babies come from human beings or whether they're delivered by storks. There are people who think they actually are delivered by storks. I don't talk about that here because it's too silly, and I don't talk about flat Earth because it's too stupid. So we can talk about why you think God is real.
Yeah, but like the Bible does suggest that the earth is flat.
Agreed. Why do you think God is real?
I don't believe that the earth came from like a little explosion. Like what?
Neither do I.
40 years. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know.
13,
I don't know anyone who thinks the Earth came from an explosion. I don't know what you're talking about. Why do we? Why should we? Why the Big Bang isn't an explosion and it didn't make the Earth? Why do you think that God is real?
Again, like matter cannot be created nor destroyed, so something more intelligent had to have created it.
Why? What is the evidence that matter was created at all?
The fact that matter exists.
What is the evidence that there was a point that it didn't?
If you go far enough back, like there will most likely be a time where there was no matter.
Evidence that, please.
Like Hawking's radiation or something.
The Big Bang happened.
Hawking's radiation or something is evidence for the expansion phase of the universe about 13.8 billion years ago. What's the evidence that there was a point that nothing existed, that there was no matter? I mean,
that's a good question.
There's a Nobel Prize waiting for you if you can demonstrate that.
Yeah. So, like...
Maybe we've run out of runway. Feels that way. All right, we will move on to the next call. Who knows? Poe's Law, my friends. Poe's Law. That's what I offer you. And if you don't know it, look it up. POE. Okay, let's get in halloumi cheese. I love halloumi cheese, also known as squeaky cheese. I like to barbecue it.
Never heard of it.
Oh, Sean, halloumi cheese is where it's at, man. Coldplay, love it.
Okay.
Hello. How are you?
Hi, halloumi. How are you?
Doing pretty great. Sorry, I'm just setting my guitar down.
Excellent.
I was waiting an hour and a half to come up here, and I was just playing some guitar while I was waiting. So, glad to finally be here.
We're very happy to have you, and I'm also a big fan of halloumi cheese. Sean hasn't sampled the delights yet, but I'm sure he will soon. It's the bomb, right?
Put your mans on. Gotta put them on.
I'll DoorDash some right now.
It's the best.
Very good.
Thank you for waiting. We appreciate your patience. In fact, we appreciate the patience of everyone who's waiting. If you're in the queue right now, stay there. We will get to you, I promise. What have you got for us?
Okay, so I want to talk about some things that you mentioned earlier in the previous discussions. One of which you were talking about how you feel like you want to believe in truth rather than things that will simply make you feel good.
Yeah.
And I'm curious as to why you feel obligated to seek truth.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So if you'll notice, I don't present it as axiomatic to be that way. Like my response to the caller earlier, who seemed to me to be fairly unfussed about whether his beliefs were true or not, was, do what works for you. I just think it's a bit reckless to live a life where you don't test your beliefs against reality. The reason for me is that I think to live a life well, you need to make good decisions. And to make good decisions, you need to be armed with the facts. And to be armed with the facts, you have to have a reliable method of thinking to get you to the facts. And so if you don't care whether your beliefs are true or not, you're much more likely to make bad decisions, poor strategies, to be taken advantage of, to end up with an understanding of the world which doesn't match how the world actually is. And I just think that's not a way that I want to live. And I think that collectively, if we all did that, we'd be in real trouble. We owe the lives we have to the fact that a sufficient number of people have committed themselves to understanding the nature of what's real. And those are the people on whose shoulders we stand, the people who have developed medicines, who've developed technology, who've developed agriculture, who've developed all the things that give us the lives that we have now, all came from people trying to figure out how stuff actually works and what's real. If they all had gone, doesn't really matter, life wouldn't be so good.
I have Bach right here on my wall because that dude sat in his room trying to figure out how to make music. So I resonate with everything that what you're saying right now. So one thing I want to talk about, though, is that you use the words good decisions and bad decisions.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could go a little bit more in depth as to what you mean by that.
Well, whatever your goals are, having an accurate picture of reality will better help you achieve that goal. So it doesn't matter what the goal is. In order to achieve it, you have to understand reality. And then if you don't understand reality, you're going to make decisions that will hinder your goals instead of help your goals potentially. Would you agree with that?
I agree that knowledge of nature helps us to better endeavor our goals. Yes. However,
exactly.
One thing that I want to highlight throughout that is basically we should follow our goals. That's basically what you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly.
No. So it depends. In my opinion, if you have harmful goals, I don't want you to follow your goals. But for me, every person wants to follow their own goals. I want to follow my goals. So if I have an accurate picture of reality, because you're asking me why I want an accurate picture of reality. In order to achieve my goals, I have to have an accurate picture of reality. It's the same for everybody.
And yet, not everyone should achieve their goals because some goals are harmful, right?
Yeah. So if you want to digress into like the moral argument, you could have led with that, but yeah, but yes, some, in my opinion, not in my opinion, some goals are harmful, and I hope those people who have harmful goals don't achieve them.
So what do you mean by harmful?
Harmful meaning harmful to the world. Go ahead, John.
Hurting others. But you could even say, let's say you're a Bond villain, and your goal is world domination and hurting lots of people, right? That's your goal, and you're a bad guy. You've got bad goals. It would still be to your advantage to achieve those goals if you know what's actually true about the world. If you would be more likely to achieve those nefarious goals if your beliefs are based on what's true. I mean, it seems like we're arguing over something fairly obvious. Like you're asking, why should we care what's true? Do you not have a sense rather of how much worse your life would be for you if you genuinely lived it not caring what's true? You'd step out into the road not caring if it was true that the road is clear, right? You would eat food not caring whether it was safe. You would not care whether all sorts of things that you rely on now to keep you safe. The fact that you've survived this long in life is only because you've been able to take enough care to do so based on accurate understandings of the world around you. Otherwise, it's just a massive amount of luck that you've survived this long. And if you were to tell me that you live your life in a way where you don't really care what's true, I would say enjoy the amount you have left, because there's not likely to be that much of it, because it's a significant survival advantage if you do care what's true.
Absolutely. And I agree with everything that you're saying. And what I wanted to highlight, though, was how you said that harm means hurting other people. And we shouldn't harm other people because it hurts them. So why shouldn't we hurt people?
So it sounds to me like the conversation is now just
moral
tracking towards a moral argument, which Sean called out a few minutes ago. Essentially, there is no ultimate intrinsic reason, right? Why? Unless you have a goal, and your goal is that you personally don't like to see harm in others. And the fact that most human beings do have that goal, most human beings have an aversion to seeing harm in others for a couple of reasons. First of all, we have mirror neurons, and when we see other human beings experiencing pain, we kind of experience it a bit ourselves. That's how our brains work. It's adaptive. We know that this happens. On a societal level, we have strong instincts to make groups that work. And we know that if we don't make groups that work, again, a bit like not reality testing, our own survival is going to be put at risk. And so if you are completely indifferent to the suffering of others, you're going to find it harder to survive in a collective where that's demanded of you, right? It's that we human cultures are and societies are based on reciprocation. Like, I won't kill you, you don't kill me. I won't eat your kids, you don't eat my kids. I'll watch the outside of the cave while you sleep. You can watch it while I sleep. We all have a social contract, and it works. If you're completely indifferent to the suffering of others, your own survival is going to be impacted too. So there are strong reasons why we should care about the suffering of others from a purely pragmatic point of view. I'm not appealing to some kind of transcendental perfect notion of morality that exists in some way. I don't think such a thing does exist.
Right. And I think that only pushes the question back further, because if you say that we shouldn't harm people so that we should survive, that still begs the question as to why we should survive at all.
Yeah, but but essentially what I'm saying is there isn't an answer to that question. You're asking a question and assuming an entitlement to an answer. I don't think that ultimately there is a why. I don't think that that ultimately we should do anything. We pursue actions which are likely to bring about the goals that we are inclined towards. That's it. That's the answer. There is nothing more.
And that remains the case even if a God exists, because if a God exists, you have to subjectively care about what that God's rules are. So, for example, let's say there is an ultimate creator, all-powerful creator of the universe, and that God says torturing babies is moral. I'm not going to consider that moral because I think God said so is an arbitrary thing. But to me, the well-being of babies and other thinking creatures is not arbitrary. So it's still a subjective value judgment whether you value rules given by a deity or you don't value them. I happen to not value them. If Yahweh, Thor, Shiva, it doesn't matter which God, I don't care what deity it is, I'm going to care about the well-being of others. I'm not going to care about being told what to do by that deity. So for divine command theorists, they also have subjective morality. They subjectively care about being told what to do and deferring to the subjective moral assessments of whatever deity they believe exists.
Okay, so I don't think that commandments by God are merely because he thinks so. I think that what we should do is dictated on the nature of God rather than the opinions of God, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if it's in God's nature to torture babies, would you consider torturing babies to be moral?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's disgusting. And you subjectively care more about following God's nature than you care about the well-being of babies, and that's your values. So my values, I care about the well-being of babies more than I care about the nature of whatever deity happens to exist, if a deity exists.
I would also argue that with such a framework, you don't actually have morals. What you're describing are not morals. You don't have them anymore. You've outsourced the morals to someone else to worry about and replaced them simply with obedience. And you pretend you have morals, or you describe them as morals, but they're not morals. There's nothing moral about saying anything that my boss wants to do, I like, no matter what. It's the Nuremberg defense. It's what the Nazis said in their trials. I was just following orders. That's what you do. That isn't morals. It's a moral vacuum, and you fill the moral vacuum with obsequious obedience. That's it. I don't find that aspirational, and I would offer you, the suggestion to have a think about whether you want that for yourself. It doesn't make a great human being to completely surrender your ethical intuitions at the door. You're a smart guy. You've got bark on the wall. You should know better. Think about it. You can do better than that.
Well, so far I've heard a lot of assertions like that belief is disgusting and that you ought to do better. And I'm curious, why do you believe that it's disgusting? That if God's nature was to murder babies, that I would have to believe in that?
Yeah, it's disgusting because you don't have any. You're showing. You're showing that you're surrendering your compassion for fellow human beings, and you're calling it good, but it isn't good. Sean asked
why should we be compassionate for other human beings?
Sean didn't just ask you if you do it. He asked you if it was good. If he asked you if God said it was good to torture babies, would it be good? And you said yes, right? You don't know what good means anymore at this point. You're not using the word as a description for something. You're just using it for a label you arbitrarily put on the actions of another because you're obedient, because you're basically become a mental slave. And you've brought this round to, well, why should we be good? I've already explained this to you. In a universal sense, there is no should about it, but we're entitled to react to your complete lack of compassion and your complete lack of care and concern for other human beings because it's offensive. I find it offensive if somebody says they don't care about the well-being of other people. That's offensive to me. You're perfectly entitled to hold that view. I'm not claiming that my view is better than yours in any metaphysical sense or in any, even in an intrinsic sense. I just think that it makes you a horrible person. That's my view. You're entitled to disagree. I'm sure your mother thinks you're charming, but I think it's disgusting.
If you'll notice throughout the course of this discussion, I've been asking the same form of a particular question in different content. And that is, why should we do anything at all? And so far, your response has been no reason.
No, the response wasn't no reason. The response was it depends on what your goal is. And if your goal is, I don't care what happens to anyone, if that is genuinely your goal, then there is no should. Then you should rape, kill, murder, do whatever you want. That's the should that follows from your goal. If your goal if your goal is obsequiously follow the Christian God, if your goal is I'm going to just follow the Christian God, then you should support slavery. You should support child murder. You should support women being answerable to men. You should support the death penalty for gay people. You should support innocent people being stoned to death. These are all the things you should support if you're going to base all your values on the Christian God. I don't believe in those things. I don't base my values on the Christian God. I haven't made myself a mental slave. I am motivated by something more than obsequious obedience, which is a genuine concern for others. That's my concern. You have just aptly demonstrated that you have no such concern, and instead, all you want to be is a God slave. Fine. At least we all know who you are and what you're about.
Okay, I wasn't tracking much of what you said there because it was kind of long-winded, but I want to highlight something that you said earlier. Which
Everyone else, by the way, everyone else tracked it
because
just fine. By the way,
We just have
I'm not
different
sure.
subjective moral principles, yourself included. The difference is
I remember.
yours can lead you to becoming ISIS. Mine cannot. You cannot be. We're humanists. We care about our values are the well-being of others. Your values are being told what to do. So if God told you to commit atrocities just like ISIS, you would do it, right?
Okay, I remembered what I wanted to ask now. So
Is that
earlier
a
in
yes or no to my question?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if God told you to commit atrocities, ISIS type of atrocities, would you do it?
Well, if God told me to do them, they wouldn't be atrocities.
Okay. So that's a yes, right?
that's a yes. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
A yes to
so
what?
yeah, and so there's no paradigm under humanism, and I'm a humanist, where I would commit ISIS types of atrocities, irrespective of what you
Why?
decide to label them. What's that? Because
Why?
I value the well-being of others in the same way you devalue being told what to do by a deity. So we both subjectively
Why do
value.
you value others?
Oh, because I have mirror neurons on my brain that cause me to cause empathy. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity?
Oh, so it's subjective then.
Yes, exactly. Why do you value being
okay.
told what to do?
Well,
why do you value?
Again, that's why I cannot. That's why I'm not an atheist.
The question's not going away. The question's not going away. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity to the point to where you would actually like light people on fire, cut them in half, do whatever? Why do you value being told what to do by a deity that much that you would do those things to human beings?
What I'm about to say is going to answer your question. But I wanted to highlight something that John said earlier, which is that I'm using the word good subjectively. I don't have an object for the word good. Well, as I described earlier,
question's going to return.
That wasn't what I said. Actually, that actually wasn't what I said. So you can answer Sean's question, and then I will elaborate on what I said because you are misframing it.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you value being told what to do by a deity so much that you're willing to do awful things? What do you mean by awful? I mean violent, grotesque things.
That's the whole point. Because I can't answer your question if you don't elaborate what awful is. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So if a God told you to cut a person in half, would you do it? Yes or no?
Depends if it's awful. What is awful?
If a God told you to cut a person in half and didn't tell you why, just told you to do it, would you do it? Yes or no?
It depends.
I didn't use the word off. I didn't use what does it depend on?
It depends if it's awful or not.
No,
Which
hang
again,
on a second.
what is awful?
Hang on a second. No. I can't let you do this. Now you're shifting and changing. Earlier you said that you ground morality in God, and anything God says is good because he's the definition of good. So you don't get to now say it depends if it's awful. That's bollocks. I'm not having you do that. That's a complete change of position. So are you being sincere? Because you're either changing
being sincere.
Well then
He's
explain
posing a hypothetical
then
question.
Then explain how you've changed your position so dramatically from I would do anything God says because it's good to it depends if it's awful.
Explain how I've changed my position.
Because earlier on you said, when Sean said, if God told you to do something,
exactly.
would it be good?
You
said yes. And now when he said, if God told you to do something, you said it would depend if it was awful.
I didn't say no.
You said
you're being evasive. You're lying.
Hang on a second. You've revealed yourself to be extremely shifty here. So I was going to give you credit before for at least being consistent in how horrible your position is. But you're now adopting a horrible position and also not being consistent, which means that your position is both horrible and inconsistent. It's a
how
massive...
have I been inconsistent?
Because earlier on, you defined good as being anything God says, and now when Sean asked you,
Not what I said at all.
It was.
I'm sorry, God's nature. If it's in God's nature to tell you to cut a person in half, if it's in God's nature to tell you to cut a person in half, in fact, he wouldn't tell you that unless it was in his nature. So that's still an entailment of my original question. Yeah. So God tells you cut a person in half. He wouldn't do that if it wasn't his nature. You said whatever's in his nature is good, so it wouldn't by definition be awful. So if God's nature is, and he ordered you to cut a person in half, would you do it? Yes or no?
If it was God's nature, yes, but it isn't.
Okay.
All right. So now I think now that we've been dancing little ballet pirouettes around
and I just want to clarify, John, I'm not trying to be like cocky or facetious in any way. This is my personality. I'm just goofy. I'm not trying to be like an asshole or anything.
That's fine.
I know I may come off that way, but
well, you do slightly, and also you come off as having a really, really horrible ethical sense, and we're going to demonstrate it right now. So first of all, I want to just clarify the thing you said earlier was that I was not saying that your use of the word good was subjective. That's a total misunderstanding of my position.
Maybe you're right. Mm-hmm.
I think everybody's use of the word good is subjective. That's literally what good means. It's a subjective thing. It's a subjective opinion. You can't hammer it down unless you've got a standard that you're measuring it by, and the adoption of that standard is always going to be subjective. So good is always subjective. What I was saying is that when I use the word good, I'm using it as a descriptive term, which means that I understand what the word good means as an adjective. I can apply it in lots of different contexts. And then if you ask me, do I think God is good? I look at God and I say, do God's qualities match up with the definition of good that I use in every other context? And if it does, I say yes. And if it doesn't, I say no. That's how we use language. That's how we use good as a descriptor. What you do is you don't use it as a descriptor when you talk about God. You use it as a label. And the label removes all the actual semantic content from the word good, meaning kind, charitable, sensitive, all the things that you might put in the word cloud around good, right? All of those things are removed. And instead, you just use the word good as a label. And that's how you're able to label God as good, despite the fact that the Bible God commands so many horrific things. So now we're going to demonstrate that in front of our audience. So was it good when God said that gay people should be killed?
Where did God say gay people should be killed?
In the book of Leviticus.
Show me.
Sure, I'll show you right now. It's quite well known. It's Leviticus 20:13. I'll put it on the screen. You can see it right here.
And I'll pull out my good old OSB here in a second.
Sure. I'll just read it to you. It's pretty straightforward. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, they shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. So this is the death penalty for men loving other men. So was God good when he suggested this?
Wait, who is speaking there?
This is God delivering the law through Moses onto the Israelite people. This is God's law delivered to Israel through Moses.
That's Moses speaking?
Yes, peppered
on behalf of God.
Moses speaking.
Peppered. No. This is a stupid argument. This is peppered liberally with "So saith the Lord," and the Lord is your God. And if your argument is that all of these laws were delivered by Moses, but against God's will, then you're going to be cooked even worse than you're being cooked already. Because I'm going to show you that that's not the case. Is that your position?
Sir, I'm not. Like, you can prove me wrong all you want. I really don't care. But at the end of the day, you can't prove that that's God speaking right there. It's Moses writing that.
Right.
You know?
Okay. So your position, your response to this verse is that Moses was freelancing and going against God's will. That's your position?
I'm sorry. Repeat that. I couldn't hear.
Is your position seems to be that Moses is freelancing and going against God's will in delivering that law. Is that your position?
Not at all.
But you said it's not God's law, it's not God's words, it's Moses.
Never said that either. Never
you
said it wasn't God's
that.
words.
Look, stop being
this guy's being slippery. Jesus.
Yeah, stop being slippery. You are. I showed you you're not being logical.
It was not God's words. I only said that it was Moses' words. That's completely logical. I don't understand why you're God's words yes or no? As someone being facetious here.
No, you are because it's taken as understood It's taken as understood that Moses is God's spokesman on earth. Now, if you debate that, if you don't think he was, but you still believe in the Bible God, then that implies that you think that Moses was acting without God's permission in delivering these commandments. Is that your position or not?
It's not my position that that Moses was acting without God's permission. That is not my position.
Okay, so Moses said these things to the Israelites. He said that they came from God. Did God realize that Moses was saying this?
Okay, which things? The 10 Commandments? This is why I'm going to Leviticus right now, because you have to read the whole.
You don't have to read the whole book of Leviticus. You don't have to read the whole book of Leviticus.
Just the chapter.
This is. Have you even opened a Bible before? The Levitical laws were delivered from God to Israel by Moses. Perhaps you need to go and do some Bible study and call us back once you've got a grasp of the basics. This is not difficult.
I don't understand where.
Have you heard the term Mosaic laws? The law that John read from Moses, that was Moses acting as a messenger from God and accurately delivering God's message, right? Or if you don't know, okay. Have you heard of the Mosaic Law? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
The Mosaic Law, or the Law of Moses, refers to the foundational legal and religious commands given by God to the ancient Israelites through Moses. So Moses gives all kinds of different laws. There's 613 of them throughout the Old Testament. They are founded. It is standard, uncontroversial Christian doctrine that these laws came from God.
Yeah, we're not going to sit here while you read the Bible. This is very straightforward, right? There were absolutely horrific things.
Chapter 20, verse 1. It says, "Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying." So yes, it was the Lord speaking. That's all I wanted to see.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you now. Okay, do you think that God was right and good to command the death penalty for being gay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So again, this is the part of the conversation where we demonstrate what a horrible person your ethics make you, because we're going to show all the things that you approve of. So you approve of the death penalty for gay people. Okay. Another thing that God said was that men in battle are entitled to seize women that they like the look of and take them back to their house and trap them in their house for 4 weeks, or keep them in their house for 4 weeks, and then force them to have sex. So, do you think that is a good law?
I think that's an assertion that you're making, that it's disgusting.
It is an assertion I'm making. You're absolutely correct. Well done.
Okay.
So
next.
Disgusting
to you?
So this is just a demonstration. This is just a part of the conversation where we demonstrate all the delightful things that you like. As a result of your inability to have a moral sense. So, in Deuteronomy 21, God gives male Israelites the right to force the female captors of war back to their house, give them 4 weeks to mourn their families, who the men have probably just killed, because it's in their spoils of war, right? It's after having been victorious in battle. And then the men get to have sex with them. Is that right also? That's another commandment delivered from God to Israel via Moses. Is that another thing that you think is good?
For the sake of argument, sure, why not?
Sure.
Yes.
And then the final one I'm going to give you, just so that we nail the coffin firmly shut, never to be opened again, is everybody's favorite. You must have read Numbers 31, right?
Oh, wait, actually, no, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, Numbers 31 is an absolute doozy. So basically, God, through Moses, commands the Israelites to go and commit a genocide on the Midianite people. And they do this, but Moses finds out that they didn't quite finish the job, that they left a few of the women and children alive. And Moses is very angry about this, so he sends them back to finish the genocide properly and kill all the remaining males. The young children, the boys, must all be put to the death. But the women and girls must be sorted into virgins and not virgins. Anyone who was not a virgin is to be killed, and all the virgins get given to the soldiers to keep for themselves. And presumably you also think that soldiers raping young girls in the wake of war, of a massacre, is also good, correct?
Well, I think you're going to find my answer pretty disgusting, but yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that is as conclusive a demonstration as we would ever dream of of where your moral sense gets you. These objective morals that you were so busily appealing to earlier in the conversation make you a rape apologist, a genocide apologist, a paedophilia apologist, and somebody who wants to kill gay people. Fantastic. I can't think of a better demonstration. So I will thank you so much for calling us up to demonstrate this. And, feel free to call back again. Thank you so much. That's fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Halloumi cheese. Perfect. I mean, I get accused sometimes of paying people to call the show. I swear on my child's life, that is something I would never, ever, ever do, because I have such a rich choice of real monsters, people like that who call in for real. He was for real, people. That's what this cult does to people. That's what this type of thinking does to people. He came in making a philosophical moral argument and ended up defending the rape of children. I rest my case. That's it. I rest my case. Wow. Who needs a shower? I need a shower. That was...
And as I always say, one perceived revelation away from being ISIS. Literally. This is what religion does to people.
And people wonder why we do this. But I feel genuinely grateful to him for demonstrating it so beautifully. Okay, let's get Bitter Truth in next. I know that Ray Sams is back in, who was in earlier with terrible audio. So we'll try you after the next call, Ray. Hopefully your audio is better now, because I appreciate that you've been trying to get in, and we wouldn't want to keep you. Sorry, go on, Sean.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. You used a word that I had to look up. Obsequious, or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, so
was that all right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, we will get Bitter Truth in. We just have a very, very quick check on the bingo. What have we got going on here? What did Halloumi give us during the bingo? Espresso Jack called Philbro Babble. Yeah, I'm going to kind of give him that. I'm going to give Philbro Babble because he wasn't aggressive, but he thought he was a lot cleverer than he was, as was beautifully demonstrated by where that call went. And Harold called Words Don't Mean Words. I think we're having that too. Espresso Jack called Read It in Context for sure. I can't believe he didn't know what the Levitical laws were. Don't get on a live stream to debate religion and not know that. That's ridiculous. And Yowie Gaming called Words Don't Mean Words, but that was just a fraction late. So there we go with the bingo up to date. And we will read 4 super chats and then get Bitter Truth in. I'm wondering, I know that there would have been some super chats going on about halloumi cheese. In fact, I suspect there are quite a few. So I'll just read a few super chats. Bitter Truth, if you can just stay where you are for a moment. I promise we'll get you in a moment. I don't like to let these get too behind. So Aleels, great to see you. Having a bad time at the moment, but good to see you. I'm sorry you're having a bad time, Aleels. We're sending you lots of love and hope you're okay. And good to have you here with us. And always come and be in the community here with us if it helps. Good to see you too. And Absurdist Ichthyist again said, me having dreams that come true doesn't mean God. This was back when Alex was on. What a ludicrous and asinine argument that was. Whilst Julian was on, then as he often does, Gordon kindly donated 5 memberships. That's super kind, Gordon. You're always so kind with those, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Really, really, really kind. Buzz is in the house. Having a shit day. I'm sorry, Buzz, but thankfully it's the fucking Sean and John show. Hell yeah! To quote another member, John Fano. I still need to clip that. I'm terribly bad that I haven't. I definitely will.
Do you know where it is still?
Oh, I'll find it. I'll find it. Yeah, I'll find it by looking through the timestamps of the lives and find reckless religion, and we'll get that stuff clipped. I know. I need to.
I think she would awesome. Really appreciate it too. I think she would love that.
She would, and it needs to be done. I'm thinking about doing some sort of intro to the show as well. That'll play at the top of the show as well. I just need to get that all put together. But yes, amazing. Buzz, hope you're doing okay, friend. And Sammy and Pickle, thank you for the super chat. I told my religious mum that I suffer from religious trauma and I no longer believe in the Bible. Expecting a fight, she teared up and apologized to me for pushing it on me and causing trauma. Wow. That gets me right here. I feel for both you and your mother. I'm really pleased that you had the courage to tell her that, and I'm really pleased that she stood up, took some ownership of it, and now you guys can heal together, hopefully. That's a lovely thing to hear. Thank you for sharing that with us. And it just shows that some people are terrified to speak for fear of what will happen, and sometimes what will happen is really bad, and sometimes it's not as bad as you think. Okay, let's get Bitter Truth in. Hi, Bitter Truth. How are you?
Hey, come on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you. Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Good. Well, welcome up. You know what our prompt is. The floor is yours.
All right. So it says atheism is...
Atheism
makes more sense.
Makes more sense.
Okay, atheism makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so you claim that it makes more sense than believing in God?
Yes.
Okay, and what made you come to that conclusion?
Because there's no evidence for any God, and believing things without evidence is silly. So to avoid doing that, we don't.
Okay, so you said there's no evidence of a God. Okay, think about this. How ironic. We have exactly one sun. That's ironic. The nighttime, one moon. Is that a beautiful coincidence or an intelligent mind?
Do you know how many stars?
Hold on, wait. Now, if there was two moons and maybe one sun, I'll say maybe this was an accident. But to see one moon and see one sun and say there's no God, I would be a fool like the Bible says. I would be a fool, just like the scripture says. That says in the heart, there's no God.
I think he's serious. I think he's serious.
Yeah. So okay.
Yes,
so first of all, so what?
Declare His glory. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me respond. First of all, there are binary suns out there. There's I don't even know the number. An ludicrously large amount of stars in the universe. Many of them are single stars. Some solar systems have binary star systems, like what is seen in one of the Star Wars movies. Also, we could have one moon, two moons, or no moons. Life could still exist. That's not like a pertinent thing. So you're basically saying, in a universe that has a ludicrously, literally astronomical amount of stars and moons all throughout the entire universe, you're impressed because we live in one of the countless single star solar systems and we happen to have a moon. I don't get the significance here.
Okay, see, you have the evidence of creation right before your eyes, but you don't want to accept that God created this. So you think about other planets you haven't visited. You think about other binaries you have
what is the evidence of creation? If you just say there's a sun, there's a moon, we know how suns and moons form.
It's ironic we have one of each. What's the chance of one of each just being there by random chance?
Astronomical. The chances are very, very, very high. Do you think we're the only planet? Do you think we're the only planet in the universe with one moon?
I haven't been to other planets.
You don't have to go there. We have this thing called astronomy.
We have telescopes.
It's remarkable. They invented them quite a long time ago.
That's not CGI that NASA puts out. It's not CGI because NASA is known for using nothing but CGI images. They've admitted.
Oh dear. Is this honestly your argument? Is your argument is that the evidence for God is that we have one moon? Are you making this argument with a straight face? Are you still there? In fact, even maybe we've imploded into some sort of implosion of silliness. Are you still there, Bitter Truth, yeah? So I'm asking you, in all seriousness, are you making this argument with a straight face? Because this is one of the silliest arguments I've heard in a while.
How is it silly? How?
It's absolutely asinine that you would think the fact that our planet happens to have one moon is evidence of a God.
No, one sun, one moon, and one sun. Yeah.
One moon and one sun. We don't have one sun. We are a planet revolving around a sun. There are many other planets. There are trillions of planets. There are trillions of suns.
Why? You saw you focus on these other planets that you have no proof of, we haven't actually seen. But the Earth is evidence of God's creation. But you don't want to focus on that because.
But hang on a second. Hang on a second. No, hang on a second.
So you know
hang on a
let's,
second.
Let's escape Earth so we can deny God. Let's go to Pluto.
Relax. So your claim is that the earth is evidence of God's creation. What we're asking you is what justifies that claim.
Okay, what justifies that claim? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so atheists, again, they want me to believe that somehow, boom, a sun got blasted there. Wow, what a beautiful coincidence. For the reason you're not getting it. Nighttime, a moon there. Oh, wow, that beautiful moon. Let me see if I see another one.
Just the moon comes out during the day, right?
I mean, yeah, of course,
moon...
you can see sometimes during the day. But I mean, like, the glory is magnified in the night.
I'm still waiting for the evidence that would lead you to conclude that.
Yes, common sense. Common sense is the evidence.
Common sense is not evidence. Explicitly, what is the evidence that any of this was designed and made by your God? At the moment, you're just telling us what a big fan of it all you are. That's delightful. I love that you love the sun and the moon. That's lovely for you. What's the evidence that any of this stuff was made by a deity, please?
You're not accepting my, premise or the reason why I believe God created this. Again, it's just so ironic. It's just too great of a coincidence.
What is too great of a coincidence?
Okay, when the morning time comes around, right? Look up. Just look up at the sky and see that one glorious sun. Wait, 8 hours later, look to see that glorious moon.
Right. Again.
Right? Again. So
again,
I want to say,
we grant that we have a sun and we grant that we have a moon. What is your evidence for the last time that any of these things were created by a God? Because all you're saying is, I really like the sun. I really like the moon. That's lovely. I'm delighted for you. What's the evidence that any of these things were created by a God?
Sure. So intent. I see intent. So I see something. Someone said, okay, I'm going to place this sun here. Perfect. Intent.
What's your evidence that there was intent?
Sure. Here's what's the evidence. So I'm a human on earth, right? And if I walk into a room, I see a furnace room that have a table here, a table there. I'm not going to say a tornado blasted that scenery here or the setup, because I know that's not common sense.
Yes.
And so using my logic and common sense that God gave me, I'm looking at the sky and say,
we know that tables are made by people. What's your evidence?
No, I mean the furnishing. No, I mean the furnishing. Setup.
Yes, lovely. Yeah. Yes. What's your evidence that these objects in space that we know how they form via accretion disks around suns because of gravity? What's your evidence that they were fashioned lovingly by a God? It's getting very boring. If you don't answer it soon, we're going to move on. You just telling us how much you love it all is never going to be evidence.
What was suffice as evidence? God using a magnifier,
don't change the don't change the subject. I'm asking you what your evidence is that this stuff was designed. So far, all you've said is you love the fact that there's a sun and a moon.
Wait, but what would be evidence for you? The Bible, God says in the Bible, I did it. I see evidence. It sees evidence that, He did it based on the order of things.
So not going to answer the question.
What would be evidence for you?
So not going to answer the question then?
No, I gave you my evidence, but you're denying it. So what is evidence?
You haven't given evidence. You've just told us how much you love the sun and the moon.
No, see, I didn't say that. See, now you're being disingenuous. I stated.
Okay, what did you say? We might have missed it. So we're being genuine with you. So please clearly just state what your evidence is.
All right. So using my common sense that God gave me, and I think I have a IQ high enough to use that common sense and come to a conclusion. All right.
Please start using. Please start using it then.
Yeah. Say I'm gonna explain it again. All right, it's 9 a.m. I'm just in the park, and I decided to look up.
All right, Bitter, can I help you out here?
Yeah.
So if I claim Professor Plum committed the murder in the library with the candlestick, and I said, and someone said, "What's your evidence?" Say, hey, it's just common sense, and I just kind of use my high IQ to investigate this and that. I didn't give evidence. If I say there was a bloody candlestick next to his body, next to a gash on his head that meets the shape of the candlestick, and I thought Professor Plum's fingerprints were on the candlestick, and they got in an argument, and so there were witnesses who saw them arguing because Professor Plum had motive, etc. That's evidence. So, what is your actual evidence that a God created the universe?
Okay, wait. Serious question. What would be evidence to you guys? You guys never still answer that question. What would suffice as evidence? What is one thing that would suffice as evidence?
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. Here's the reality.
I'm curious.
Here's the reality.
Lord.
So some evidence.
What would suffice as evidence for you?
Right. Well, you're the one making you're the one making the claim. You shouldn't be worried about what would suffice for us as evidence. You should be able to say, here is the evidence that justifies my claim that everything around us was made by a magical sky wizard. You should be prepared to provide that evidence, and it should not be dependent on what we would accept. Once you provide the evidence, then we can tell you if we think that it meets an acceptable standard or not. But so far, you have provided none other than, I use my common sense, it's amazing, haven't you looked at the sky?
Okay, so here's more evidence that God made it. Okay, seeing that everything in the Bible is true, the Great Flood, the historical accounts, and then if God says I made this, how can I deny when everything else in the Bible is 100% factual? And I see
everything in the Bible is 100% factual.
Yes.
What about the mistakes and contradictions?
Zero.
What do you mean? How do you account for them?
Well, there's no contradictions. That's the thing.
There are.
Yeah.
Of course there are. Are you out of your mind?
Can you name me one?
Yeah. First Kings chapter 4, verse 26. Solomon also had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots. Is that true?
You say Second Kings.
First Kings. I'll put it on the screen if you want, so you don't have to go digging out anything. Shall I put it on the screen? Have a look. Here it is.
Sure.
Yeah, 1 Kings chapter 4, verse 26. Solomon also had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots. Is that true?
I mean, yes, if it's in the Bible.
How many stalls of horses for his chariots did he have?
Solomon had 40,000.
40,000, right. Well, in the parallel telling of the same incidents in 2 Chronicles, Solomon had 4,000. Is 4,000 the same as 40,000?
No.
No. So, which one is it then? Which verse is wrong?
Can I see the other one real quick? This is the first time I've actually seen this. So.
Sure. 40,000? 4,000. And guess what? You can't even say it was a scribal error and someone put an extra zero on, because this would have been written in Hebrew and these numbers would have been written down as words, not as numerals. So, do you agree with me that both of these claims cannot be true?
So let me see the other one more time, the first one.
It's not going to get easier looking at it again, you know.
Okay, so it says Solomon also had 40,000 stalls of horses.
Yeah. 40,000. 40,000. And in the parallel description in 2 Chronicles, which you will know of, obviously, is another account of the same events.
It says 4,000 stalls.
Yes, 4,000 stalls.
Right.
4,000 stalls and 40,000 stalls. You would agree with me that they can't both be right, wouldn't you?
I wish there's a way you could show them like side by side so I could read them like instead of going back and forth. Because that's how usually how
my friend, it's not going to get easier if I show them side by side. One verse says that he had 4,000 stalls, and one verse says that he had 40,000 stalls. You would agree that they can't both be true, correct?
I really can't say that because again, I would have to pull it up. Can I just pull it from on my computer and then read it more in depth? Maybe just five more minutes. I know other people.
Do you really want to spend 5 minutes trying to work out whether 4,000 and 40,000 are the same number? Do we really all have to endure that? Because I'm
here to help. I'm here to help you guys understand this book.
You're trying to.
I'm deeply grateful for your assistance in helping me understand the scripture that you haven't read. I'm very, very grateful for that. Let's look at another one that you may find easier. right? Let's look at something really, really important. Something really, really important, right? Who's the most important person in the Bible?
Who's the most important person in the Bible?
Yeah.
Well, Christ.
Christ, right?
Well,
Jesus. Jesus.
Yeah.
So you would think that statement about the family of Jesus would be pretty important, right? Let's look in the book of Matthew. We talk about Jesus's kind of stepdad, Jacob. Joseph, I beg your pardon. Joseph, we're speaking about Joseph's father. Have you seen this verse before? This is in the book of Matthew. We're talking about Jesus' step-grandfather. Because we all know that Joseph wasn't actually Jesus' father, was he? Because, Mary had a little affair with a ghost and all of that. So, Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. So have a look at this verse and tell us, if your reading comprehension is good, what the name of Joseph's father was.
Oh, I heard this before I read it. And Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, was called, it's kind of cut off, I think it's Messiah.
Yeah.
Called the Messiah. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the name of Joseph's father?
Jacob.
Jacob. Is this correct?
According to this, yes. And Jacob, the father.
Yeah. Right. So we can agree that Joseph's father is Jacob, because the Bible says so, must be correct. Let's look at the book of Luke. It says here, Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli. This verse says that Joseph's father wasn't Jacob, it was Heli. So, did Joseph have two fathers?
Possibly he could have been adopted in. I'll have to look in, more in depth into this, but more than likely he was grafted in either marriage or...
He wasn't adopted. He wasn't adopted. This is just a disagreement.
Not adopted, be like someone get married and, they become part of the family.
It wasn't his father-in-law. This says that he was the son of Heli. So is it possible for Joseph to be the son of Heli and also be the son of Jacob?
Yes, through marriage, through...
No.
What kind of marriage?
I've been married, but I still only have one father. It doesn't say the son-in-law. This is not the son-in-law. This is presenting a lineage. This is why it says the ancestors of Jesus. The ancestors of Jesus. Not the in-laws, the ancestors of Jesus. Joseph, the son of Heli, whose father wasn't Heli. Another contradiction. Want to see another one?
I don't believe that's a contradiction. Because I think you just have to look more into... All right, so, okay, Nate, show me all the contradictions, and I promise I'll come back tomorrow. And
what was the name of his father?
Huh?
What was the name of his father?
Who, Joseph?
Yeah, what was the name of Joseph's father?
Well, one says Jacob, and one says Heli. But there's a reason for that. I just have to read it.
The reason is that they contradict each other and they can't agree on the lineage. That's the reason.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Tell me all the contradictions, at least 3. Okay, I have 1 Kings. Which one should I study? And I promise tomorrow I'll come back and help you to understand this book, because this is why I'm here to help save.
Again, we don't need your help. You're not going to be able to resolve these contradictions because they cannot be resolved because they're contradictions.
No, okay. 1 Kings. What is it? And 2 Kings.
It was 1 Kings.
Chapter and verse.
1 Kings 4:26.
And what's the other one?
And the other one was 2 Chronicles, wasn't it? 2 Chronicles 9:25.
And the one with
you're going to go and find apologetics. Apologetics responses are going to be.
Study it. Through the wisdom of God.
You're going to study them through the wisdom of God. Delightful. Okay, so look, the Bible
what's the other way? What's the other one with Heli and Joseph? This just that one, and then I'll come back.
Yeah. So the other one was who was Joseph's father, right? So that was Matthew 1:16 and Luke 3:23.
Luke 3:23. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of problems. I can give you a really juicy one, and I'd love to know what you come back with on this one. Okay.
Sure.
So, in the book of Genesis, you have Abraham speaking to Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines. You can find that in Genesis 21:22. Goes on for a bit. They have a long discussion about all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so Genesis 21?
Yeah, 21, and then verses like 22 to 30 or something like that. You will find a conversation between Abraham and Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines.
Okay. And so what's the contradiction?
The problem with this is that these events would have taken place in about 2000 BC, and the Philistines didn't arrive along the coastline of Canaan until the end of the Bronze Age, about 1,000 years later. 800 to 1,000 years later. There weren't any Philistines in the area during the time that these accounts are set. The Bible authors didn't know this because they didn't have access to modern archaeological methods such as we have now. So they just assumed that the Philistines had always been around. And that's why their myth-making included Abraham having a conversation with the king of the Philistines. But there weren't any Philistines there at that time. They settled from the Aegean Sea along the coast of Canaan about 800 years after this.
Yeah, so the thing about BC and BCE dating, it deals with circle, which means around. So it could be off by a few hundred years to 1,000 years. So does it mean it's inaccurate?
It
could be off by many years. So
it doesn't. We know when these events were set. We know that.
Any dates BCE is never accurate. It's around. It could be anywhere. It could be a large margin.
It was several centuries later, 6 to 8 or 9 centuries after these events took place or supposedly were set, that the Philistines in fact arrived in that area. And so it's not possible for Abraham to have been having discussions with the king of the Philistines because the Philistines were not there at that time. So this is called an anachronism. It's not possible for this to have happened because we have a thing called history. And yes, it's true that dates in the far past are sometimes subject to a rounding error, or we can approximate them. But we can approximate. Not by thousands of years. Not by thousands of years. No.
Yes, hundreds. No. Yeah, hundreds.
No. So we know that the events around the time of Abraham would have been around 2000 or so BC, and we know that at that point in history there were no Philistines there. So that's a problem that you're going to have to resolve. You won't be able to resolve it. And these are all powerful evidences that the book that you claim is inerrant is in fact not inerrant, full of mistakes, contradictions, failed prophecies, anachronisms, broken promises, and garbage. I mean, it's a beautiful book, don't get me wrong. Wonderful piece of literature. It's just not serious.
Okay, so when I return to help you understand First Kings and the contradiction, the so-called contradictions,
I love the phrasing. Did someone train you to say "help you understand" to people who know the text better than you?
No, because I have talked with many atheists who thought certain things are contradictions, and I came back and helped them understand.
You helped them understand. I would be delighted if you could return here later and help us understand this book better. That would be delightful. Thank you.
Well, yeah, certainly. I'm here to save souls, but I'll definitely be back.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live.
No, we don't. We won't be live tomorrow. Our next live will be Saturday night. We'll be live on Saturday night. I'll be looking out for you, and we very much look forward to you coming back to help us understand. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Good stuff. All right.
Definitely.
All the best. Thank you for coming in. Oh dear, oh dear. No accounting. No accounting. Help you understand. Love it. I love it. There's
And he said it unironically too.
And 5 or 6 times as well. This is why I say it sounds like he's been coached to say it.
Yeah, that when you asked him that, I was like, "That's a good catch," because I suspect you're right on that.
Someone's told him this is what you do. You offer to help people understand, even if they know the stuff a lot better than you do. Amazing. Okay, we're going to read some super chats, and our next guest we will try to get Ray Psalms back in and see if the audio is any better than it was before. So Simeon Urchin, great to see you, said, "Is atheism equal to nihilism or some variation there of a bingo square? I feel like I've been hearing that argument. I have got life is meaningless without God. That's kind of similar, isn't it? On the bingo.
I would say it's 100% the same thing.
So we do kind of have that. And Bab said, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. That was while Halftown was in. And now we get to the good stuff. These are the super chats that came in while we were speaking to Halloumi Cheese. And I think we need to just do some of these because what a character. So Coffee Mom said, having an accurate worldview is required to determine what is good or bad. Blind faith intentionally ignores reality just to label bad things as good. That's exactly it. You completely nailed it. And that's why I said that people who do this are not using the word good as a descriptor. They're using it just as a label. It's meaningless. They strip it of its meaning and whack it on a god. Absolutely crazy business. Damien Youth, thank you for the super chat. Halloumi goes to the Bible for morals for the same reason you go to the shops for food. He doesn't have any, or he's running low. Oh. Spot on. What a waste of space. And lost in FRP. Halloumi, psychopathic, narcissistic body language is very interesting. Yeah, I thought the body language was kind of interesting too. It was an interesting call, that dynamic. He had more confidence than was warranted by his ability. Let's leave it at that. And Hayden Walton, thank you for the super chat. Philbro's subjective morals, boo. Take a page out of AJR language, truth and logic. Subjective morals, Philbros are just saying subjective morals, boo. That's all they're doing. They don't like it. They don't like it. They have them too. Base Deshira, great to see you. Break out the baby paste for Halloumi Cheese. Right, I think we did. I think we did. And I knew that when I gave him the absolute worst of it, he would go, yep. I just knew we could all see it. We all knew he did. I couldn't have scripted the last 5 minutes of that call any better with him just agreeing to the worst things without even frowning. He loved them. 2 more, and we'll get Ray Psalms in, and we've got Anonymous after that, and then the Jacer after that. Absurdist Atheist, Halloumi Cheese is a psychopath. I definitely think that anyone who can speak with such nonchalance about human suffering and be so completely blasé about genuine human suffering and not even acknowledge that there's a tension there. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with someone like that. Sean always says one perceived revelation or revealed revelation away from ISIS. Absolutely horrible. Cyberdyne Systems. With or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. But for good people to do evil takes religion. That's Steven Weinberg, one of my favorite quotes ever. Absolutely right. Okay, we'll come back to more. We've got a few more about cheese, and then we're on to some about bitter truth, but we'll take those later. Let's get Ray in and hope that the audio is now better than it was before. Let's see if it is. Hi, Ray.
Yeah, am I clear now?
I think so. Let's see how it works, because it was unlistenable before, but I think you sound a little bit better now. Not the best, but let's try it out. So, what would you like to say?
Yeah. All right. First of all, I just want to say, man, you guys messed up. I think, I just tell you, we need more people like you.
Ray, I'm going to say thank you, but it's still really hard to listen to.
Your audio is just choppy and staticky. We don't know why.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Ray. We would really...
You're not hearing me now?
It comes in and out, so we hear you clearly, and then when you start speaking, we get more noise than voice, and we can't really hear what you're saying.
Yeah. More noise. Oh, man. And I have so much things to say, yo. Because
Let's try once more. Would you like to try and engage with our prompt?
What's the prompt?
It's this one up here. Atheism makes more sense.
Oh. Okay. Okay, you hear me clearly now? Because I see that the thing is much better now. You hearing clearly now?
Yeah, that's better. Go for it.
All
what
right.
have you got?
All right. Good. All right. No, I just want to say you guys are the best, yo. I've been listening to y'all, and trust me, yo, you guys really open the minds, you know? I'm a Jamaican, so just bear with me.
I have to say, I very much appreciate your kind words, and now the audio is actually pretty good, but we are looking for a debate stream. So are you calling in to disagree with us or to tell us?
Yeah, I'm calling in to do that. Yes, I'm calling in to disagree.
Okay, great. All right, so then let's have at it. Why do you disagree with the claim that atheism makes more sense?
All right. Now, first of all, I just have to ask some question within this disagreement. All right. Now, first of all, you are seeing me, I'm seeing you. We both came from parents, all right? Our parents came from other parents. And evolution. We will bring up that, say, that like an evolution thing going on.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, you're living. Are you living in your body? Are you a soul in your body?
I don't believe in souls.
I don't think the concept of a soul is even coherent. We have no reason at all to think that there are souls. We are human beings. We are evolved primates. We're hominids with brains. Our brains operate in a certain way that leads us to observe and understand our surroundings, and we interact with it and with each other, and we have very sophisticated minds that allow us to think and experience and dream and long and love, but none of that gets you to a soul.
Okay. All right. Now watch this now. All right. Now there are things I'm going to agree with you with, and there are things I'm going to have this.
Ray, I'm so sorry. The audio's
it's gone bad again, eh?
Yeah, it's like pockets. Maybe it's okay now. Try again.
Yeah. Back to it. All right. Good. Now look at this now. All right. This is the part I agree with. When I was a child, I was told of a God outside of myself. All right. When I was a child, I was told of an energy outside of myself to worship, and so that's when I know that definitely there is. I was told that there is an energy outside of myself. Now,
Ray, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, friend. I'm gonna have to pull the plug because every other sentence you say is completely impossible to hear, and it's really bad. So again, I would say please try and get to a better signal or a better setup, and call us back on Saturday night if you can. Maybe you need to go somewhere else or something about where you are or the signal or something. I can't inflict this on the audience because you start talking, we're interested in what you're saying,
all right,
and then it just breaks up. So please call us back when you've got a better signal, and we'd be really happy to talk to you.
All right, okay.
Thanks, friend. Take it easy. All right, what a nice guy, but and he's tried so hard, he tried so diligently to come in tonight. He was in the call queue for ages, really wanted to come up, and I feel awful, but there's no point if we're only hearing 1 in every 3 words. It's not fair. It's not going to work. So sadly, we can't do that. Okay, let's get Anonymous in next. And then there is actually a call on the bingo as well, but we'll look at that afterwards. Hi, Anonymous.
Hello, friends. How are you doing?
We are very good, thank you. Welcome in. Our claim, as you know, atheism makes more sense. What's your view on this?
Yeah, actually, I'm agree with the sentences, but my concern is beyond what you posted here. Because when you think that atheism is bad,
This is another one with bad audio, I'm afraid. I don't know what it is tonight with people having bad audio. We can't really hear what you're saying.
actually, I think it's yours problem.
I don't
Because sometimes I also
I don't think it is my problem because we can hear Sean's audio absolutely fine. We can hear lots of other guests' audio absolutely fine. It's just occasionally the audio from guests doesn't work. It's likely to be an issue at your end, I'm afraid.
okay, but if you can hear me, I continue. Other than I will go down. No problem.
We'll try once more, but I have to say it's not great. So if you try and speak, and we'll see how we go.
I will speak in a very short because I'm agree with you. Maybe there are some friends that they will disagree with this article and they will come and argue with you. But beyond what you posted here, let's think a little bit. If also, I think the atheism is safer than religion, especially some religions. I, as an ex-Muslim, I don't want to put the Muslim word at the end of my I depend to the Muslim anymore. I call myself an atheist, but I was a Muslim
My
once.
friend, above my head here it says debate stream opposition only. So we are looking to have debates with people. That's what the audience are here to see. They haven't all come to hear people agree with us. So as much as I'm delighted that you do, I will say
I wanted to say that please don't put just the simple titles, because there are some unsafe religions that can change the safe America or North America to an unsafe place in the future. I have lots of the documents that they shows that some religions, especially Islam, it is very dangerous for the future of these countries.
we agree that some religions are very dangerous. Couldn't agree with you more. Thanks for coming up. We appreciate your perspective. Okay, people, I love you. As Justin always says, I love you, but it's a debate stream. So it's pretty clear. I don't know how easy it is to miss. Debate stream opposition only. There we go. We are going to get the Jacer in next. And then I meant to actually take the bingo call. Maybe we'll have to do that now. And hi, the Jacer. How are you?
Hello there. I'm doing fantabulous.
I'm very pleased to hear it. If you'll indulge me just a moment, I just need to have a quick look at the bingo, which I meant to do before. It won't be long. Yahoo Gaming called Circular Argument with Bitter Truth. Yes, that was a circular argument. He was going round and round and round and just justifying everything on the basis that he liked it. And that was all there was. So, yep, we will have that. Well done. Okay, now that's the housekeeping dispatched. Welcome in, and what would you like to say?
Well, I would first like to take a moment to understand the claim at the top of the screen, atheism makes more sense.
Yeah.
Do you think you could elaborate it a bit more for me so I could get a better comprehension of it?
Of course.
As to what you mean by atheism makes more sense.
Yeah, and please don't take offense by this, but may I ask your age?
I'm 19.
Okay, that's great. Just on the right side, because you sound youthful. I just wanted to check. Okay, so atheism makes more sense because theism is a claim that's making a very big claim. It's a huge claim to say that you think that this intelligent, magical being exists who's capable of wishing universes into existence is a huge claim. And a big claim like that would need to have a lot of evidence, or at least some compelling evidence, to support it. And we don't have any. There is zero evidence sufficient to warrant belief in a God. As far as I can see, I've been having these conversations for quite a while, and I've never seen any evidence. I've never been offered any. All I ever hear are fallacious arguments, appeals to personal experience, or appeals to the authority of various books but nothing has ever been presented that would warrant a belief in this huge claim. And so, given that we want our beliefs to track reality, it makes more sense to withhold belief in that particular set of claims or claim until some evidence is provided, and that's exactly what we do.
Right. So you said that Christianity is quite a big claim considering there's no evidence?
Yeah.
So what is to say that atheism also wouldn't be a big claim?
Atheism doesn't make any claims at all.
It?
No, atheism doesn't make any claims at all. It's simply the position of not having been persuaded by the claims that you're making or that someone else is making. I'm not saying there isn't a God. I'm not making a single claim. There is absolutely nothing entailed about the universe by me being an atheist. I'm just saying I'm not convinced a God exists. One may exist. I just I have no reason to think one does. And so I lack a belief at the moment that such a God exists. And that's why I am making no claims.
So it's neither a point of he isn't real or is real. It's more of the absence of the belief. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be fair to you, this is a very common misunderstanding of what the term means. Many people get confused about what we actually mean by atheism, and also its use has changed over the years. There was a point where the word more normally meant the belief that there's no God, but that isn't really what it means nowadays. And certainly, in terms of its normative usage nowadays, most people take it to mean that just simply withholding belief, like not being convinced that it's true, which is very different to being convinced that it's false.
Of course. So, I mean, I just came up here with a big misunderstanding on what atheism is. I would like to apologize.
You've learned something.
You don't have to apologize.
No apology. This is great. This is part of why we do this, is to enable people to gain more understanding. This is good stuff. I'm really, really pleased that you came up with a different understanding than the one you're going to leave with. That's a win for everyone, mainly for you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you educated me on this because I did not know this prior.
That's great. So you can go forward with this in mind, and it's really helpful for to be able to discern the difference between saying that you don't believe a claim is true and saying that you do believe a claim is false. They're different positions, and there's a weird illusion that takes place because a proposition can only be true or false. There's this weird illusion that happens where if you don't think it's true, you must think it's false. But that misses out on the possibility where you say, I don't believe it's true and I don't believe it's false. I'm just withholding belief right now. So you are still technically a non-believer. You are technically not a theist, but you're not asserting there are no gods. So I really hope that helps you to be, to have a greater understanding in your dealings with this as you go on. That's brilliant. Good for you.
Well, thank you. I would also like to congratulate you on being such a nice host today.
That's kind. Thanks for coming in. Nice to speak to you, friend.
You too.
All the best. Bye-bye. There you go. That's how you have a respectful conversation with someone who has a different set of views but is interested and curious. I think that's awesome. Good for them. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, we had another call on the bingo. That's fairly surprising. How do you account for logic? I don't think that we had that question there.
I don't think you made an argument for God, period.
Yeah, not at all. That was just a short, nice discussion. I love people like that. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think that if you can be curious about somebody else's position, I mean, look what a world of difference that is. To ask about somebody's position, ask questions, allow them to clarify, and then say thank you for educating me. That is modeling intellectual honesty, integrity, good behavior, respectfulness. Brilliant. Think what a world away that is from the Romans 1 BS of I'm telling you what you believe. It's like the other end of the spectrum, isn't it? Absolutely mad. Okay. Some people thought that was AI. I don't think so. Some people are saying that sounded like AI. I don't think so.
I thought it in the beginning, but then he convinced me he was real, like later. He just has the voice is very polished. but I later became convinced we were talking to a real person.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, let's get Fire Ministries in. That's FYA. Fire Ministries coming in right now. I always get excited when ministries, when individual people call themselves ministries. I love that. I'm going to call myself John Cohen Ministries. It's going to be good. John Cohen Non-Religious Enterprises Inc.
Aren't you supposed to be Nope John instead of Pope John?
Yeah, Nope John. Fire Ministries, welcome in. Hello. Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
My name is Francis Yawabuja.
Francis, well, we're very happy to talk to you, Francis.
Yawabuja, FYA.
Hence FYA. And what about ministries? Are you a number of ministries or just one?
A number of ministries. I sing, I preach, and a couple of staffs.
Excellent. Well, welcome in. We think atheism makes more sense, and we think all this God stuff's a bit of old nonsense. What do you think?
Well, I also think it doesn't make more sense. Not at all. Respectfully.
Sure.
I want to elaborate. But before, let me ask one thing. Has any book on this earth talked about day and night?
Yes, there are lots of books on astronomy that talk about day and night.
And I'm sure there's fiction books that talk about day and night. And
lots of stories.
Not a novel concept.
Yep. I used to have a book called Mickey in the Night Kitchen, which my parents used to read me. That took place at night. It was a lovely book, a children's story book. I recommend it. It's very nice. Maurice Sendak, in fact, wrote that. Yeah.
If I could be more specific, I am talking about day and night in respect to creation.
I don't know what creation. I don't know what creation means. What's creation?
Yes, creation. That is exactly where atheism comes in, not believing there's a deity.
Yeah, but
who created heaven and earth?
That's correct. We don't believe there's a deity. That's absolutely right. So when you say creation, we don't think that creation is a thing that exists. We think there's reality, but to call it creation is to assume that it's been created, which is to award yourself the argument you're trying to establish. So you don't get to do that. Yeah.
Come again?
Yeah. So if you call it creation, then you're already assuming that it's been created, but we don't grant that it has. So I don't use words like creation because I don't think that the world is created.
Okay. So what do you think the world came out of? How was the world into existence?
When you say the world, do you mean planet Earth or do you mean everything?
Exactly. Planet Earth and everything around it.
Well, planet Earth formed from an accretion disk around the sun, which formed as a result of gravity. And we understand how planets form because we can watch planets forming now, because it's happening elsewhere. And we've got telescopes that allow us to look into the sky and see these things happening. So we understand exactly how the planet formed, and we understand exactly how planets formed. This isn't a mystery anymore. There was a time when it was. That time has now finished. Not a mystery. But if you're asking, where did everything come from? That's a bigger question, and it has two answers. The first is there's no reason to think that everything came from anywhere, that everything probably has always existed, and things just change form. Matter and energy are equivalent. They can change. They can change form from one to the other, and it appears that they're not created or destroyed. They just change form. And so there's no reason to think that there was ever a time that things didn't exist. And therefore, we don't need an explanation for where things came from. But even if we granted that everything did come from somewhere, my answer would be, I don't know.
Okay. So specifically, you have your grounds, and me as a Christian also have my grounds. But I would be happy to explain. Everything comes from somewhere and someone. If I should elaborate, things we have around us from time memorial till now are attributed to a particular person. Aren't they? Don't they?
What's your evidence of that?
Okay. So when we talk about vehicles, for example,
Yes,
let me be
cars.
specific.
Cars are made, but we know
Yeah.
we have the evidence that cars are made. You're trying to say that the universe is analogous to a car. Explain the analogy, explain the evidence that the universe was created by a being. And please compare and contrast what a non-created universe would look like versus a created universe, because all we have to examine is the one universe that we have access to.
Okay. Sure. So I'm just contrasting, because if as a Christian I believe I was created by God, and I have other people who are also created by God, and they could also create things that helps or makes life easy. I believe surely there is a God who is and was a creator of this earth, and if I should also.
You said if you believe that you were created by a God, but okay, but what is the evidence that we were created by a God?
All right.
I know it's your as a Christian it's your belief, but like, what is the evidence for that?
What is the evidence that we were created by God?
This is why we say that atheism makes more sense, because we understand that you believe this stuff. We're just saying there's no evidence to support these beliefs. You're not going to be able to provide any.
Oh, I get you now. So you want the is it the evidence about the deity who is the creator, or the evidence about creation?
Whatever, anything that proves a deity, or doesn't even have to be proven, anything that is sufficient evidence to believe a deity exists, even if it's not with certainty. That's what we're looking for. And if your evidence involves what you perceive as creation, that's fine. If it's some other evidence, that's fine too. We just want evidence that any deity exists.
Okay. So I want to ask this question. Do you want a physical evidence or a spiritual evidence?
We don't. Spiritual evidence is nonsense, because we don't think that there's anything spiritual until you would have to provide evidence for us to think that there's anything spiritual. So spiritual stuff is nonsense.
Okay.
Just give us a reason why you think this stuff is true, or why we should.
Okay. So I'm going to go this way. First and foremost, in the next 2 days, you are going to get that your evidence. It's going to come physically, not spiritual. And secondly, I'm going to explain the evidence.
We do quite long live streams. Sometimes they're 7 or 8 hours long, but we ain't going to be doing it for 2 days. Is there any chance you could deliver the evidence now rather than in 2 days?
Yes, I'm giving one now, and you are going to even get yours with you some 2 days later. So not now. I'm just talking about two folds.
Yeah, evidence in 2 days is not what we're here for. Give us the evidence now. Let's go.
No. Okay. So all right. Okay, so my first evidence is how we get dreams to do things in life. And at the end of the day, if you are so focused with your dream, if you are up to your dream, everything comes. Maybe not just as you want it, but you having imaginations in your head, making sure that this is how you want your life to go, thinking about how you want the next 5 years to be, how your life should be in the next 5 years. And with hard work and dedication, with time, you see those things unfolding. Even if not the way you wanted, some way, somehow, it shows up.
2 things. One, sorry, go ahead. Were you done?
Yeah. If you want to ask questions, ask.
Yes. So 2 things. Your argument was, if you go after your dreams, everything comes. So 2 things. One, many people go after a dream to become an actor, to do, many people don't achieve their dreams, despite their best efforts put forward to them. And that's unfortunate, especially if they're putting a lot of work into it. So that's not always the case. Second, some people do achieve their dreams, but that's just cause and effect. So John had a dream about being an author and what have you. He had to put in the work to write the book and punch away at the letters. That is all cause and effect. That in no way is evidence of a God.
Okay, so do you know why people have dreams and are not able to make it come true?
There's a myriad of reasons, and it differs for each circumstance and person to person. But none of this gets us to like a deity exists. People have ambitions. People chase those ambitions. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. And there's always reasons why in both cases that have to do with cause and effect. This has nothing to do with a God existing.
Yeah. Dude, you're going to have to bring something a bit better than this. This is mind-numbing, I have to tell you. This just sounds like a sort
Hello,
of
John?
This sounds like a manifesting introduction weekend or something. We're not here for this. So, are you able to provide some succinct evidence as to why we should think a God exists, or not? Because I'm thinking maybe not.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you. The question is more, do we want to?
Okay, so I want to ask this question. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it me you're looking for?
Yeah, or any of you, it's okay. I think I'm trying to wind up.
Stuck in my head.
So, is it possible?
Yeah.
Is it possible that a baby could be formed outside biology, like outside the womb?
Not right now. Not right now.
I don't know.
But
I don't know.
It seems unlikely right now, but it's possible in the future that we may be close to being able to do something like that. But please, if you have a plane, for the love of all that's holy, land it.
So what I'm trying to say to buttress my point is that the very reason why I think Christianity makes sense than atheism is because talking about birth given, of which scientists are also trying to make sure they defile or they prove what we Christians believe in from the perspective of...
Friend, I'm so sorry. This is nonsensical. I don't mean to interrupt you, and I really don't mean to be rude, but we just want to hear arguments. We want to say something like, we want to hear Christianity is true, and here's the evidence. It was this or this or this, or here's a reason. But it's just meandering twaddle, if you don't mind
I'm not
me saying.
I'm coming to my point. I'm ending.
Okay.
Could you allow me?
Yeah, please do it quickly, because this is mind-numbing.
What I'm trying to say is that if birth cannot really take place outside the womb, which Christianity buttresses, then I think Christianity makes sense than atheism.
Right. Christianity makes sense because births can't take place outside of
wombs. You are talking about future.
Yeah.
Hello. The question I asked you, you are talking about future expectation, but we have the answer right now.
Yeah. Christianity is true because births have to happen with wombs. Lovely. Okay, thank you for that wonderful argument. We loved that. Moving on. God. We are going to get in boundless love through Yahuwah. I can only imagine. Let's have some boundless love. Boundless love is some of my favorite types.
Through Yahoo.
Boundless love through Yahoo. Yahuwah. Hello. There we go. Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Boundless. We're very excited. We're very excited about the Boundless love. We like Boundless love.
I'm sure you are.
What do you think about atheism making? What do you think about atheism making more sense? It's better, isn't it?
I'm not sure how it's better because more and more people are atheists today and the world seems to be deteriorating into a massive hole. So I'm not sure how atheism would be better.
It's just so fact-based.
But what I can tell, it's just a what? It's just a fact-based. So can you tell me how do you...
So fact-based.
Yes, and we can see the facts that are proven in the world today with the atheist look and what happens to atheists. But I just want to ask you something.
What's the atheist look? Is it like in what was the film with Ben Stiller where he's the model and he's got like blue thunder and he's got different looks?
Should I have blue hair and a nose ring?
Is this the atheist look? Was that the atheist look?
No, not the atheist look. The atheist.
Oh, that's good,
light.
Sean. Oh, Sean, your atheist look
light,
is rocking. The atheist light.
It's like blue steel.
Yeah, blue steel. That's the one. Okay, so let's get serious then. So you think that atheism bad?
How do you prove that someone loves you? Well, how do you use scientific proof to prove that someone loves you?
You don't. You can't prove that. You can't prove that someone loves you. Let's get back to the subject at hand. So we think atheism makes more sense because there's zero evidence for any gods. Do you have any evidence for any gods?
Yes, absolutely. A book written with multiple testimonies of his existence. I have also been in the presence of the Holy Spirit.
That's delightful.
And you know
so
in the
why?
presence of the Holy Spirit.
I'm sure
It's
that's
like
lovely.
anything
So
else.
why should we believe that the Bible's true? Because obviously the Bible makes a load of claims, right? It makes a load of claims that are obviously not true. It depicts history, which is obviously not
What
true.
is not?
It makes promises that are obviously
What isn't true about it?
not true. There's so much that's not true about
Which promises?
Well, Jesus, for example, promising
You know
his
what, you're making a grandiose statement.
Jesus, for example, promising his disciples that the end of the world was going to come, the Son of Man would return and judge the righteous and the wrong, and that the sun would lose its light and the stars would fall from the sky, and that all of this was going to happen in their lifetimes. Obviously, didn't happen. He was just wrong. It was a big promise. Wrong. I'm not going to say he was lying. Maybe he was just overconfident. Maybe he just sort of, he'd drunk the Kool-Aid, I reckon, and he thought he was the one, and he was just wrong. Sucks, I guess, but hey, that's what happens if you make big promises. Sometimes they don't work. And there were lots of other things, lots of basic mistakes in science. Calling rock badgers ruminants, all of this sort of stuff is full of nonsense. Occasionally it gets things right, like slavery and genocide and killing children and all of that good stuff that God likes.
If you don't believe in a God or know that there is a God, how can you decide what he likes?
Oh, because the book says he likes it. I'm critiquing his character as revealed in the book. Obviously, I think it's just a made-up story, but the story paints the picture of somebody.
Now you're counting, so now you're using the book as a real source.
Yes,
and quoting.
It's called an internal critique. Correct. So because I've read, no, you don't have to believe the book. Like, we could talk about the character of Voldemort as well. In the Harry Potter books, Voldemort is an evil wizard. He starts out by killing Harry Potter's parents, and then he spends the rest of the time trying to plot and scheme against Harry Potter. He's a very bad character. Now, that doesn't mean I think Voldemort's real. It just means I'm able to talk about his motivations, the kind of things that are important to him, the sorts of things he does, and I'm even able to form a judgment about what kind of person he is and whether I think he's a good person. I say Voldemort is bad. What do you think? Do you like Voldemort?
So what you're doing is you're taking a non-fiction book.
Yes.
And taking the realities of a nonfiction book and trying to compare it to the quote-unquote realities of a fiction book.
Well, I think the Bible is a fiction book. They're both fiction. They're both fiction. So in my mind, they're both fiction. I'm happy to entertain the Bible as a non-fiction book if you want, but it's obviously bollocks, mainly. I mean, there are bits of it that are kind of quite nice, but mostly pants. And the God in the Bible is horrific. Why would you follow such a God? He's a monster.
Why is he for horrific?
Well, for a start, he tells women that they can't teach men, and I think that's disgusting. I've had some amazing teachers in my life who were women. They were smarter than I'll ever be, and I owe them a lot. According to the Bible, then they're not supposed to teach men, and I think that's horrific. It says that wives should submit to their husbands. I think that's a disgusting idea as well. And it says that if a man has a spirit of jealousy fall upon him, that if he just starts to feel jealous of his wife, it says that even if she's done nothing wrong, he can still force her to endure a painful and humiliating ritual in the church where she gets her hair disheveled and has to drink poisoned ink water off the tabernacle floor. I think that's absolutely horrific and treats women like, property of men. I think that's absolutely horrible. But, the God of the Bible is all for it. Do you think it's a good law?
So first of all, it's authority, not teaching. A woman's job is actually to teach.
Yeah.
Not to, but authority is different than teaching. It's a woman's job to teach. We're born teachers. That's why we're mothers of children, to stay at home and teach. That's what that scripture is for. Not
except
not
it does specifically say. So when it says, "Let a woman learn in silence with full submission," I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. When it says, "I do not permit a woman to teach," does it actually mean I do permit a woman to teach?
I'd have to look. Which translation are you? Is that from the King James Bible?
No, it's not from the King James. The King James the King James is a crappy translation. But guess what? But guess what? In the King James, it says the same thing.
It possibly could. I'd have to investigate.
It does. It does. We can all look at it here. Look, let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to keep silent. I agree. Women should definitely know their limits. I mean, there are men who actually say that. Yeah, and you ought to be very, very respectful and submit to us because we are men, and men are obviously better than women according to the Bible. I mean, I think that's horrific, but that's what your book says.
It's not meant that men are better than women. Women were actually given the job to fight evil in the world.
Of course, just that you have to submit to men. But let's bring it back to God's favorite abortion ritual. Are you a fan of God's abortion ritual in the Book of Numbers?
You have to remember that as today we have the internet and children grow up with cell phones and access to internet. This is the style of this particular time.
Oh, the style of the time.
Time in another era.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about it then. So this is the thing I alluded to earlier on. I'm sure you're familiar with it. You've read the Book of Numbers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you understand that if a man feels a bit jealous, that even if his wife's done nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong, God thinks it's right for him to be able to force her into the temple and be put through a painful and humiliating ritual made to drink poison water. Do you think that that's a right way to treat women?
Well, at that time there was no commandments, and there was no. stands between us and God. Don't
worry about Jesus. Don't worry about Jesus. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about God. Before he put his Jesus hat on, he used to be called Yahweh, and he used to do all of this horrible stuff to people, and killing and smiting and raping and pillaging and murdering. He was a bit crazy. And one of the crazy things he did was he created this commandment where if a man feels just a bit jealous, if he's a bit, some men are jealous, sometimes you get jealous if you're a man. And he thought that it would be right for men to have the right, if they felt jealous, to basically torture their wives by making them drink poison. And you're saying that you think that's good. Am I understanding you correctly that this was good, that jealous men, I just want to clarify, jealous men should be allowed to make their wives drink poison?
Not today, no.
Not today, but it was good then.
Because the book of the law was nailed to Well, it wasn't nailed to the cross; it was nailed to the tree.
So is God changing? Is it the case that things used to be good and now God changed his mind and they're not good anymore now?
No, it's the process. So the process at that time was we were held accountable for our misdeeds. Today, Jesus stands and gives us grace.
So that's lovely. Hang on, we'll get onto Jesus. We'll get onto Jesus later. So I want to just clarify and pin down your position. So your position is because things used to be different in the olden days, it was ethical for men to be able to psychologically torture their wives by making them drink poison if the men felt jealous. Let's just clarify this. Your position is that you think that was a good thing in the olden days. Okay, fair enough.
All sin had consequences.
All sin had the consequence of sin is that God needs to tell men that they can psychologically torture their women and make them drink poison, and that's good. Just clarifying.
Even if they're innocent.
That the women have done nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. If the man feels jealous, he should be able to make his wife drink poison. And that's good because something, something, something sin, something, something, something old covenant, something, something free will, something, something read it in context, something, something Jesus came later. Have I about nailed the argument down?
No, because you just said that women never...
Sorry?
She might have got a call.
Yep, come back.
You there, Boundless?
Come back. We're not finished with you yet. Come back.
Boundless.
Come on.
Maybe she got a phone call?
The Holy Spirit wants you to talk to us.
Mm.
Funny when...
I can't tell if she's teacupped or anything.
She's not teacupped as far as I can see, just in an awkward place in the argument, and that's sometimes dropped. And who can blame her? Who can blame her? I wouldn't want to have to defend that horrible crap either. And I think I basically nailed her argument, right? Something, 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 sin, something, 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 all of that stuff. Just a general cope. Okay, well, there we are. Another fine proponent of God, donning the shield of poor apologetics and the sword of running away, and onwards we go. Okay, let's get in Kincaid next. We do have a call on the bingo first. That's the Old Testament.
Of course.
Well called, Jack. Espresso Jack on fire today on the bingo. Very, very good. I wonder where PVG is. Normally you've got PVG, and yeah, that's weird. Okay, let's get in Kincaid next. And I still do have a little trail of super chats. I'll just read a couple now quickly before we get Kincaid in. Thank you for being patient, everyone in the queue. I appreciate you very much. And we have Joseph over on the YouTube side too. We'll get to you also. Hotep, great to see you. Welcome to Adulthood and Basic Ethics, Cheese. This was for our friend Halloumi earlier on. We'll just do, there was just a couple for Halloumi. The last one for Halloumi was this one from Rodblow. These people claim they aren't robots for God while blindly defending divine command coding. Ironically, their fucking insecurities drive their need to force this dogmatic programming onto others. That's what I say about that post, my friend.
Yep.
Well said. Yep. Very well said. Two more and we'll get Kincaid in. This was about bitter truth. And Hayden Walton said, theists refuse to engage with the anthropic principle. It destroys their reasoning. It really does. I've never met a theist who can adequately engage with that at all. It burns the fine-tuning argument to the ground. It's all very silly. Simeon Urchin, thank you for the super chat. Fun fact, most stars are born in groups, in large star nurseries or globular open clusters. It's likely that even our own sun was born in a group. I didn't know that. Did you know that, Sean? I did not know that. I did not know that. I love the fact that the audience are always smart.
I do know that like binary stars are very common. They might be more common. I don't want to speak out of turn, but they're very common. I don't know if you saw one of I forget which of the newer Star Wars movies shows it, but it shows a binary star, coming over the horizon.
Yeah,
that's actually quite common.
It is. And Babs says, Earth actually has 3 moons. News to me, but hey, what do I know? Okay, last one. Ontological Shock says, if the evidence for God was right before our eyes, everyone would believe. Consider how many people doubt the existence of the sun, which exists right before our eyes. Basically, no one. That's it. Yep, that's it. So easy to say it's obvious. If it was obvious, there wouldn't be such disagreement about it. Okay, let's get in Kincaid, and then we'll have an amazing day after that, and then we'll head over and get Joseph on the YouTube side. If you are in the queue, thank you for being in the queue. Hold where you are. If you have the patience, I promise we'll get to you. We will get to you. Okay, here we go. Kincaid. Hi, Kincaid. Wow, that's a lot of background noise. How are you?
Kincaid?
Kincaid, are you there? Looks like it might be a... okay, well, we'll move on from that. They were in the queue for quite a while. Last chance. What a shame. Really, really noisy as well. So we won't do that. We'll get in. Have an amazing day. And, yep, have an amazing day. Coming in right now. Good name. Have an amazing day. Hi, have an amazing day.
Love the name.
Thank you. I think a lot of people like this name.
It is a good name. Well, welcome in. Hope you are having an amazing day. Atheism makes more sense. It just does. It's just so rational and reasonable and sort of ungullible. What do you think?
No, y'all have done a very, very good job with explaining different perspectives. My thing is, so I'm Christian, but you're not gonna really. I'm just gonna say it because you're not gonna find evidence. So I keep hearing the question of trying to find evidence of, hey, does God exist? I mean, we can prove Christianity as a religion existed, because you'll have like the New Testament, Judaism is the Old Testament, blah blah blah. I think the question, I always have a question. So like the question I have, mainly it goes around how do we, it's always about the afterlife, right? So, and that's not to like sound condescending or anything. It's more of how can we prove that there's not an afterlife?
We can't.
And that's kind of questions I have.
We can't.
I think
we can't.
I think we can reasonably infer. Sorry, John. Yeah. I think we can reasonably infer it. We certainly cannot prove it.
Yeah.
But also, more importantly, the time to believe it is when there is sufficient evidence that there is an afterlife. I think we can infer it in the same way that, we know that when you turn a computer off, or if you destroy the circuit board to where the computer doesn't function, like software doesn't run. If it's not receiving power, we know software doesn't run. We know that like consciousness is are products of brains. The consciousness that we're at least aware of in every case is like a product of brains that when you affect or change physical aspects of brains, the nature of the consciousness changes, including if you affect it chemically. So when there's no more neuroactivity going on in the brain, there does not seem to be any consciousness. Now, can I prove that there's not some magic spirit realm or something else going on? No, but the time to believe that's when there's evidence for it.
That's where I'm at with the argument between what makes more sense. I think most Christians have this. I do. I have like an internal struggle of like, is God really real? Is it not? Is he not? But I think the one question I always come across is, yes, like, like for example, you may have had family that passed. I have. And I just don't, I believe, okay, they're not existed. They're deceased. But I just don't believe that's it. Like, how do we know?
Why?
There might be some other, I don't want to say a magical, better place, but it's just
there's no evidence for that though. So there's a couple of states here, like, or a couple of questions here. You have a proposition. There's some kind of afterlife, right? That's a proposition.
Mm-hmm.
You can believe that it's true. You can believe that it's false, or you can accept neither. At minimum, or I think at most, you're in a position where you can accept neither, because there is, as far as I can tell, no evidence of an actual afterlife. I think in addition to, you can reasonably infer, just because we know our consciousness, the nature of it, it has to do with our electrochemical activity in the brain, etc., that all those functions stop. In fact, when a body decomposes, the brain eventually just goes away completely, that it appears that there's just no more consciousness. And without a brain, it seems to me it's reasonable to infer death is like before you were born.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I do not like the idea. I wish there was some type of afterlife, and it's not comfortable for me, but I have to accept reality on reality's terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think Christians kind of have that. We don't study the science as much as in psychology. I've been reading comments, and it's like, yeah, study psychology. I have my whole studies have been either English or math, or for me public administration, blah blah blah. So it's like, how do you I'm a Christian, but like, how do I listen to what y'all are saying and kind of make sense, only not for myself, but for our perspective, and kind of sharing it that way too. But that's all.
I'm going to ask you an honest an honest question here. Are you struggling with this just from an emotional standpoint, like your desire about what you want to be true? Or are you continuing to believe strictly, like, is there an intellectual thing that is tying you to your belief? Because if there's an intellectual side of it, I'd be curious what it is. Like, hey, the reason I believe that there's a God is because of this thing here, this evidence or argument or what have you.
Like my belief, just to repeat the question to make sure.
Also, if you could get, sorry to interrupt, if you could get any nearer the phone, it's a little quiet and far away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
That's a bit better. Thank you.
Yeah. So the question is, why do I have a belief in the afterlife?
Yes. Is it emotional? Is there sort of motivated reasoning going on, or is there an actual? Do you have a logical point that I believe in God because of X, Y, Z?
It's a little bit of both. I think one is the emotional part. I think I mentioned, like, okay, I've known somebody that was deceased, so I'm like, okay, is that it? Like that's we're doing all this living. I'm like, okay, they're gone. That's it. Then I think more of the New Testament of the Bible. I think it is more of the intellectual part. As there are some, because I was talking with my cousin today. He was like, I don't believe the Bible no more. I'm like, well, all right, but there's parts of the New Testament that I like to like. I think the host had mentioned too that are very nice. I'm like, if people did this, okay, it's good not to kill, good not to steal, good not to do certain things. So there's that part to it. Some of the Old Testament things, no, like I like that's. I don't know, like if
you
God
can't you can't wish them away. You can't wish them away. You can't ignore them, and they don't go away, and they won't go away, and you have to account for them. You have to look at the behavior of this God in the Old Testament. Look at his values. Yeah. The values are demonstrated by his commandments and his actions, and he is pro-slavery, pro-genocide, pro the killing of children, anti-women. He's completely violent at every turn. He's pro-collective punishment, which means someone does a crime and innocent people get punished for the crime. Happens over and over and over again. And in fact, the whole setup of the Christian theology is an instance of this. That Adam and Eve in the garden, do some fruit-related crime, and then everyone for the rest of humanity has to pay the price of them doing that thing. That's immoral. We would recognize this as morally unacceptable in any other context. Any other person, any human being enacting collective punishment on that scale, we would call them a monster. And when God does it in the Bible, everyone cheers and claps and puts it on the side of an inspirational mug. And I just think it's horrific. And I get it. When you're in it, you're in it. And if you have a fear of death or a distaste for it, that's also understandable. But, you know, part of being a human is putting our big boy pants on and realizing that death is part of life. And we value life more when we engage with our mortality in a more adult way. And we just say, look, it sucks. It's not nice. It's painful to lose people. It's painful to contemplate that we won't be here. And as Christopher Hitchens said, the worst part is knowing the party will continue on without us. It's a horrible thing. But living life well means living life in a way that's integrated with reality rather than retreating into myths and stories and magic, which is what religion does. It sacrifices, it swaps out reality for myths and stories and wizard stuff. And, you know, it's a choice whether you want to be in that or not. Fred, we're going to move it on to get to others in the queue. But thank you for calling in. And we genuinely hope that you have an amazing day too.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Thanks. Okay. Let's check the bingo first. We had a call there. How do you account for logic? I did not hear him say that. I did not hear him say, how do you account for logic? I think we were just talking about fear of death mainly, weren't we?
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten that one by now, but we haven't gotten it.
Yeah, usually it comes up early, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Spencer in next. But we'll read a few more messages. This was while Bitter Truth was on. Liquid said, thank you for the super chat. Evidence should be objective, in my opinion. We wouldn't say what evidence would convince you the sky is blue. The evidence would just be presented. Yeah, exactly. I always think it's a bit of a non-question when people are saying, well, what would you consider evidence? And what evidence? Just give it. Present the evidence and we'll let you know if it was convincing. And we can all tell good evidence and bad. Well, we should be able to anyway. Drew, great to see you, Drew. Thank you so much for the super chat. When I've pointed this out to some Christians, they claim that it's okay because Heli was Joseph's father-in-law, but it doesn't say that. This is about the contradiction about Joseph's lineage, whether it was Jacob or Heli. It's just discrepant lineage. It would not have listed him as a father-in-law. That's just a cope. That's all that is. Not to be taken seriously, but yeah, agreed, Drew. I have heard that one before too. And Anony says, Bitter Truth, a prosecutor of the God case, turns to the jury and asks them what counts as evidence, not how this works, not how any of this works. Brilliant comment. Brilliant comment. Thank you. God, you guys are smart, I tell you. Logic and reasoning. Make a bingo card. Arguments as numbers. Huge card. Bingo card. Arguments as numbers. That was while Ray Psalms was on. I can't remember what Ray was saying. Unfortunately, the audio was so bad. But thank you for that. And Babs says, wooden clogs save your souls. Oh, love you, Babs. And last one for now, before we get Spencer in, crucifixions. I love that Ian, Justin, you and Sean have M on speed dial to help with the Muslim BS. Keep up the great work. Ems is just like, he's like the floating superhero of atheist TikTok and YouTube. He's brilliant. He just pops up wherever needed. We just put out the signal and in he comes. Devastating. I've never heard anybody emerge from a debate with Ems not battered. It's just, we love him. Ems is the best. Absolute legend. Total legend. If you're listening, Ems, we love you, man. Absolutely awesome. Okay, let's get in Spencer right now and see what we're saying. Hey, Spencer, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Welcome up. Thank you for waiting. Thank you to all the other people who are waiting. We will get to you as and when we can. So, you know the drill. Atheism makes more sense. What say you?
Excuse me. I would contend that it makes less sense than an argument from design.
Okay. And the evidence to support your claim of design would be what?
Well, first I would start off with the premise that abiogenesis doesn't work as stated, and neither does evolution.
What do you mean by as stated? Well, first with abiogenesis, what do you mean by as stated?
Abiogenesis fails to develop any useful proteins, so it's water soluble. It destroys the bonds. UV rays destroy the bonds, and so you would never actually end up with a protein or any sort of life-starting cells.
And yet there are many organic chemists working in the life sciences who take a different view on this to you and think that there are not just one or two or three or four, but actually a number of viable models of abiogenesis that don't have that vulnerability. And if you'll notice, the scientific community are very cautious, right? Things are not advanced in science until there's a really, really good evidence base for them, and that they can stand up robustly to peer review and to attempts to falsify and all of that stuff, which is why we don't have anyone currently claiming that we have a working model of abiogenesis right now. But the consensus within the life sciences is that we will have a viable, tested, unfalsified model of abiogenesis quite soon, like within a number of decades. That's the majority view of the best experts in this area, are that this is basically a problem which is on the cusp of being solved. We haven't quite solved it yet, and that's why the language is very cautious right now. And so we say, we don't actually know. Let's grant you right now. Let's grant you the I don't know on origins right now. Let's imagine we didn't have that. Let's even grant it to you for the purpose of the argument. We don't have let's imagine that the answer to the question, how did life originate, was we don't know. How is that evidence for a God and not just we don't know?
I wouldn't posit a specific deity yet. I think you can't have the discussion until you actually establish whether
He didn't
or not
ask for a specific.
Yeah,
you're
claiming design.
Agent.
But why?
Yes.
Why? What's the evidence that it needs to be an intelligent agent? All we have is we don't know. That would be like saying, before we understood thunder and lightning, we don't understand thunder and lightning, but we just know it must be an intelligent agent. Why?
Because the living systems that we observe demand it.
Why?
Spencer, what's your scientific background?
Self-taught.
Okay. So nothing, and I same for me too. By the way, you're making a lot of wild claims where the scientific community who's actually studying these things are not saying these things. So it takes a fair amount.
These are conclusions. These are known criticisms of
criticism from
abiogenesis.
Of neo-Darwinism too. So, is it the scientific consensus that biological evolution is not true? Is that what you're claiming?
No,
because I can. No. Okay, all right. So you're saying these are known. These are hold on.
Demonstrated. Sorry.
Hold on. You're saying these are known, but what you are referring to are outliers and naysayers from like creationist sites. Like, yeah, these are known criticism from religious sites and religious institutions, but they're not controversial, especially biological evolution among actual scientists. I can pull up and show you Pew Research data showing 99% of PhD and working research scientists agree that like we have evolved over time.
Yeah, but you had that same kind of majority nonsense going on with
what's his
name?
So you're acknowledging that I'm correct, that there's an overwhelming scientific consensus on biological evolution.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it actually true.
Okay, so you understand the science better than. So, do you understand the science better than the consensus, like opinion of like all the world scientists, or are they all conspiring against us? It has to be one of the two. If you are right and they are wrong,
I don't think they're conspiring. I think they're just
okay.
in denial.
So,
but the guys that I've studied are not just apologetics, or they're actual scientists, like the synthetic chemist Dr. James Tour.
Oh no, not James Tour.
Yeah.
He's an idiot. Did you watch him? Did you watch him debate Professor Dave? He got absolutely destroyed. He was standing there at a chalkboard screaming, "Show me the chemistry!" wildly, and every time he did, Dave just pulled up a slide of peer-reviewed research debunking the absolute crap. He's a fraudster and a liar and an idiot. You should
he
not
never
be.
disproved what
he did.
James Tour was talking about. No, he didn't.
He did.
No, he didn't.
This is weird.
He
this is saying that the live visibility is restricted for 10 minutes, is not eligible for recommendation, restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reason, harassment and bullying? No one's been harassed or bullied. What are you talking about? That's ludicrous. TikTok is such a shit platform. Absolute junk.
Might be Christians reporting the live. I don't know.
Mad. Absolutely crazy. Foolishness. Anyway, Tour is a laughingstock. That was a massacre. He has no expertise in this area whatsoever. For anyone who's listening, I urge you.
700 papers.
He's an expert in another area. He's an expert in materials
chemistry. He's a synthetic chemist,
which has nothing to do with life sciences. Nothing. He has no relevant expertise in this area. It doesn't. It doesn't. For anyone watching, I urge you to go to YouTube and watch one of the most entertaining debate massacres you'll ever see. Put James Tour and Professor Dave, and make yourself a snack, some popcorn. You will love it. The guy got a new one torn on every side of his body, and that was in front of an unfriendly audience to Professor Dave because it was in the guy's own university. It was so humiliating. I don't know how he ever recovered from it. I honestly, that was a massacre.
The actual chemistry.
It was a massacre. He did address it. And he showed all the areas where James Tour had actually lied. He'd actually lied, made claims about other people's research that the other people denied, and he brought the receipts to show how much Tour had lied about it. Is one of the best debate. The only debate I can remember seeing that was more of a massacre than that was Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry against the Roman Catholic Church, which was my favourite debate of all time. So no, James Tour is a laughingstock. He's not a credible voice in this area. And if that's your go-to, all I can say is pick better sources.
Well, for the chemistry part...
No. He's not an organic chemist. He's a materials, synthetic chemist.
He's a synthetic chemist.
Yeah, which means he has no expertise in the
organic chemist doesn't come until after life is actually there.
He has no expertise in the relevant area, which is why he made such a complete clown of himself in that debate. No wonder he was screaming and shouting at the top of his voice. He realised that he was clowning himself.
Because Dave was just
bringing the receipts to show that he's a fraudulent liar. I would also be upset if that happened. Anyway, moving on from this, other than your own personal incredulity and misunderstandings of science, are there any other reasons that you would say why we should believe a God exists?
I mean, even if I granted you and we could dismiss that, and we get to the point of there being, living creatures and stuff.
Yeah.
Creatures don't evolve to the degree that
they do.
No, they don't.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
No, every time a cell mutates,
they do.
It's a defect. It's a misprint.
It's not.
Yes,
it
is.
So
Go
when
look it up.
when genes change, you get variations in the genotype which are expressed in different ways in the phenotype. And some of those variations are are deleterious and some of them are helpful.
Yes.
And sometimes you get gene duplication, which increases the amount of information in the genotype.
No, it does
and
not.
that's how you get new information.
But
yeah,
you
it does,
can't-
because you get gene duplication and then the duplicated genes change and now you've got more information in the genotype. These is basic science, my friend. What you're
Yes,
doing now
but you're
is
never gonna end up with a new
parading.
phyla.
You are. What you're doing right now is waving a
I'm
flag
you're
saying,
never going to end up with new body plans.
you are. What you're doing right now is waving a flag with
No,
I
you
am
don't.
I am
You
scientifically
can talk
illiterate
with
on
an
it.
AI
and
about it.
and
You
this
will never
this
end
is
up with new phyla.
deeply boring and very, very silly. Your ignorance about science is never going to be evidence for a god. What else have you got?
Oh, that was it, pretty much.
That's it? Cool. Thanks a lot.
because I think other people
coming
have
up.
covered it.
Awesome. Brilliant. Moving on. I don't have time for people who just come in sipping scientific ignorance and propelling it out. I actually think people like that are dangerous because every person like that is a vector for scientific misinformation and ignorance. And that's why I'm not patient with people like that. People come in with different ideas. I will indulge them and I will listen to them. But that's just a person coming in saying, I'm scientifically ignorant and that's my best argument. Nope, not having it. BS, my friend. BS. Okay, let's have a look at the bingo. We've had a call of some sort. Crash out. That wasn't a crash out.
No.
That was definitely not a crash out. I don't know what's going on with some of the calls here tonight. People, some of you are amazing. And some of you need to just pause and chill. Don't just reach for it. Think. By the way, I have modified the bingo now. If you click on a square, you can take it back by clicking on it again. So if you click on a square by mistake and you think, nah, it wasn't that, just click on it again and it disappears. Okay, we'll read a couple more super chats and then we are going to get in next. Stargazer, I think, is the next one. Forgive me if I'm not doing these in quite the correct order. I will get to everyone, though, I promise. Tim Davidson said, nope, John of the Atheist Maxistries. That was while FYA Ministries was on. I love that. I'll have that title. That's excellent. And Crucifixions says, holy shit, in 2 days your live stream will be God Makes More Sense. That was while we were having the prophecies of what the evidence was going to be. I can't tell you it now, but you're going to get it in 2 days for FYA Ministries. That's pretty crazy too. And Fallen Cities says, count your days, John. You have 2 more days of being an atheist. Your evidence for God will arrive in the mail. Be sure to sign the package. I'll be looking out for it. I'll be looking out for it on, where are we now? Saturday, I guess. Excellent. Hey, you'll know if the Saturday show suddenly has like religious themes and I'm here like maybe dressed in some sort of ceremonial clothing advocating for God and saying I've got it all wrong. Maybe FYA Ministries will be the last one laughing and he will be right. Last super chat for now is from Forge the Gods. Thank you so much for this. Good thing God isn't real considering the feelings Sean just gave me. That was while Boundless Love Through Yahuwah was on. I wonder what Sean was doing in that moment. What were you doing?
Was it the blue steel? I have no idea.
It must have been. It must have been.
I don't know.
That was good, man. That was good. That was a moment. I loved that a lot. It was very, very good. Okay, let's get in. I think we lost the person I was going to bring in, so we're going to bring in. Trying to remember the order. We'll bring in Frank next. Frank Bukala, and then we can't leave Joseph over there on YouTube in the YouTube queue too long. So let's bring in Frank right now. Come on, Frank. Hang on. There you go. Hopefully that will work now. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. Hey, Frank. Frank, are you there? Looks like it's going to be a no. Going in 5, Frank. This is your moment. That was your moment. Okay, then we'll bring in Amber next.
Amber?
In the TikTok transporter right now. There we go. Hi, Amber.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Forgive me for asking. May I just check that you are over 18?
I'm 19.
You are. Great. Okay. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. You know what our prompt for the evening is, that atheism makes more sense. What's your position on this?
Well, I believe in atheism, but I also believe that past lives could exist.
You believe that you sound like you might be in a toilet somewhere. Would I have that correct?
No, I'm in the kitchen, sorry.
You're in the kitchen. Okay. Yeah, if there's any chance you could get somewhere quieter, it would be greatly appreciated by a lot of people. There we are.
Is
That's
this
nice.
okay?
That's much better. Thank you. So you don't believe in gods, but you believe in past lives.
Yeah.
And what would the evidence for that be?
Well, the reason why it made me believe was when I was about 3. I told my auntie once in a car driving past the road that I used to remember my old life.
Yeah.
And I remembered the road that we were driving down. That's where my mother died in my previous life.
Your mother in your previous life died somewhere near where you were driving in a car. This just sounds like daydreams to me.
No, I know what it sounds like. It sounds a bit crazy. But there's also other sources.
Yeah. Lots of people claim to have access to information from past lives, but funnily enough, whenever these things are tested under appropriate conditions, they always fail. So I'm going to apply the same standard of critical skepticism to your claims that I would apply to all others, and say that I think that your claims are untrue. I believe that you think they're true. I'm not accusing you of dishonesty, just of let's just say unwarranted credulity.
Yeah, I understand what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't believe if I didn't experience anything.
Sure.
As well.
Good.
But there's also the philosophy of a boy named Ryan Hammond, who remembered his past life, and then he could remember all of what happened when he was a Hollywood agent, and even got the date of his death right.
As I've said, when we apply the standards of critical skepticism to these things, the effects always vanish. So it's very easy to tell stories. There was this guy, there was this kid, there were these people, they remembered this, they knew that, they couldn't have said this, they spoke these languages. These are all stories. When these stories are investigated and evaluated critically and properly, and the possibility of either fraud or self-deception are controlled for, there's nothing there. So I'm sorry to be the one to say it, but it's extremely unlikely that you actually had past lives. It's more likely that this is a confabulation of your own mind, and there is currently no evidence for these claims at all of past lives and reincarnation and stuff like that. It's a realm of fantasy, but it's also outside the scope of what we're talking about. So we're here to talk about atheism and religious belief. So I will say thanks for coming up, Amber, and I wish you well in your future endeavours.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on swiftly. Let's get in Chupan next. And then we'll get over to Joseph on YouTube after that. Hi, Chupan.
Hello.
That's very, very noisy. Are you in a vehicle at the moment?
Yes, sir. I was waiting in the line for you.
Are you driving the vehicle?
I have the earphones.
Yeah, we can't talk to you while you drive, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. Call us back when you're not driving, please. We would love to talk to you, but not while you're driving a car. We can't do that. Remarkable to me that people would think that we can.
Don't drive in live.
Crazy work. Okay, let's see if we can speak to Joseph over on the VDO. That'll be our first guest from the YouTube side. TikTok have supplied a good steady stream of guests tonight. We have Akram 1962 on the TikTok side after this. But let's see if we can speak to Joseph, who has been waiting for a fair while. I'm looking at the screen here, and I'm not completely convinced that this is going to work, but let's see. Joseph, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
You are. Good. Okay, that's great. I'm pleased you're there. I wasn't sure because the screen that I can see looks a little bit odd. But there we are. I'll get your name up on the board and we will speak to you. We're very well indeed. Thank you for waiting so patiently. I apologize that it was a bit of a wait. So thank you for your forbearance. Welcome in. And you know what it says on the screen. Atheism makes more sense is our claim. What's your view on this?
My claim is that theism makes more sense because atheism is false. Can I ask you something?
Is this Felix again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Felix. I mean, you can if you want to, but I'm inclined to feel that maybe the debate space isn't the best place for you to be in. Because you keep on doing this, and you keep on doing this, and without meaning to be nasty in any way at all, you're enormously bad at doing it. Yeah.
I have a new argument for God. Sir.
You have you have a new one. Is it going to be as bad as the last one?
No, sir.
The last one was pretty bad, and so was the one before that. So have we suddenly had an upgrade in the quality of our arguments?
I wonder what was bad about those arguments I made, but
they were
right.
They were fallacious. Multiple logical fallacies on each one. But I mean, if you absolutely have to, then go for it. But this starts to feel a little bit like abuse. And I don't really want to participate in abusive behavior.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about me. I can handle anything. Don't worry.
All right.
Okay, the argument goes like this.
Yeah.
The argument goes like this. If any contingent being exists, if any dependent being exists, a necessary being is required, or God is required.
Yeah, this is the same argument. This is the same argument you made before. Yeah, this is the same. This is the same, Felix. This is the same argument you made before. It was bad then, and it's still bad now. So you cannot.
Why is it bad?
Because you cannot get from if any contingent being exists, then a God exists, or even a necessary being, because that is assuming. It's assuming what you're trying to prove in your premise, and that's it's called a circular argument. For you to assume that, yeah, it is. It is making assumptions that you haven't earned because you can't demonstrate that if contingent things exist. You can't demonstrate that if contingent things exist, that necessary things exist. It could be that all things are contingent, and there's an unending stream of contingencies or circular contingencies where things are contingent on other things, contingent on other things, contingent on other things, and they come around to the first thing. The other thing is that even if you are going to terminate a string of contingencies in something necessary, you cannot demonstrate that it's a mind, you cannot demonstrate that it has purpose, you cannot demonstrate that it's aware.
Yes, I can.
And you cannot demonstrate. You certainly cannot demonstrate that it's a deity.
Yes, I can.
Well, would you like to do that then? Go for it then.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can demonstrate all of that.
Go for it.
If you give me a chance.
Go on then.
Okay.
Oh dear.
A dependent being, by definition, is something that is dependent on something else, by definition, and by reality structure of what dependency means. And dependency and necessary are exhaustive categories. It's either dependent, therefore is dependent on a necessary being because it's exhaustive category by definition and structure, the logical structure of reality. it follows that a necessary being must
It
exist.
doesn't follow that a necessary being must exist. It might be the case. Some people would argue. Some people have a distaste for the idea of a chain of contingencies not terminating in something that's brute fact, necessary and brute fact.
No,
Now,
that's impossible.
No, I'm agreeing with the
That's
thing you just said.
impossible.
I just agreed with the thing you just said. You literally just asserted that contingencies must be terminated in something which is necessary. So I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying some people find that they don't like the idea that an endless chain of contingencies aren't terminated in something necessary. But even if we were to grant that necessary thing, you can't demonstrate that it's a being. You can't demonstrate that it has intention. You can't demonstrate that it has a mind.
Yes, I can.
You weren't
Yes, I
able to.
can.
You weren't able to last time. You said yes, I can about 2 minutes ago, and you still won't be able to now. And whatever you might say about it, it could be the fact you will not be able to rule out the possibility that it's just a brute fact of nature and not an intelligent being and not a god and nothing like that. That's
must
just
be
you
intelligent.
daydreaming. You can't say
No,
it
it
must be
must be-
intelligent. It could just be a natural force of nature. It could be a natural principle,
No, it
rather,
cannot be a
of nature.
natural force.
It absolutely can, and you cannot eliminate that
No,
from the
I'll
pool
show
of
you.
hypotheses. You will not be able to, and you can't.
I'll show you. Okay,
Go on, then.
let's go. You've thrown at me a lot of things. Okay, first of all, that it's not a being. You say it's not a being.
I didn't say it's not a being. I didn't say it's not a being. I said you can't demonstrate that it is a being.
Okay, it must be a being
Why?
because it has reality. Because it has
It
reality.
could be a principle of
and something
nature.
that is-
It could just be a principle of nature that starts a
sir.
chain of contingencies.
No,
It could.
sir. No, sir. It has to have being because if it exists in any form, it must have some kind of being by definition.
It could just be a
because
principle of
being
nature. It could just
and
be a principle of
reality-
nature. It could just be a principle of nature.
principle
Friend,
has
this feels a
being,
little
sir.
bit unkind. I'm going to put a poll to the room. I'm going to put a poll to both rooms because this just feels a little bit unkind. Felix, I appreciate that you like hanging out in these spaces, but it's a little bit weird and tiny bit creepy that you keep on coming back with other names. Not
Those
loving
are
that.
my names,
not
sir.
not loving that for you.
Those
Slightly
are
odd.
my names. Those are my names, sir.
Sure.
I'm Joseph.
Lovely.
I'm Felix. That's my middle name is Joseph.
Good stuff.
And I told you I'm Felix.
Yeah.
I'm not hiding. I told you I'm Felix.
Yeah. So I do care about what the audience thinks here, and we're getting some fairly strong numbers saying that this is probably not the discussion to have right now, Felix. So I do appreciate the fact that you've been waiting there for quite a while, but I think we've got 93% of people in the YouTube chat are saying let's move this on, and 22
thank you very much.
against one on the other side. So Felix, I wish you well,
Thank
friend.
you.
I don't
Thank
wish you
you.
any ill.
Thank you
Take
very
care of
much.
yourself.
Thank
but
you very much.
all
Thank
right.
you very much.
Be well.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Be well, Felix. Yeah, that just doesn't feel right at all to me. Okay, let's have a look at the bingo again, and then we're going to get Akram in next. And we had, how do you account for logic from Joseph? Now I'm losing track.
I still don't think so.
I can't remember now.
No,
that
you
was
went with
that was
contingent things.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't ask that. Yeah, he didn't ask that. Nope, not having that one. That was I was starting to get confused there for a moment. And Papo as well was another one of his names. So coming in with multiple names is just a bit of a signifier, isn't it? That everything is not quite wonderful. All right, let's get in Akram, and we'll do super chats after that. Let's get rid of Joseph from here and bring in Akram. Hey, Akram.
Hey.
Hello.
Akram is Marcia backwards. But anyway.
There you go.
Give me a break, guys. I know I'm supposed to wait till Friday. It's not a question. It's a couple of suggestions. You're the Unconvinced show. I would love to hear you use Unconvinced more than Belief, because Belief sort of smuggles in a religious quality, and it can even work, I think, against the tag people, like when they say,
Marcia, I love you, but you know what? There are so many people who want to come up during these shows, and I say no.
Okay.
If we have this discussion now, they will accuse me of having one rule for one and another rule for others, because everyone could come up and just make a couple of suggestions. So
I work Fridays.
that's such a shame that you do, because we do enjoy talking to you, but really it's not fair on all the other people who I say no to, and they say, please can I come up and say a couple of things. I say call back on Friday. I get that you work Fridays. That's really sucky. If you want, you can DM me. I'd be very happy to take your suggestions.
I don't know how to do that.
on TikTok, just go to my profile and just message me.
I'll try that.
I'd be happy to hear your suggestions, honestly, because you actually, we've spoken before and you make great suggestions, but I don't want to apply one rule for some and another rule for others. It's not fair.
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much, Marcia. All the best. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, that is great stuff. All right. Well, right now, the call queues are empty, but it's been pretty good. So
it's been a busy night, hasn't it?
It's been a busy night. Yeah, it's been
just one after the other.
Yeah, it's been a busy night. So let's read some messages and see what happens. I've still got gas in the tank. I'm happy to keep on going. Buzz says, "Hey Buzz, back when my family went to church together, my dad went on a huge rant about a church that had a woman pastor after the service, called her a fraud, and said she should know her place. Men are leaders." And this was sent while Boundless Love Through Yahuwah was on. So absolutely, lots and lots and lots of misogyny in the Bible. And it doesn't surprise me at all that she did a runner in the middle of the conversation. I mean, maybe she got a call and maybe she realized that was a moment of mercy for her, because she would not have been able to account for that horrific Numbers 5 travesty, because it's grim. Mokemeister says, why the fuck can't God tell him if she cheated or not? Exactly. This is in the same thing. Again, this is just a man feeling jealous, puts his wife through this horrible ritual in order to try and find out what's going to happen. And how her body reacts to the poison is supposed to signify whether she's cheated on him or not, which of course is nonsense. And as Mokemeister says, why can't God just tell him, rather than put her through this? There's a presumption of guilt here. That's not how we do things. We don't have a presumption of guilt. You have a presumption of innocence. You know, in this case, the test is the punishment. I mean, the punishment is being stoned to death afterwards as well, but the test is a punishment. It's so disgusting. So disgusting. Sean, you're going to love this next one. Flippity Giblet says, Sean knows Zoolander, but not Coldplay. That was good though. Your Blue Thunder was it's going to take some beating, Sean. It's
Blue Steel.
Blue Steel, not
Steel.
Thunder. Yeah, Blue Steel. That was the one. Yeah, not Thunder. Blue Steel. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And Buzz says, I died before. This was during the call with Have an Amazing Day. I died before, exactly like before being born. Well, we certainly are very pleased that you're okay now, Buzz. Obviously, we are very, very pleased about that. And Toro Loco says, John, I will forever be grateful to you and Sean for giving me something rational to believe in. Well, thank you so much. These are the kind of messages that fill our hearts with joy, because that's really why we do this stuff, is to just spread a bit of critical thinking here and there. And if it helps people, that's absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much for sending such a generous message to let us know that what we do makes a difference in the world. That's really enormously meaningful. Okay, we've got Thomas Fletcher. Let's bring Thomas in right now. and see what's going on. Hi, Thomas.
How you doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I can't hardly hear you. Hang on. Can you hear me now?
You're nice and loud for us.
We got you.
Hopefully you can hear us clearly too.
Very good.
Good.
I only have one question, and then I'll respectfully bow out. How's that?
Sure. Ask a question. That's fine.
Do you have a soul?
No, we have no reason to think that souls exist.
Okay, then I'm very sorry for you. You think because you're an atheist, nothing exists after you die. Is that correct?
No,
Not because I'm an atheist.
Yeah, our skepticism about souls is actually nothing to do with being an atheist. So
okay, but in order to be an atheist, you have to believe in something.
No. So being an atheist,
perhaps a misunderstanding, because
let me explain.
You're an atheist, you don't believe in a supreme God, a
Correct.
supreme being.
Correct. Now you can be.
What happens to you after you die?
Okay,
Explain to me that.
Yeah, I will. So you can be an atheist and believe in souls, or you can believe in souls.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
You absolutely can.
You can't.
I
sorry.
actually know people who don't believe in gods, but they do believe in afterlives, and they do believe in the concept of a soul.
Well,
they're dualists, right? So believing in a soul hasn't got anything to do with whether you're an atheist or not. Being an atheist just means
You're
nothing
just
more than
God.
hang on.
That's what
hang
you're
on.
doing.
Thomas, listen. You asked a question. I'm answering it. So
okay,
being an atheist doesn't have anything to do with souls. Being an atheist just means that you have not been persuaded that a God exists. That's all it means. Nothing more than that. You can have any view about anything else. That's the only thing it means. Like as Sean often says, being an leprechaunist means you're not persuaded that leprechauns exist.
Okay, I'll go along with that. But let me ask you a question. Have you ever read the Bible in its entirety?
I haven't sat down and read it cover to cover, but I have read the Bible, yes.
And then how can you make a judgment if you haven't read the whole complete text?
Because I've read enough of it to be able to understand the narrative arcs. I've read enough of it to be able to understand what the purpose of the Old Testament is in terms of how it sets up the expectation for the New Testament, what the prophecies are in there. I've read enough of it to understand the narrative of Jesus and how that works, what his arc is.
Do you know how many prophecies have been fulfilled?
Yes, 0. Not a single one. Jesus didn't fulfill a single Old Testament prophecy.
You're incorrect, sir.
No,
you are
I'm not.
Incorrect.
Well, name one that
Yes,
he fulfilled. Name one that he fulfilled.
The Jesus Christ was prophesied.
Yeah. Where's the prophecy that prophesied? Give me a verse that prophesies
It's
Jesus.
in Zechariah.
In Zechariah.
It's in the beginning.
In where? Where is it in the beginning that it talks about Jesus?
Well, you said you read the Bible.
Give me a verse.
You give me one.
You're the one claiming that it's there. I don't have to give you a verse.
There's no prophet. John's claiming there's no prophecies. You want him to give you a verse for a lack of a prophecy? You're making a positive claim that there's a prophecy. Chapter and verse, please.
Well, I'm not gonna play your little game, okay?
It's not a game. You're going to make a claim,
no,
and then
you're not taking this serious. Because
I assure you, I take it very seriously.
You're not taking this serious at all, because you're putting your whole identity in jeopardy. You're putting your whole.
I assure you, my identity is extremely safe. Thank you for your concern about my identity. My identity is doing just fine, thanks. How's yours?
Mine's fine.
You believe in a soul. You believe in a magic wizard.
You cannot be an atheist and have a soul.
You believe in a magic wizard. You believe that animals can talk.
No, you believe in animals can talk.
No, I'm skeptical about this because I don't accept the claims of the Bible.
Were you ever a religious individual?
Never. I've always thought it's immensely silly.
I see.
I was.
Sean was, though. Sean was a believer.
You never were.
You go right ahead. You go right ahead and believe what you want to believe. You have a very nice day, and I enjoy the conversation. It's enlightening. Thank Thank you very much.
Okay.
Busted.
Thanks, Thomas. There we go. All right. Well, what can I say? My identity is apparently in danger. I'm not sure what that means. Is that?
I mean, identity theft is a real problem.
I was about to say, should I be redoing my credit cards or something?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not sure what's going on with that. No, Jesus did not fulfill any prophecies at all. There were several messianic prophecies in the Old Testament about the Messiah figure. Jesus just wasn't it. They made claims, very, very specific claims about things the Messiah would have to do, like be a king in Israel. He was never a king in Israel. Like bring all the tribes together. He never did that. Like end all the wars. He never did that. All these things that he was supposed to be. He was supposed to be directly from the line of David, from the seed of David. That means genetically from David. He definitely was not that. So, no. Jesus did not fulfill the Old Testament messianic prophecies. And as we all know, the flip side, the corollary argument to that, or statement to that, is that the claims in the New Testament about Jesus fulfilling stuff, the callbacks to the Old Testament in the New Testament, they turn out to not even be prophecies most of the time. And when they are prophecies, they're vague and they're nothing to do with their claims of fulfillment. Here, Jesus fulfills this from Isaiah. And you look at it and it's absolutely nothing to do with what's actually going on. So, no. Jesus did not fulfill any prophecies. There are people who speak about this more knowledgeably than me. We know who they are. But I know enough to know that Jesus fulfilled precisely 0. Okay, let's get in. Fire Ministries is back. Maybe he's come to make true on his prophecies. But it hasn't been 2 days yet. Let's get in Matek first and see if our friend Fire Ministries is still keen, then we'll bring him in for a second time. But right now, we'll speak to Matek. Hey, Matek.
How we doing?
We are doing, indeed. We're doing very well, in fact.
Indeed.
Yeah, how are you? What's going on?
Yeah, chilling vibing, you know. Everything and anything's going on, but I'm actually quite curious, and I was wondering if you would be of an answer of my query.
You would like us to answer your query? I'd be delighted. What's your query?
I was wondering, how could one be greater than another if it's on the same plane? So in a sense, atheism can't make more sense as it exists with religion. Atheism and religion is on the same plane.
Well, I don't know what on the same plane means, but they're very, very different. The difference being that theism is making a positive claim about something, right? It's making a positive claim. Theism is making the claim a God exists, or gods exist. At least one God exists. Atheism is simply hearing that claim and saying, I hear what you say. I don't find that convincing. It could be argued that they are on categorically different planes because one is making a specific claim about reality and the other one isn't making any claims about reality.
When it comes to reality, wouldn't you agree, well, it's anything and everything of which it is, and reality of which is truly is, of which there is?
It would be delightful if you could speak in normal English phrases.
So basically, essentially, reality is from you. You are the reality maker, because anything and everything is big. Yeah, oh yes, go on, please do indeed, because I haven't finished the converse of mine, so I wonder is what you gathered from it.
Yeah, I think we all gathered from this that this is not a serious conversation.
No, let's be of a seriosity here, because I'm actually of a converse speaker.
Are you trying not to be understood? Like, are you making a conscious effort that because you are capable of speaking in normal parlance, in vernacular that normal people can like listen to and understand what the frick you're saying, right?
I think it's trolling.
Please do indulge. No, please do indulge. Please do absorb, because the world is very vast. We speak on a different.
Yeah, I'm not taking this guy.
We speak differently. The world is very big.
Yeah, not serious. Okay, I'm going to put down on my notes here. Ban, not serious. Not serious. Trolling. What a shame. Okay, there you go. What can you do? People wait in the queue to come and do that. Very, very strange. Okay, let's get in. Common Sense, who has it? We get in next. He's immediately back in the queue. That's hilarious. Common Sense Who Has It. I wonder that all the time. Hi, Common Sense.
Hey, what's going on?
It's all going. It's all going. We're having a lovely, lovely time. So our claim, as you know, is atheism makes more sense. We think it's fantastic. Very, very reality-based in our view. What's your view?
I say the claim of you being atheist, it goes kind of like what that dude says, is what is the commandments that God is asking you to do?
What does that have to do with the claim of us being atheists? We're not claiming to be atheists. We are we are claiming it, but we are atheists. That's like a fact.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It shows how much you really don't know of what God is asking you to do. What is that 10th commandment, sir?
I don't know what
exactly. So why would you come up here and embarrass yourself saying there's no God? But the rules He's asked you to obey.
You're cutting me off. What I was trying to say is I don't know what point you're trying to get to here, because whether I'm an atheist is independent from whatever God's 10th command is or what His commands are.
By the way, the 10th commandment is don't covet your neighbor's wife or slave, which is an indication that God supports slavery. You should be ashamed of yourself.
What's that definition of covet, please?
Yeah, to want something, to long for something, right?
Wait a minute. So you're saying a wanting or a will?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to mute you until you can learn how to.
By calling you atheist.
Yeah. There's always one, isn't there?
I win.
Yeah.
Somebody who can't control himself like a child.
Show how much you lose.
Yeah. Now, what we can demonstrate here is that there's not winners or losers. There are people who are able to be coherent and advance clear thoughts, and there are people who are not able to control themselves in adult conversations. Which one would you aspire to be?
I'm not the one. Keep muting because you can't handle the truth.
Right.
It's kind of embarrassing.
So now let's try and get into the substance. Let's try and get into the substance of your argument. By the way, I think what we might do is remove you for your bigotry, because you saying don't be homosexual, you saying don't be homosexual, be a real man, just shows you to be a mindless bigot. So
you guys are pathetic.
We'll lose him, and he can go on the ban list too. Common Sense Who Has It. I'm going to write down here for him on the ban list, and he gets homophobic, couldn't string a sentence together,
psychopathic. Let's count the adjectives.
Couldn't string a sentence together. Lasted 30 seconds before decompensating. Lasted,
I think,
30 seconds.
I think 30 seconds is probably a record for him.
Let's call it 20. 25. Lasted 25 seconds before full psychological collapse. Recommend mental health assistance if you speak to him again. Okay, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Common Sense Who Has It, otherwise known as a complete twat. Okay, let's get in. So Fire Ministries is back again. Let's see what he has to say for part 2 of the conversation. There's no one else in the queue right now. I guess we might as well. But before we do, there are 5 calls on the bingo, so I wonder what they might be.
That was I'll give him that. Crash out.
So yeah, crash out for Common Sense goes to Yogi. That's fair. That was a crash out. And let's see. Yogi also said performative laughing for Thomas Fletcher.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait, that's the guy we just talked to, right?
Before.
I can't remember. That might be good.
Yeah, I've slightly forgotten as well. And then Jesus fulfilled prophecy. Thomas Fletcher was the guy who said my identity's in danger. Jesus fulfilled prophecy. Well spotted on that. I'm going backwards actually down the list. And hardened heart. I think he kind of did say that too. So brilliant work. The board is now looking very good indeed. In fact, it's looking so good The only two we have left are, how do you account for logic? I'm amazed we haven't been asked that yet. I mean, you would have thought Felix would have at least asked us that. And it's a relationship, not a religion. So let's see what happens. Maybe it will still come in. Maybe it will. Okay. Let us get Fire Ministries back in again, just to see what he's saying second time round. Trying. There we go. Welcome back for your second appearance of the night. Are we going to make some solid arguments this time?
Oh yeah, sure.
Because we were pretty meandering last time. You need to be able to actually make a point.
No, I wasn't meandering, except for the fact that you had your basis of understanding already. And to school and unschool someone, you need series of education events, which I'm not permitted to do right now.
A series of education events. Okay. The real one, we see you. We'll have you in just a moment. Right. Okay. So are you here to give us the evidence that we were so painfully longing for?
Okay. So you said you've never read all the Bible before?
Yeah. I don't claim to have read the entire book. I claim to have read enough of the Bible to understand basically what it's for and what it's saying.
For you to understand, right?
Yeah.
So take it this way. Should I meet a chimpanzee with a human hand? One of the chimpanzee's hand is a human hand. Can I justify to say that is a full human?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, I'm asking based on what he said.
What are you talking about?
Then I conclude finally. Hello?
What?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
You heard me right. I'm asking a question.
If you meet a chimp with a human hand, are you okay to say that's a human?
Yes.
No,
I would
think that poor human whose hand he ripped off. Like,
you would think it's a chimp with a human hand. What's your point?
Yeah.
Good. So you cannot justify that. You've read some part of the Bible,
right?
And
okay. Here's the thing.
Here's a question. Can I ask him something real quick? How many have you read? Have you read every religious publication in the world of all the different religions?
No.
Okay. Of all the religions whose religious publications you have read zero of, how many of those do you believe are true?
Yeah, because I've not read.
What's the number? What's the number? What's the number of all the religious publications whose that you have not read? Of all the religions whose publications you have not read,
Zero.
how many of them? Zero. Okay.
Zero.
All right. Cool. So, in other words, somebody doesn't have to hang on. Somebody doesn't have to read a religious publication in its entirety to reject the claims of that religion. Correct?
Correct. And
okay. All right.
No,
so John hasn't read the entire Bible cover to cover.
Yeah.
Right. So he doesn't need to read the entire thing to reject Christianity.
Guess what though?
Thank you for agreeing.
Yeah. Brilliant point, Sean. Brilliant. I mean, by the way, I'm going to take it now to assume that you agree with everything in the Bhagavad Gita and the Quran because you haven't read them all, that you can't, disagree with their precepts. So what I have done is I've read enough of the Bible to know that it's immoral. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it supports slavery. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it's extremely misogynistic. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it's extremely anti-scientific. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it supports the raping of children. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it supports the stealing of wives. I've read enough of the Bible to know that it supports the death penalty for picking up sticks on the weekend. I've read enough of the Bible to know that Jesus didn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecies. I've read enough of the Bible to know that the New Testament condemns people for thought crimes. I've read enough of the Bible to know that the New Testament says that women are less than men, that women were made for men, but not men for women, meaning that women are just basically there to serve men and be their property, essentially. I've read enough of the Bible to know that I don't need to read any more of it to debunk it as horrific bullshit.
Okay. Hello, John?
Yeah.
Can we finalize this now?
Hello.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want you to understand that. Okay. Do you know that the Bible prophesy rumors of war and the wars that are happening
Yes,
around
my friend,
us?
there's never been a single time in all of human history that there weren't rumors of war. War and rumors of war has got to be the most pathetic prophecy anyone has ever uttered in their life. There's not been a moment in human history where there were not wars and rumors of war. And this, for me, encapsulates why the Bible is so shit, because it takes the completely mundane and it elevates it to the level of the, war and rumors of war. And it makes gullible fools out of everyone. You don't have to be a gullible fool. You had ancestors. You had ancestors who had their own traditions, and your ancestors were enslaved,
John,
and they had the Bible shoved down their throats by people who deprived your ancestors of their traditions, and now you are trying to shove the Bible down other people's throats. You should honor your ancestors and move away from this horrible cult.
I have two prophecies. California in the future will experience an earthquake, and Florida will experience a hurricane sometime in the future.
I think that's pretty amazing. Let's wait and see if it happens.
So when is that going to happen?
What's that? Sometime in the Did the Bible give a date for each of these wars?
Yeah.
Do you know how much have you studied the? We were talking about reading the Bible. Have you read Ezekiel?
Yeah, I have.
What does Ezekiel say is going to happen to the city of Tyre?
The city of Tyre?
Mm-hmm.
Well, based on your understanding, if I should say you have your own way of understanding, can you just...
I just asked you a simple question. No, I just asked you a simple question. In the book of Ezekiel, what does the prophet say is going to happen to the city of Tyre?
It was going to be burned down, broken down.
More than that. Not just burnt down and broken down. Can you remember what it says?
I want you to be specific, please.
I'm asking you if you can remember what that prophecy is with regard to
I gave you the summary.
But it was much more than that. It doesn't actually say that it's going to be burnt down. It doesn't say anything like that. Who does it say is going to attack the city of Tyre?
Who?
Yeah.
Well, I don't recall the name now.
Haven't you read the Bible? How much of the Bible have you read? How much of it have you read? What if I brought you a chimp with the hand of an ant? Okay, so you've read it, but you just don't remember that in the book of Ezekiel it says that Nebuchadnezzar is going to destroy the city of Tyre, and it says, "I will make you a bare rock. You shall be a place for spreading nets. You shall never again be rebuilt." Did this prophecy come to pass?
Oh yeah, it did.
Did it? So did Nebuchadnezzar destroy the city of Tyre?
Come again?
Did Nebuchadnezzar destroy the city of Tyre?
Did Nebuchadnezzar destroy the city of Tyre? Yeah, sure, he did.
He did not. He did not destroy the city of Tyre. The city of Tyre was attacked by Alexandria later on, but it wasn't destroyed. And the prophecy says never again to be rebuilt. Do you know that Tyre is the fourth largest city in Lebanon now? Has a population of 100,000, and it's a popular tourist destination. Did you know that?
Sure.
So this is a failed prophecy, isn't it?
How failed is it? Can't you build something from...
It's failed because the prophecy says it's going to be attacked by Nebuchadnezzar and never rebuilt, and neither of those things happened. As a failed prophecy, my friend.
John, is that city still called Tyre?
Yeah, it still is.
It's still called Tyre?
Still called Tyre. Yeah, you can get tourist packages there. I mean, it's a bit warry in that region right now. Wouldn't recommend it. Yeah,
Okay.
Still called Tyre. It's a failed prophecy. That is the epitome of a failed prophecy. You know what else is a failed prophecy in the same book? What did
I'm hearing.
Ezekiel say was going to happen to Egypt?
Hello.
Yeah. What did Ezekiel say was going to happen to Egypt?
Oh, you have your point. Just name it and let's go.
Do you not know? Have you not read the Bible?
Let's say I don't know.
Okay. Well, he said that Egypt was going to be uninhabited for 40 years.
And it failed, right? You think it failed?
There has never been a period in recorded human history where Egypt was uninhabited for 40 years. We have an unbroken record of habitation in that place, stretching back all the way. Never ever happened. Another failed prophecy. What did the Bible say in the book of Isaiah was going to happen to Damascus? Can you guess? I know you don't know, but take a guess what it said was going to happen to Damascus.
Are you talking about the sea and destruction?
Cease to be a city, will become a heap of ruins. Guess what? The oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. Not a heap of ruins. Never has been. Never ceased to be a city. Another failed prophecy. So your Bible is full of failed prophecies. And that, my friend, is why I don't believe in it. Along with many other reasons. I mean, the slavery and the killing children and all of that stuff just adds. They're like spice, adding spice to the mix, But it's not a very reliable book, is it? Keeps on making failed prophecies. Agree?
Hello?
Yeah. Well, thanks for thank you for agreeing.
I don't agree. Who said I agree? I said hello.
You appear to you appear to have dropped your phone down a well or something.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear
now.
you. Yeah. Anyway, I think there's only so much playing with my food I can do. I think we've established the point here. But thanks for coming back a second time.
Okay, thanks allowing me in too.
Sure, it's a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Okay, there we are. The Bible, folks, it's rubbish. Piece of literature. As a piece of literature, it's quite interesting. As a moral guide, hard to find anything worse. As a book of history, pretty poor. As a book of prophecies, very poor. Very poor. It's quite good if you need to keep a door open, though. You need to lean something against a door to keep it open. Pretty good. We just had a guest pop into the TikTok queue and then vanish again. So currently no guests, but I'm sure someone will come along soon who wants to explain why atheism doesn't make more sense. But they're just missing out on it. Just makes so much sense. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. Flanker130, thank you for the super chat. Bingo suggestion. I used to be an atheist too, but got saved. They say this having never been skeptics, but maybe questioned a bit at one point. We do actually have I used to be an atheist on the board. Where's it gone? There, top left-hand corner. I used to be an atheist, and Espresso Jack called it while we were speaking to Julian today. So, great suggestion. You nailed it, but we have got it. It was actually a suggestion from someone else a couple of weeks ago.
I think we should add a pharaoh's body failed to decompose. That should be on the bingo board.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that comes up so often.
Oh my god. We've got a couple of guests over on the video side, so we'll read 3 more super chats and then we'll get our next guest in. In fact, we have a couple in the queue now, so bear with me a moment. We'll read these and then move on. Buzz said, "Collective punishment is just the army." Ask Sean. I know that can be a thing, encouraging sort of everyone being accountable to everyone else for their actions, but I still think it's basically immoral.
Especially in basic training and boot camp and places like that. Although, right now, technically collective punishment is like violating regulations, etc. If you're anyway.
Yeah, morally bad. And Buzz also says, since I'm about to take off on a 12-hour flight, here's my final contribution for today. Have a wonderful day. Much love. Take care. Also, fuck TikTok. I agree. TikTok is shit. Terrible platform. Absolutely terrible with their silliness. Thank you, Buzz. Appreciate it. Safe journey home, my friend. We're looking forward to having you back. Very much looking forward to having Buzz back. And last one for now, 49 Perfects says, thank you for booting that guy. He knew literally nothing about science. That describes quite a few of the callers from today. But thank you very much. Unbelievable what some people say. Okay, let's get in. It looks like Omen. We're going to get in Omen over on the video side. Try and get your audio working okay. Bluetooth headset is your mic. And try this. Omen, are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome up. You know what it says. What would you like to say?
My pleasure.
Go for it.
Well, I would like to say that I've been watching a lot of your guys' debates, or your call-in lines, Jason, sorry, not Jason, Justin, Matt, Delahanty, etc. You know, all your professional chaps that do this. And I wanted to ask why, what are you, I don't have any judgment. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to help people find a more rational way of existence?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So I'm pushing back on the idea, which I find one of the most idiotic ideas in our culture, that people could be held morally accountable to the point of eternal punishment simply for not being persuaded by something. This is the doctrine at the heart of Christianity and Islam, is that if at the point you die, you happen not to have been persuaded by certain theological claims, you deserve to be set on fire forever. What an absolutely idiotic idea. And yet this idea is accepted uncritically by billions of people. So I wrote a book about this. I don't know if you know this. I've got a book called Unconvinced: How Belief Is Not a Choice, and why that changes everything. And in that book, I'm demonstrating and arguing that that belief is a process that happens to your mind. It isn't a thing you do. It's a thing that happens to you. And so it makes no sense to hold someone morally accountable for simply not being persuaded of claims. And so I feel very, very strongly about that, and that's why I get on the internet and debate it, because I think it's completely crazy to do that, to tell people that they deserve to be punished purely because of what they find convincing. So that's I hope that answers your question.
It does very much so. Enough. Perhaps you'll excuse the pun here if I say that I think you're doing the Lord's work.
Well, thanks for that.
In an ironic way, you know.
I appreciate it. This is actually a debate stream, though. That's why it says above me opposition only. So if you go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you if you would be prepared, because this is great. You are doing good work, and you're getting people in that are calling, and it's like lambs to the slaughter. And I think it creates a lot of frustration. That one chap that came in and had the crash out in 30 seconds. I mean, that was incredible. The last chap I had a bit of a listen to. It just causes a lot of frustration. Maybe you tweak an area of their belief, and they think, well, maybe I should question this, or maybe I should look at it, and maybe that leads to a more rational output. But who knows? But there are sort of Christian or Islamic streamers that run similar things to you, obviously coming from the other side. And I would implore you, please, would you call into those shows?
I don't generally do that. Some people do. I don't generally do that. I'm not really about going into other people's spaces to tell them they're wrong. I'm more about legitimizing non-belief by creating a space here where we can form a community around our shared values, and other people can come and try and demonstrate their bullshit ideas to us, and we can tear them into tiny little pieces. But I don't see that it would really help for me to go into into other people's spaces. It's not really my style. Some people do it. It's not really my thing. But friend, we are looking for debates. So thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. And if you want to speak more, every other Friday we do an after hours show from 10 p.m. UK time for quite a few hours, where we take calls from friends about absolutely anything. You'd be very welcome to call us then. So we'd be happy to take your call any Friday when we're doing the after hours show. If you would like to call in,
Lovely.
not
Thanks,
this Friday,
sorry
but
for crashing your stream. But
no worries.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Okay. Right. Let us get Harrison in next in the same place, and then we have Right Okay Now over on TikTok. We will get to after that. So let's bring in, just making sure that Harrison's audio is working. It looks like maybe it is. Hopefully it is. Harrison, are you there?
How's it going, mate?
Good. How are you?
I think I'm here. I'm good. I'm good. How about yourself?
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So, atheism makes more sense is the claim we are making. And your view on this is?
Am I muted?
You're not muted. No, you're not.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, sorry. It was just saying, whenever I'm not speaking, it's showing me that I'm muted, but it's just because I'm not speaking. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's, you're saying atheism makes more sense. That's the claim.
Yeah.
More like in reference to what? Like, what is the opposing?
The opposing view would be theism. Would be theism, right? So, and atheism isn't really a worldview. It's just a response to a claim, right? So, theists believe a god or gods exist. We are not convinced of that claim, and therefore we are not theists. And we have a word for people who are not theists. Happens to be atheists, and that's why I think it makes more sense because theists have not met the burden of proof implied by the claim. So that's our position.
Okay.
And
would you not say that atheism is a belief though?
No.
It's a view of the world, is it not? It's a view of reality.
No, we're not making any claims at all. Atheism doesn't make a single claim about reality. It just says, I've heard the claims you're making. I don't find them convincing. It would be like if you said that you can flap your arms and fly, and I said, I'm not convinced of that. I'm not making any claims about reality. I'm just saying, I've heard the thing you say. I don't find it convincing.
Yeah, you are making a claim about reality. You think I'm not a flapping chicken?
No, I'm not even necessarily saying that you're not. I'm just saying I'm not convinced that you are. You may be, but I'm not convinced that you are.
Okay, but so you're holding that to be true, though. I'm not saying you're like have epistemic certainty of this claim.
Do you know the difference between I don't believe X and I believe X is false? You understand those are fundamentally different things?
I don't believe X and I believe that X is false.
Yeah, those are completely different things. If you don't understand it, I can explain it with an analogy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Proposition, I hereby claim that, so first to start, I have a lawn in front of my house. I am claiming right now that I have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. Do you believe, are you convinced that my claim is true?
Sorry, what was the subject?
Yeah, so basically, are you convinced that, so I have a lawn in front of my house. Are you convinced that the number of blades of grass in front of my house is even?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so that means no, you're not convinced it's even, right?
Convinced according to your claim?
Just in period, like, are you convinced, do you believe I have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house?
Yeah, it would depend whether or not I'd have anything to justify my
you
my
don't
belief.
have that right now, so you don't believe.
So I have nothing.
Right now, you like, I'm talking reality right now, you don't have a reason to believe my claim, right?
So I have no reason to believe your claim.
Right. I'm asking you, do you believe the number of blades of grass in front of my house is even?
Yeah, I would only affirm your claim if you were able to justify it.
Right. So you don't. So you're not convinced there's an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. Does that mean you believe?
I would disagree with your claim.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't believe it's even. Does that mean you're claiming it's odd?
No, I don't believe. No, I don't. It's not that I
Right.
don't believe it's even.
Right. So you don't. So that is you do not believe X. Meaning you do not believe the number of blades of grass is even. That is separate from you saying, I believe X is false, because if you claimed it was false, that would mean you believe the number is odd, right?
No, I didn't say that I think that there is not an even amount of blades.
Correct.
Grass.
That's my point.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. You didn't say that you believe that it's false. You just said you have no reason to think it's true. This is exactly our position with respect to a God. That's exactly
Yeah,
the
I'm
same.
saying if there's no justification, okay, well that's assuming that there's absolutely no
So
justification.
we see that there's absolutely no justification for accepting a belief in a God. So we withhold belief, but we are not making the positive claim there are no gods. And you could be forgiven for thinking that atheism is a stronger claim, because many people think that, and there was a time when that was how it was understood. But nowadays, the term really just means, at its most basic, it just means not accepting the claim, not being convinced by the claim that a God exists. And so, because we're not convinced by it, we remain open to it. Completely possible that there's a God, but we don't believe that there's a God because we haven't seen any evidence for it. So whilst we're open to it, we have no reason to think it's true, and therefore we are not believers, and therefore we can legitimately be called atheists. And that's it. And that's why it seems to me to make more sense, because we're just saying, look, we're just being cautious and saying, look, when there's evidence for something like that, we'll look at it. And if the evidence is good, then we'll have no choice but to be convinced. The evidence will compel us to believe. But right now, there isn't any. And when we ask theists and believers for evidence, all we get are fallacious arguments and appeals to, personal experience or the authority of books.
I'm sure there's a lot of those people that come on and just say that they saw lightning strike their dogs, cousins, aunts. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, I feel like if you're gonna kind of posit that in the claim, atheism makes more sense. Would you say that atheism is the negation of theism?
No, it's not the negation. No. There's a type of atheism called strong atheism, which is the positive claim there are no gods. That would be the negation of theism. Atheism is just not accepting the claim. It's not the negation. It's just not accepting the claim. So it's the difference between saying it's like saying I have no reason to believe, I don't hold the belief that Sean's lawn has an even number, is a different claim from saying I do believe it has an odd number. Totally different positions.
Right. I would have a justification if I were to say I believe that it is not an odd number.
Yeah, you would need a justification. It's exactly the same. Make sense?
Okay. So are you okay? Well, yeah. Let's just get past this. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page. So I think that atheism doesn't make more sense than theism, because I think that in atheism I'm referring to like naturalism. I'm not referring to like Neoplatonism. Like later on, I'll be able to, but I would rather. Are you a naturalist? Is that your worldview?
I'm not committed to naturalism. I suspect that naturalism is probably an accurate way of looking at reality, but I'm not dogmatically committed to it. I don't know. I do have one way of looking at things, which is that anything that happens is part of the world. Anything that happens as part of the world is part of nature. So anything that would even be called supernatural is still part of nature and is therefore natural. Natural, nature is everything that happens, right? So it might just be that our definition of what nature entails would need to be updated if it turned out, for example, that some people can do magic spells. Rather than describing them as supernatural, we would have to just update our schema for natural to include the occasional spell making, and then natural would then be a more reflective, would still be reflective of reality. But I'm not committed to any of this. I just think that explaining the gaps in our knowledge by appealing to gods is something we ought to have grown out of by now.
Also, naturalism is independent from atheism, although there's a lot of correlation. There is a lot of correlation, but I have talked to atheists who, for example, believe in reincarnation, believe in sort of supernatural things. But really, the defeater to atheism makes more sense, like at least as we're defining it using the normative definition of just lacking belief in a God. The defeater would be if you can provide sufficient evidence for a God.
Okay. So I understand that. Thanks for the clarification there. For naturalism, I think that I think atheism. I mean, are you saying that agnosticism? Like, is this what you're trying to say? Like, as an agnostic atheism, or are you saying atheism? Because I'm kind of confused, because if you're not making a claim, then I don't know how to make sense.
Yeah, basically, if for example you could provide evidence for a God, it would make non-belief in a God, which is what we have, irrational. Just like if someone is agnostic to whether the world is round, and I provide them all this evidence that the world is shaped like a globe, they would be irrational not to accept my claim.
So they ought to be irrational.
Yeah. So if you could provide sufficient evidence for a God, John and I would be irrational not to accept your God claim.
Okay. Hold on, me. Okay. Well, I can present some arguments. Let's think here. So we got yeah, I think that, are y'all familiar with logic?
Okay.
Yeah, I think atheism can't give an account for logic.
Oh dear.
Well, that's on the bingo at least. But
what?
Oh,
bingo.
No. Well, yeah. We'll get to that.
Oh, someone called it. Jack called it. Jack called, how do you account for logic on the bingo? Well done. Good spot, Jack. Good spot. I was considering reaching for it myself.
You're fine. It's a fun thing we do.
Yeah, we do believe a bingo.
I'm not arguing against atheism in my argument. I'm arguing for theism, but
yeah.
Consequence of my argument would be against would be saying that atheism can't account for.
All right. So I got something for you on that. So the laws of logic, you're familiar. The main root laws of logic, you understand the laws of
the classical laws of logic.
Yeah. Identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. Right.
Yeah.
So we both accept, for example, that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, because that would violate the law of non-contradiction. Please substantiate that for the moon to not be able to exist and not exist simultaneously, that requires some type of explanation, and that the explanation is God. Because it appears to me, I'm not saying for sure it is, but it appears to me just to be a brute fact of reality. But you seem to think it requires like a God. Can you defend that?
Yeah. So I understand that you think it's just like a brute fact of reality. So
I'm saying it appears to be. I don't claim to know the ultimates of reality, but if you're claiming it requires a grounding, and the grounding is God, like those are two things that need to be defended.
Do you think a brute fact can exist?
I don't see why not. Eventually, actually, I think it has to exist, because as soon as you say, well, what explains that? Well, what explains that? Well, what explains that? You eventually come to a brute fact, and theists go one step further, as John often points out, and just add God as the brute fact. It could just be the laws of logic themselves are a brute fact.
Yeah. So if the laws of logic were brute facts, are you saying like self-dependent, like independent of?
Yeah, just like a necessary fact of reality, just a necessary abstract fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously.
Yeah, I think that if if they existed, so if the laws of logic existed and they were independent and self-evident, then I don't understand. I don't understand if that would just be an arbitrary ground, because if they do exist, then where do they exist in this realm?
They're not
arbitrarily floating.
They don't
exist. Physical
they don't
they're
exist
not physical
in that
entities.
way.
They're abstract. They're abstract facts of reality. Just like, for example, something shaped like a sphere, like the sun. Although I doubt the sun is a perfect sphere, but like, it's an abstract fact of reality that the circumference of the sun is approximately 3.14 times the diameter. That's just an abstract fact of reality. It's not like a thing that exists.
But that's an abstract fact about reality.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's a fact that's would you say, you wouldn't say it's empirical? It's like not describing anything empirical.
Well, it depends on what you mean by empirical.
Because I just don't understand if it's an abstract fact, then we're.
I think definitionally abstract facts can be empirical.
I think we're wasting time. I don't think that I don't think that God contributes anything explanatory in this framework at all. Logic would still work with or without a God. So what purpose is God fulfilling here?
Yeah, I don't. If the laws of logic, one second. It doesn't make sense how they would be normatively binding.
They're not traffic laws. They're not binding like a speed limit. They apply. They allow you to make inferences between things, and that would be the case with or without a God. So what do we need a God for?
Okay, I'm saying because they are normatively binding, they tell us what we ought to do in order.
We're not talking about what we ought to do. No, the laws of logic don't tell you what you ought to do. The laws of logic allow you to connect propositions and statements together, and understand understand what.
Sorry, go ahead.
And understand what can be inferred, right? So, for instance, you have inference rules. You'll know what inference rules are. Inference rules work. They work because they definitionally work. They must work. They're a feature of language. They're a feature of statements. So if I say if the house is on fire, it will be hot, and then I say the house is on fire, we can then infer by an inference rule, which you of course know would be modus ponens, to say therefore the house is on the house will be hot. If you say, if it's on fire, it's hot, it is on fire, therefore it's hot. That doesn't require a God to still be true. A God adds absolutely nothing to that. And so this claim that God is required to undergird or provide a grounding for these things is trying to sell us a problem that isn't a problem. We have no need of this explanation because there's nothing that needs to be explained. This is just a feature of language.
So you think, okay, so how is logic, if logic is just a feature of language, then how is it a necessary brute fact?
I'm saying that it's necessarily true by the structure of statements. It's just how we infer one thing from another. I'm not even saying it's a brute fact. It's just necessarily true by how language works. We don't need God to conduct the orchestra for this. It just works. Is it the case? Okay. Let me ask you something else. These laws of logic, are they themselves necessary, or could God have made them differently if he wanted to?
No, I don't think God made them. I think that they are necessary.
They are necessary. But, so I agree with you, but then we have no need of God to provide any function here at all.
No, but my argument is that they do because they're propositions, and I think that propositions, because they are intrinsically intentional, they are mental entities.
To me, that's meaningless. I'm not even going to go there with you.
I'm saying that they have meaning. No, okay, well, that's kind of funny because I'm saying that they have meaning, and so they're mental entities.
They're not entities. They're not entities. They're rules of language. Just like I often use the example of rhyming. Rhyming is a rule of language. Cat rhymes with fat. Do we need God to make cat rhyme with fat, or is it just a fact that cat rhymes with fact? Is rhyming out there in some
but I don't
special
ought to use
metaphysical
rhyme in
space?
order to speak.
We're not talking about ought.
I don't ought to use
There are no
rhyming in order
oughts
to
here.
communicate with you.
Don't muddy the water. We're not getting about oughts.
Well, no, it's normatively binding. I think it's normally binding because in order to make a valid inference, you have to follow the laws of logic.
You don't have to do anything. It's just
he's confusing the map and the place.
I do. I think so too, and I just think
I'm just
these
saying
kind
that you ought to
of
follow
arguments. These kind of arguments are sort of, if you'll forgive me, they're kind of intellectual masturbation. Nobody has faith because of these reasons, and they're really boring. They're really boring, and they don't get you to a god. They don't even get you to. They don't even get you to a. They don't even get you to a necessary being. It's trying
so you're saying
to.
an argument's invalid because it doesn't fit your preferences because it's boring.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not. The fact that it's boring isn't the reason why it doesn't work. The fact that it's boring is a reason why I don't really want to talk about it for too much longer, because it bores the audience. Everyone is bored of these silly word games, and that's all they are. They're silly word games that people with too much time on their hands have invented to try to make fucking insane beliefs sound well reasoned. That's what they are. Rather than saying, I believe in talking donkeys and snakes, people say, but there's an intentionality here in the modal logic of this and that. It's just nonsense, dude. It's just fatuous. It's fatuous rubbish.
What's vacuous about modal logic, bro?
It's just nonsense. It's just.
I understand that you think it's nonsense. I'm saying, why do you think it's nonsense?
I'm not saying that modal logic is nonsense. I'm just saying that invoking these types of arguments and presenting them as if they are provide a justification for believing the preposterous claims in various religious books is nonsense.
So if modal logic is valid and sound, then how would it be preposterous and vacuous to invoke it in order to prove God's existence?
Because it doesn't do the job. It doesn't prove God's existence.
You don't think it does the job?
No, it doesn't. As I said, the reason it doesn't is because you get things like, well, what's your grounding for this? And what's your conditions for intelligibility for that? It's all just word games. It's all just twaddle.
Well, I think that modal logic proves God, but that's a separate argument. I mean, I don't think it's I don't think it's vacuous because I think it proves God. That, like, the valid inference is that God exists. Okay, it's
I'll make you a deal. I'm on a lot of other people's lives from time to time. If see me out there in the wild and get with me on it, and I'll dive deep into the philosophical weeds with you. We just don't want to bore the audience with it for much longer here.
That's fine. Can I just have 2 more minutes to present my argument analytically, and then we can be good?
Up to John.
I mean, must you? It's really dull.
Okay. Well, I mean, I haven't like presented it analytically. I've only just kind of. Do you want me to present it really quickly? It's like probably 5 or 6 premises.
5 or 6 premises?
It's short. I promise you. I would have already been over with it.
There's a lot of crying in the chat. Like, please.
Okay, I'm sorry that the audience is suffering because they think my argument's boring. But I'm saying I can present it analytically, and so they can have an elucidated version of my argument.
Oh yeah, you're on YouTube, aren't you? You can't find me on TikTok. Do you have a TikTok account?
I don't see your name. No, I don't have any social media.
I'm on TikTok right now. Man, it's up to John.
I'm polling.
I just want to present it, then I can just dip if that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for 6 hours, right? And we've been speaking about lots of different things. My guess is that there won't be an enormous appetite in the room to hear you present a 5 or 6 proposition argument using modal logic or any other type of construct to argue for a god based on language games, which is basically what this will be. It's basically the Sudoku of apologetics. It's just nonsense. These arguments are silly, in my view.
And each one of the premises can end up being like a 15-20 minute discussion. And
yeah,
I'm just saying I can just present it and get out of here, and I can give this little nugget to y'all. I mean, I don't understand how he thinks it's unsensical if I haven't even presented it yet.
It's because these arguments this class of argumentation always claims that something's a problem that isn't a problem, and then claims that the only solution to the non-problem is God, and that's what your argument will do too.
I'm not saying there's a problem with anything with using modal logic. I'm just positing that. I think
Is
God
this the
exists
one with like
because,
S5 and all that?
it uses S5.
Okay. Yeah.
So
That'll take all day.
78% of the audience on the YouTube side have
Dude,
said no.
I got 20. Okay.
So
hey, 22% though. I love y'all. Y'all are real ones.
it's not personal. It's just it's not personal. It's just
I understand it's boring. I understand.
It's a bit dull. So but
all right. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
All the best. Take it easy. Thanks,
All right.
Harrison. Bye. Okay. Sorry, I meant to poll both rooms, and the TikTok one didn't work, which is why I was looking for it, and I couldn't see it because I hadn't hit start on it. I do apologise. I still love you, TikTok people, obviously. Okay, we will get... look who's back again. Common Sense is back again. He thinks that he wants to come back in and deliver more mindless abuse. What a child. Common Sense, go away, you silly child. You're not capable of having a conversation. You're just an idiot. We don't need people like you. Run along. Go and, I don't know, do something. Go and make something. Go and make some pottery or something. Idiot. Okay, let's get in Alan next. Let's go. We get Alan in and see what he is saying. Hi, Alan. Teacup, dual teacup.
Dual devices here.
There we go.
How's it going?
How's it going indeed?
So I used to be an atheist most of my life, so I understand the position pretty well.
Why, if I may ask, why were you an atheist?
Well, so I was raised Roman Catholic, and my family was like a military family, and it kind of felt like I don't know, when going through Catholicism, it felt like it was a bunch of fairy tales and that adults around me believed literally. And I was like, I mean, I think there's wisdom here, but it's not wisdom that can't be obtained from like Star Wars. It felt to me like Star Wars, but that like people kind of believed literally. And I was like, this is dumb. Well, it's not dumb. It's just that like, there's something that's wrong here. Like, and when I asked some questions in the church and all that, I didn't necessarily get good answers. And then I would explore science. And I found really good answers in science where I didn't have to just trust somebody. I could understand from the evidence for myself the truth. I didn't, it felt like I was being scammed by and I still feel that way, actually. I still feel like the church is a scam. I'm not your traditional Christian or I'm not like a Catholic anymore. I was never Catholic really. So yeah, I just explored science. So, yep.
You don't have a religion, you have a relationship with Jesus.
No. I have actually a big gripe with Jesus. I think Jesus was a child trafficker. I think that my evidence.
Left turn. Okay.
Yeah. So my belief in God is not like a Christian or Jewish God. In fact, I have a big problem with Abrahamism in general.
Okay.
I do not agree with either of the three, or I'm against institutional religion. I would consider myself more spiritual, if you want to put it that way.
All right, got you. Which God do you believe exists? Can you just
I
briefly
believe in a
describe
nameless
the
God. So I believe that we are God. And I believe that God is the mind that we all exist in. So I believe that, and this came from exploring science deeply and then having ideas that came from exploring, I guess you could call it substance monism. Is it all just made of the same stuff? And then that led me to further questions, which is exploring the boundaries of, I guess exploring physics and all that forced me to explore my own consciousness. Yep.
Okay, so you said we are God.
Yeah.
And okay, and then the mind we are in, you also called that God.
Yeah.
I feel like one, I don't know that we're in a mind, but that's let's say we were in a mind. Us being God and that might this all just seems like I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but it was sort of like wackadoo woo-woo stuff.
Yeah, no, it sounds that way. It sounds that way,
yeah,
but if you give me a chance to explain I think I have a legit case here.
Yeah, I'm a human being. I mean, I'm using normative definitions of God. A lot of people are God is energy or God is the universe. We already have words for those.
Yeah, well, so to me, it's this idea of oneness, which you could describe as the singularity. Like for me, I didn't come at it from the God angle. I'm using the God angle because that's the conversation here. The point is, it can't be defined. It cannot be captured by language because what it is a singularity, and language at its most simple is binary. So it's a definitional issue where like this thing is it's a being. It's an ontology more than it is. It's a state of being, a state of consciousness. You cannot define it because it's also what's experienced at death. It's the state of oneness, which is like categorical breakdown.
And I feel like this is outside the scope of the show, but like John, this is up to you.
Well, I can explain really quickly why it's relevant to this conversation and to Abrahamic religion, because the ancient Greeks were exploring these ideas, and it proceeds immediately when like Christianity and Judaism emerge and are getting talked about, at least where we have evidence for it being talked about, because this experience of oneness, I believe, is what a lot of people do call God.
Alan, what we do here is we essentially debate and push back on ideas of religious ideas which tell people that they're going to face punishment for their beliefs. That's the main kind of core of what we do here is pushing back on that, and then occasionally we will kind of broaden the field a little bit and talk about the ideas that are kind of around that, to more general kind of theistic ideas and stuff. But it sounds like you have a pretty idiosyncratic and slightly esoteric conception of God, which is probably not really in scope for the kind of discussions we talk about.
So you're looking more to argue with like institutional Abrahamic kind of religion belief in God?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, our kind of core thing is the idea that belief is not a choice, and so criminalizing it and criminalizing the lack of belief and punishing it is morally incoherent. That's the kind of main reason
I agree with
that we do this stuff. And so it sounds like you've got some slightly new agey ideas.
It's actually a perennial philosophy. You can find people through all of history that believe this, from the pre-Socratic Greeks. Like, this is what there's like the institutional God, which you're right is the exoteric. You're debating the exoteric, which is like the mainstream belief in God, and then my belief in God is the more esoteric, mystical, what some people call mystical, the oneness. Like in Judaism, it's Kabbalah. In Christianity, they still call it Kabbalah. In Islam, it's Sufism, but like that's like the real God. So if you want to explore that, I'd argue to explore that, because it can't be defined. It's us. It's that my closing statement is that God is like the way that you are a dreamer at night, where it's not like a conscious, like top down, like me with my fish tank. Like it's not like I don't believe in a creator God like that. I believe the creator God is like in the same way that you
Alan,
create your dreams at night.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
All the best.
Did that make sense? Yeah.
Not a single word of it. But thank you very much indeed.
Well,
keep well.
All right.
Thanks, friend.
Right. Well, I wish you the.
And you too. All right. Sometimes mercy is what's required, and mercy was delivered eventually. Buzz said, "I'm tickled and proud that Nope caught on so well. You smashed it with Nope, Buzz."
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. And Buzz as
Nope,
well.
John the First.
John, not everyone can abstain for shitting for 8 hours. Well, you got to do what you got to do. As they say. Herbie Shine, great to see you, Herbie. This may be a bit sycophantic, but I wanted to say you're a good man with the way you deal with some callers who seem to be delicate. Much respect. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're not here to be nasty to anyone, and human beings first and counterapologists second is kind of the mantra, I think. And McDubbin says, "Just write emotional drunk bigot for that dumpster fire of a guest." I wonder who that was for. Who would that have been?
Was that the cheese one?
That must have been the guy who crashed out, surely. I think. So.
The one who is homophobia or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. I think that's probably right. That is in fact totally right. And logic and reasoning. This guy and Felix chatting, we could sell tickets. This is for FYA Ministries. Yeah, I mean, I think again, another person with unearned confidence. Very, very confident, not so competent, sadly. And Crucifixion says, atheist hell would be being locked in a cell with Felix and FYA. I know, right? That wouldn't be good. Definitely not good at all. Flanker, thank you for the super chat. How about, again, this is this is when Omen was on. How about we have more evidence for Jesus than George Washington for bingo? Such a bad talking point. It is a horrific talking point, isn't it? Yes, I have to figure out a way of framing that in a way that would fit in one of the bingo squares, because they generally only really like a sort of a very small number of words. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. Something along those lines of equating
more evidence for J than X.
Something like that.
If they say
yeah.
Alexander the Great, George, whatever they fill in. Yeah.
Yeah. Good call. More evidence for J than X. I like that. We'll have that. Okay. Let's get in Kayla over on video on the YouTube side. We are going to make sure, or we're going to try to make sure that Kayla's audio is working, because at the moment I can't see a device. But let's see. Kayla, are you there? Still not, because I can't see an audio device. And Kayla's just dropped out. So, okay, we're going to go for Magala. We've spoken to Magala before. Okay, well, I'm not sure how edifying this will be, but we'll try this. Welcome back, Magala.
Hey, how's it going? I really admire your guys' dedication.
Thank you very much.
To atheism.
We are indeed dedicated to spreading common sense around the world.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm a devotee of the Lord. I've practiced devotion. So instead of directing all my time and energy and determination into proving the non-existence of God, I take all my time, energy, and to serve the Lord in any capacity that I can. That can be by reading, by offering my food to the Lord, by chanting His holy names.
Right, but last time we spoke, your chosen method of doing that was telling us all the places you've been in the world and how the existence of certain buildings were undeniable proof of the Lord. Are you going to make a better argument this time?
Well, what you call a building is anybody can pull up any images of Angkor Wat and see that building was meant to outlast eternity.
Sure. The request this time would be to make a better argument than that, because that one wasn't good. So have you got a better one?
That was a perfect one.
It was perfect, apart from the fact that it convinced absolutely no one listening. But have you got a better one this time, or were you just coming to recapitulate that one?
Well, no, I was telling to see what the symptoms of a devotee of the Lord is. You know, they're always engaged 24/7 in spreading God consciousness. So you guys are actually really super excellent devotees of atheism.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it in that kind of language, but what do you think
I think you worship Satan. I believe that's what's really
that's lovely. So do you have anything to say about the topic? Because making it about us isn't really interesting.
Atheism is a cover for devil worship.
Okay. I'm glad you think so.
That's delightful. Apart from the fact that we think that the devil is as much bullshit as the other gods the other god concepts that people believe in. It's all just stories for the gullible. These are just stories for the feeble-minded and the gullible. And so,
you know what?
Actually, I think you might be right. Like Tracy.
Oh my gosh, Your Lordship, you have arrived. Yeah, you were right, Magala. We are in fact devil worshippers. That's absolutely it. I regularly dine on the flesh of young people, and all of this reason and evidence stuff is just a cover for that. Oh. Damn, you busted me, mate.
And the devil needs reading glasses to read fine print. So, you know.
Well, the thing that you guys don't
Oh dear.
understand is that nature is very stringent. It's very deliberate.
Yes.
It's very organized.
This is Tracy, by the way.
So I mean, if you guys pretend like you're acting outside the laws of nature, you're in for a foolish surprise.
Indeed.
You're a number one fool.
We're
if you think you're going to escape the cycle of birth and death.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, I have participated in part of this cycle by virtue of having been born, and I eagerly await. Well, not eagerly, but I've made peace with the fact that I'll participate in the other part of the cycle when my time comes to move on. Handel's TBNB. We will hang on a sec. Hang on. Stop the yapping for a moment. Handel's TBNB. We will get you in just a moment. As soon as we've finished with this complete nonsense. I'm quite surprised you came back, to be honest, because last time was not good. So
good. You see a pile of stones and buildings when the pyramids. I see a giant temple, which with interscript calligraphy all over it. A civilization that was created by titans. And who are you? You're a guy who sits in a studio in his bedroom or in his garage with this other dweeb down here who convinced people who've never been out of their basement and spirit.
Let's get Handel's DBNB in next and see what he's saying. Handel's
on the YouTube?
Over on TikTok. Sorry, Handel's TDNB. Hi, Handles. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good. TDNB. We'll just try and make sure I get your name in right, so that we get it up on.
Handles is fine. Handles is fine.
That's fine. I got you up on the screen now. I'm hearing a British accent, I think. Am I right? Are you
absolutely are, mate.
What on earth are you doing up at this time of morning or night?
Well, I was on some earlier lives, and the action is at this time, so sometimes you got to make a sacrifice, don't you?
It's where it's at. So welcome in. You can see the prompt above my head. It says atheism makes more sense. That's our position. What's yours?
Well, I'm somewhere in between, I guess, what the opposite of most people have come in here and said, right? Because for me, I look at it in terms of morality and education. So as humans, right, when we come into this world, we're like one of the only species that require supervision during our early stages of development, which we get taught, you know what I'm saying? We're taught things. So before there was like a real religious hold on the world, morality was kind of left up to the people, right? And if we look back in our world, it was a bit vicious back then.
Are you just going to make are you just going to make a utility argument for religion, saying that it keeps people in line and helps people to?
Well, no. Well, I'm not saying religion, because you have supreme leaders who are still alive that keep whole countries in line. So it's not I wouldn't say the proving the physical existence of God. I personally think the idea of it is what is the morality part. But for an atheist, what would you say keeps you in morality? Because I think that's the only thing that would make it make sense, is what keeps humans being better versions of themselves.
Funny enough, my morality is not based on an authority at all. In fact, I consider any authority says so to be a completely arbitrary basis for caring about how other people act. I genuinely care about how actions affect the well-being of others. I care about the well-being of others. I don't like people being harmed. I do like people being helped. So I approve of behaviors that help the well-being of others, and I disapprove of behaviors that harm the well-being of others. Mm-hmm. God says so, Yahweh says so, Thor says so, Kim Jong-un says so, any authority says so, means jack shit to me as far as my gives a fucks about how people behave. It doesn't move the needle for me at all. But if you tell me this action will help feed this many people, or this action will harm all these other people, those are things I actually genuinely care about.
Now, would you want that feeling you have for everybody else?
Would I want everybody else to have empathy and genuinely care about the well-being of others without relying on authority? Yes.
Right. But so how do you get people to do that is the question.
I mean, that's go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know how much better the world would be if everybody who thinks they get their morality from a cosmic policeman instead started just getting it from an instinct to avoid suffering in others and being driven by genuine compassion? If that happened, the world would be so much better than it is. I'm not idealistic or doe-eyed.
And I don't disagree with you at all. But
I don't think it's ever going to happen. Too many people think that the way to living a good life is getting your instructions from a book on how to behave, normally from a book that condones all sorts of other horrific things too, and being told rules, whereas actually that's not really a very sophisticated way of doing it, and it leads to lots of problems and lots of in-group, out-group stuff. So I don't think that religion gives us really anything in terms of that.
I wouldn't disagree with you in terms of if you're specifying it in terms of religion, right? I wouldn't really disagree with you because it's like 50-50. Half is telling you to do good, half is telling you to do some other stuff. So there's a whole conspiracy going on with that, right?
So where's the value? What are you advocating for then?
So what I'm saying, you're saying atheism makes more sense than what? Than religion?
Than theism.
Than theism.
Than theism, right?
Yeah.
So if atheism, what does the A stand for in theism?
Without atheos, it basically just means a non-theist. If you want to just break it down into its
you're
form.
going based on absolute fact, right?
No.
Well,
no. It's just non-belief.
What is it?
It's just non-belief in any gods.
Yeah. So if you're not believing in something, that must mean you know something.
No.
Otherwise, you are left to believe, right? That's the definition of the word believe.
No. Look, theists.
So hold on. Let me just clarify. So you don't think that the word belief is the literal admission that you don't know something? It's the admission of doubt.
This is very it's not, mate. My friend, you're confused. Just stop.
You're saying I'm confused, right?
You are.
That's not how you debate. Let me finish my point first, so you can then rebuttal it. Can I at least get to the end of it? Of what I was saying?
If you must, but it's just a waste of time.
Well, the etymology. See, these are you have words and theory.
Listen, words don't have intrinsic meanings; they have usages. John and I are using the lexical dictionary definition, which you don't have to use, but dictionaries describe the normative everyday use that most people mean when they use certain words. So if you're not going to address what we mean by atheism, you're not addressing the prompt. If you have your own idiosyncratic definition of atheism or some definition that's different from ours, you are not addressing the prompt. Words are used to communicate concepts.
You said what you're muting me, telling me that words don't mean nothing. Then you're.
I didn't say words don't mean nothing. I said they don't have intrinsic. I said they don't have. And if you keep unmuting yourself, I'm just going to drop you. Words don't have intrinsic. Words don't have intrinsic definitions. They have usages. We are using the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of atheism. If you don't like that definition, that's a you problem. If you're not addressing the definition we're using, you're not addressing the prompt. Do you want to address the prompt?
I was addressing the prompt. If you let me get to the end of the point,
so what do we mean when we say atheism?
Are you going to keep cutting me? Are you going to keep cutting me?
You were also.
I've been respectful, but if you're going to cut me up, then there's no point. There's no dialogue there. There's no dialogue.
Relax. You also had a very odd idea of what the word believe means. You said that believe must entail uncertainty. That's just not true. That's not what believe means.
If you know something, can you still believe it?
Yes.
You do necessarily believe something if you know it.
Within the set of things you believe, you have a smaller set of things that you know as well. Belief does not necessitate uncertainty. When you find out something for sure, you don't stop believing it. You continue to believe it, but you believe it with such great confidence that we also call it knowledge. That's what it means. So
that's
knowledge,
not true, though,
knowledge is within epistemology. Knowledge is considered to be a subset of belief. And that's why you'll claim that for you to believe something.
A subset, yes, because once you know it, you no longer need to believe it.
No, a subset is that you still do.
Point.
It wouldn't be a subset if you no longer believed it. It's a subset precisely because you both believe it and know it, because knowledge is a subset of belief. Now, whether
you know what subset means?
Yes, it means it's part of a greater
if
set
if
which
I
inherits
have a collection set
the
of
properties
If you have a
of that
collection
set.
of three,
The subset inherit the properties of the superset. That's how sets work.
clearly you don't want to dialect because you keep muting me. So obviously you're scared
you're very scary. Like it's hard for us to keep up with your. It's hard for us to keep up with your absolute brilliance. So anyway, to believe something.
Give me your definition of atheist.
Come back when you can have a conversation and you're like an adult. You can request back up, but you're not going to unmute when you've been muted when you're trying to incessantly talk over us. So to believe something is to accept that it is true or likely true. If you know something, it doesn't make sense to say you don't accept that it is true or likely true. I know 1 + 1 = 2. I also accept that it is true or likely true that 1 + 1 = 2. Knowledge is true and justified belief. It is a type of belief. Anyway, if he wants to request, it's up to you, John.
That's right. You can come back if you want to. In the meantime, we're going to speak to Truth Nuke. Let's see what that yields.
Good morning.
Good morning indeed. Welcome in. You know what the prompt is. What would you like to say about it?
So I'd like to ask you, what do you template your morality upon? Is it maybe John Stuart Mill's harm principle, where you believe that all harm should be prevented if possible, or is it something else?
Yeah, largely the avoidance of harm as a general principle. I wouldn't describe it as templating. I would just say that we're motivated by wanting to avoid harm wherever possible, maximize well-being wherever possible. And that gives you a pretty good basis on which to be quite objective about morals, doesn't it?
Okay, so I was next going to ask, so where would this coercion come from? We're talking about, because obviously not everyone believes that harm is necessarily a bad thing, and there are other non-theist ways to base your morality upon, such as, for example, hedonism, where you believe that one's self-pleasure should be put forward as a priority for themselves.
It's a personal preference. For me, it's a personal preference. So my personal preference is the avoidance of harm. That's a value which is meaningful to me. I personally experience physical discomfort and suffering when I see other people in pain or suffering. It hurts me, and because I don't want to feel hurt by seeing other people in pain, the way I avoid that is by orienting myself towards an ethics of the avoidance of suffering in others, because that's what makes sense to me personally. But I grant that it's completely subjective, as are all moral preferences.
Yeah, and I was just going to clarify that I'm an atheist as well, but I'd like to bring up the argument that, in multicultural societies, as Durkheim stated as well, there's a mixture of morals.
Sorry, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to debate theism with theists. Yeah. No one's interested in that. Okay, let's get in Professor, looks like Huso. Professor Huso. I wonder if I'm saying that right. Probably not. Professor Huso.
If he morphs in. Transporter.
Come on, TikTok. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. You've got to wonder what it's doing while it's just like spinning.
Give her all she's got, Scotty. The transporter's not working.
It's trying. It's trying. Yeah, I hope that wasn't unfair, but that sounded desperately like a discussion that no one's in the mood for right now. I certainly wasn't.
It's also not addressing the topic at all.
Nothing to do with what we're talking about. We do have a topic for a reason. Okay, Professor Huso, that's not working. If I drop you back down, then you can request back up if you are there and wanting to come in. Sometimes these things are like ghost requests. People request and then they like leave and the request is still there, and that's why they can't resolve. So while we are waiting for the next guest, I'll read a few messages. And in fact, before we do that, I am going to address this comment that came in from our friend Espresso Jack, who said, "Who are some of your favorite atheist content creators?" I'm aware that that message is slightly obscured for our TikTok audience behind Sean's picture, but who are some of your favorite atheist content creators? Well, I mean, it's the obvious ones, isn't it? It's the obvious ones. And I'm really, really excited about this space at the moment. I think there are some really super talented people around at the moment that bring a new kind of vibe to counter-apologetics. I mean, the obvious one, obviously, Justin is. I think what Justin's done in this space is absolutely incredible. I love working with him. I love knowing him as a friend, and I love his work. I watch his streams. I think he's absolutely fantastic. I'm going to say all the obvious ones. You know, the people who you lot like. You know, I think that Joel and Mezzo are absolutely fantastic. I think that but the Bible guy is absolutely fantastic.
Are we talking just on TikTok, or are we talking across the board?
Across the board, I would say. If it's content creators, that could be platform wide.
Like sort of a dark horse. I mean, everyone appreciates him, but I don't know if he's talked about enough for me as Forrest Valkai.
Yeah, Forrest is absolutely fantastic. He's a brilliant science communicator, very, very effective debater, brilliant on the theology stuff too.
Yeah. I obviously he knocks it out of the park and destroys people on when it comes to biology, but I love that he's also no slouch when it comes to just discussing the Bible and theology and even philosophy. Like he's no slouch in those areas either.
No, he's on it. Someone who I really, really love is Daniel Green. I know Daniel's not doing that much stuff at the moment, but Daniel's a creator on TikTok. He was doing quite a lot of stuff. I think his output has slowed down a lot at the moment, but he just has a fantastic, gentle manner about him. He's a wonderful, wonderful creator who's just absolutely brilliant. There's
I want to
so
mention
much talent.
Alex O'Connor, but I feel like he's kind of too obvious of a choice. Like everybody knows that he's brilliant, but he stands out for me as well.
And of course, big shout out to Promise. Absolutely love Promise.
Oh yeah.
She's awesome. Absolutely inspiring person. And Paul Ogier is wonderful as well. I really like Shannon Q. There's so many good people.
Yeah, there is.
It's an amazing scene, and it's a great time to be part of this thing. It's absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely.
So, thanks for the question, and it's good fun. All good fun. Okay, we've got Derek over on the YouTube queue. Let's see if we can hear. Derek, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Welcome in. Woof woof. Our prompt is atheism makes more sense. What's your view on that?
Oh, I hate to say I'm not in opposition, but I'd like to leave you with a question, and then I'll drop out.
Sure.
About your book. Okay, so your book is about your ability to believe things.
It's not about your ability to believe things. It's about the fact that when you do believe things, it's never because of a conscious choice. It's always because something's persuaded you.
Okay, can we exchange the phrase free will with free want? Like, are you also not able to freely choose what you want?
I mean, there's a discussion there to be had. Some people say that all the processes in your brain are literally just the chemistry of your brain playing out by the rules of physics, and there cannot be any free will, and so any brain states you have can't be chosen. And I actually have a lot of time for that. I think that argument makes sense. Sam Harris expressed it beautifully in his short book Free Will. Robert Sapolsky has written on it and spoken about it brilliantly as well. I think there's a lot to be said for that position. But the reason I don't argue for it is that you have the conscious experience of feeling like you choose something, feeling like, shall I have tea or coffee? I'm going to decide to have coffee. Even if your brain is still on some kind of deterministic path, and even if it's an illusion that you had a free choice, you still have the experience of freely choosing that. Whereas you don't have the experience of freely choosing to believe something. It's still the case that it is only possible to believe something if you're persuaded of it. You can want to believe it, and wanting to believe it sometimes brings about the conditions of being persuaded by it, but sometimes it doesn't. So that tells you that it's not a sufficient condition for belief. It doesn't get you there.
Okay, but when Sean asked a caller to consider believing that Mickey Mouse exists, they don't seem to want to go along with the argument because they're not able to want or desire to believe that Mickey Mouse exists.
It's because on some level they realize they can't, and they don't want to be shown to be stupid on the internet a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so if will is better described as want, like I would never say I will for pizza tonight. I'd say I want pizza tonight. For dinner tonight, I want pizza. I don't say I will for pizza.
And
so the vernacular just leads people to understand the concept better if they understand that will doesn't mean will, it means want. It's a desire. It's not a foreign force that's causing you to do things. It's you. I understand that it's not it's like a super ego. It's not an ego, but it's still a desire.
I don't see what that has to do with belief being involuntary.
Well, because it's not involuntary. I told you I'm not a opposition. I agree with you, but the vernacular causes people to misunderstand what you're saying. So I'm challenging. My challenge here is not to rewrite your book, because I think your book will probably be great. But when you tell people, because I hear patterns all the time, you don't put yourself in hell, or God doesn't throw you in hell. You throw yourself in hell, and then you'll say, "Well, I don't throw myself on because I don't want to go to hell." And then
I would say to you, Derek, we have a show every other Friday called After Hours where we invite friends to call in with suggestions, comments, questions, whatever it is. This is a debate stream, and that's what people are here to listen to. So I will say thank you for calling in. I'm interested in what you have to say. Genuinely, it sounds like you might have an interesting point. I'm happy to explore it, but this isn't the forum for that. So the audience here.
Okay, well, I had a hard time tuning in last Friday. That's all.
Okay, well, we do it every other Friday. Every second Friday we do it. So hopefully you can join then. But really, the audience are here to hear debates, and it's not fair if I turn some away. So thanks for calling in. Take it easy.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, thanks. Okay. There we go. I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but I don't want to foreclose on the possibility that he may be onto something. It's possible that he's making a valid point, and we should. I'm happy to listen. Always happy to take constructive criticism if there's something we could do better, or express better, or say better, or stuff. I've learned a lot from you guys. I'm not shy to say that. Real Jiffy Cones, when we were speaking to Omen, said, "Is car theist on the bingo board drive and live?" Right. Are the people who call in from their cars? That's not a bad idea. There's always one, right? There's always one.
Yeah.
I'm on the hands free. Not good. Not good. Not good at all. Okay, and ZK says laws of logic apply even without any intelligent agent. They are not inventions of minds. They are constraints on reality itself. Yeah, I would think I would agree with that. But they're not prescriptive laws. They don't need a lawgiver. Excuse me, and they don't need a designer.
There's a little trick that Phil Bros will do is they'll get you, one of the premises they'll get you to agree to is the laws of logics are concepts. And intuitively you'll say, yes, they are, but there's actually two places. There's the map and the place. It's a concept of an abstract fact of reality. That abstract fact of reality is independent of the mind, but when they get you to agree it's a concept, it becomes a product of the mind, and then concepts can't exist without the mind. Therefore, you have to have a mind. If the laws of logic have lasted forever, there has to be a forever mind, and that forever mind is God. There's the little semantic trick. Don't let them play that on you. The concept is the map. It's describing the place.
Good work, Sean. Couldn't have said it better. Nailed. Absolutely nailed. Yeah. And ontological shock. Thank you for the super chat. Tag. I'm right because you can't prove me wrong without accepting that I'm right. That is exactly what it is. Oh man, it frustrates me so much when they say you're borrowing from the Christian worldview to deny the Christian worldview. It's such a crock of it. It really is. I don't have time for these silly word games.
Naturalism can't account for, therefore you must accept my magic explanation.
Yeah, exactly that. And Anony says, thank you, Anony, Sean's prophecy has been fulfilled. USGS reports two mag earthquakes 17 kilometers west-southwest of Johannesburg, California, at quarter to the last hour. There you go. Your prophecy of earthquake.
If it's only a 2 magnitude, I don't feel bad about chuckling if that actually happened right after I said it, because probably nobody got hurt with a mag 2, but I hope everyone's okay.
I'm sure it's okay. Hopefully so. So. And Akram is saying, "Can I be the last caller?" Before you read super chats, but that must have been earlier on, surely, because we have explained that she needs to call back on a Friday. So, yeah, I think I just feel really uneasy about applying rules selectively to some and not to others. It just feels unfair. It just feels unfair. I accept that there are suggestions you want to make. Just DM me your suggestions. I'll genuinely look at them, I promise. Evil Banana Wind, such a good name. Car theists contemplating existence while missing their exit. Love it, right? And that's on a good day. I mean, imagine what else they might miss.
I've done that without being on a call.
Oh, me too.
Contemplating my existence. Oh, that was my exit. And then,
oh, look. This is unbelievable. A super chat from Paulogia.
Paulogia, oh my God.
Paulogia,
what's going on?
You are the dude, man. We absolutely love you. Says, I'm going to pass along the praise to Shannon Q, who has left me unsupervised this evening. Well, dude, we did have Shannon up in here. When was it? Like, I don't know, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was great to have her around. And it's great to have you here, and I would love to work with you at some point. Let's make that happen. I'm sure Sean would as well.
Yeah. Absolutely
love your stuff, man. Love your work. Big
if
respect.
You're not following Paulogia on, am I pronouncing that right? On YouTube, his response videos to Jesus' resurrection claims and things like that are just second to none. Really good. Really calm, really honest. I really enjoy his work.
This is when I love being in this community the most, because without even realizing, suddenly we have someone here whose work I've admired for quite some time. The same thing happened with John Gleeson with Godless Engineer. I've really enjoyed John's stuff for the longest time. And then one day I realized, like, he's in the lives, and then next thing we're co-hosting together on Skeptic Haven. And this is what I really, really love about this community and this cultural moment. You know, I wish that the crazy religious nutcases didn't have their hands all over the levers of power right now. We all do. But there's never been a better time for us to be connecting, networking, doing stuff together, lifting each other up, bringing the new talent through. I absolutely love it. Awesome to have you here, my friend. That is completely brilliant. I was not expecting that at all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Well, right now, the call queues are in fact empty. We're at the 6 hours 55 mark. You know what I haven't done is do my lovely inner circle list, or just let that do its thing without needing to draw too much attention to it. Of course, if your name is on this list, thank you so much for being an inner circle member. We really appreciate you. I don't think we've had a kill switch activation tonight, have we?
Not that I can remember.
Which is pretty wild, because there was a period for a while where it was bang, 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 bang.
3.
Yeah, but I was going to say,
Although-
like, we've had a lot of calls tonight. You would have thought that we might have had one.
And some of them were kill switch worthy. I'm not going to lie, but somehow they must have fell short of the number.
Yeah. Interesting. It's so interesting how these things go. And sometimes you get like these lulls in the middle of the show where there's no calls, and then it gets super busy after that. I suppose that's what you might expect to happen. And of course, Joel is awesome as well. I think I must have mentioned Joel. I did mention Joel. Of course I did. And of course, Matt Dillahunty is arguably the seminal voice in the online atheist debating community. We all owe Matt a debt.
Yeah.
We are all to some extent standing on his shoulders, because what a trailblazer. I used to watch the Atheist Experience many, many years ago when it was cable access TV. And Matt would be on there with Jeff D, who used to really lose his shit. I don't know if anyone remembers him, but he used to get very cross. He was good, though. He was good. And it was interesting because Matt was much more chill than Jeff D. And I used to enjoy watching Jeff D rip people to shreds. He was good. And then there was a wonderful host who came a little bit later called Russell. Was it Glazer? I think it was Russell Glazer. And there was Matt Baker as well. Wonderful people who laid the cultural flagstones for the work that we're doing now, and I feel really indebted to them. Really do.
Matt Dillahunty is the one who influenced me to take an active deliverance to thinking about things and thinking about things in the proper way, and to really formalize thinking and critical thinking. I'd always been sort of like an overthinker, you know. My entire life I've sort of been that way, contemplating things, trying to figure things out, but to really formalize it. And he inspired me I took a logic class largely because of his influence.
That's awesome.
You know, so
yeah. But Russell's saying Russell Glasser, it was Glasser, not Glazer, wasn't it? Glasser was one of the cleverest on AXP, and he was also really lovely. He's an IT guy, programmer, and I actually emailed him at one point, and we had a few email exchanges about some ideas and stuff. Super lovely guy, very analytical mind, very, very smart. Just incredible people. Jim Barrows as well, fantastic. Excellent. It's a good space, a really, really good space. Right, let's see. Another little super chat has come in from McDubbin. I think the inner circle has become numb and callous to the dumbassery, thus no kill switch. It's possible that they've been sleeping tonight. Possibly that they've been sleeping tonight and not on it. But hey, that's okay. There are also times where they pounce a bit too early for my taste, and I want to keep on playing with someone for a while first, especially when I'm like, debating is a bit like chess. sometimes you play a couple of moves ahead. Like sometimes in the conversation, I know where I want to get someone, and and rather than going straight there, I know you do this too, Sean. I've seen you do it too. I'll say something that I know they're going to respond to in a certain way that will then open the avenue for me to do the thing I want to do. And so it's a little bit like chess that way. And sometimes I'm like lining someone up for the kill shot, as it were. And they're not quite there yet, but I'm just maneuvering them gently into exactly where I want them, where I can deliver a moment that is going to be gratifying, hopefully for everyone, but certainly for me. And then the inner circle remove them right then before I can finish, before I can reach the denouement, reach the climax of the exchange, as it were. And I am denied. But hey, that's what we do. That's what we do. Emmett's saying, still in love with Tracy Harris. Tracy Harris, another one. Brilliant. Yeah, fantastic, fantastic stuff. Right. Well, I wonder if that's about it. I'm trying to think if there are any other important things that need to happen. I mean, we're at the 7 hours. 7 hours is a reasonable innings. I know we went 8.5 or 9. No, we went 9 last time. I know we did that, but don't get greedy. What do you want from me? Blood?
That last one was a grueling marathon.
It was, but I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys a technical question. So I've got this really lovely sensitive microphone over here, which picks up lots of stuff. I mean, it's quite directional, but it's quite sensitive. And I now have this lovely air conditioner in the room, but the software, OBS and the TikTok Live software has got a kind of noise removal algorithm, which is supposed to detect the presence of constant noise and kind of cancel it out of the audio sound. Can I ask, have you guys been able to hear the aircon when it's come on? Because I've had it on and off all night. I've been reaching over, got my remote in my hand here, and I've been reaching over when it gets too cold from the aircon. I switch it off. Has anyone been able to hear it?
As a guest, I have not.
You haven't? Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
No, haven't noticed it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Guy says no, it's not removing the guest noise. Brilliant. Thank you for the nose. That's awesome. I really appreciate that, because I didn't think that it was. It's been, I'm not gonna lie, it's been quite tough. Some of the sessions in here in the recent weeks when it's been really hot, and I had an aircon unit that worked, but it was really noisy. And I was testing it before the lives to see if I could get away with it, see if the noise reduction would get rid of its sound. And it wasn't. It was coming through really loud. So that's why I went to the extra length of getting this. And now it's tolerable. In fact, it's lovely, because there's been some nights where I've just been so uncomfortable with feeling hot. And now I'm delightfully cool. So it's brilliant. Just wanted to make sure. So thanks for that. I'm even more confident now. And Base to Sharer says, wait, John has a Midea AC based on the remote. It is a Midea. Sorry, Midea. It is a Midea. It is indeed. Hang on. Like that. It is indeed a Midea. Well spotted, Base to Sharer. And it's a really nice one because it's split, which means the really noisy bit actually goes outside. And then it has this cable that comes in that carries all the stuff, and the unit inside is nice and cool. We've got another caller. We've got Make the Case. Shall we let Make the Case make the case? I think we should.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Let's
do that. Bringing them in right now. Make the Case. Hey, Make the Case. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Very well indeed. Thank you. You know what our prompt is. You know what we're saying. What would you like to say?
I think that's a pretty bold claim to
Really?
actually.
It seems to me completely obvious.
I mean, I totally disagree.
So why? Why is this not completely obvious?
I mean, I could go through a few if you'd like.
Start with the strongest, and we'll work down from there.
I think one of the toughest ones, the hard problem of consciousness. Are you familiar with that?
Of course I am, but let's grant that let's grant that we just give that a big old I don't know, and we may never know. How does that provide justification for any kind of God?
The question would be, why would you never know?
It may be outside the scope of what we're able to.
Yeah, he didn't say we'll never know. He said what it may be that we'll never know, because there's always going to be things we don't know in science. So the hard problem of consciousness is basically saying we don't know what causes qualia experience. Now, if I just accept that on face value, I'm not a neurologist, but let's just say that's true. There was a time when we didn't know what causes lightning and thunder, and spoiler alert, it wasn't Thor. So when just saying I don't know, therefore God is textbook God of the gaps fallacy.
Well,
right?
Can I think you're misconstruing what the hard problem is saying.
Sure. What is it saying?
So Thomas Nagel, David Chalmers, they kind of coined the term. Well, you should care. They're atheists. They're prominent atheist philosophers.
Why would I care if they're atheist philosophers? But anyway, go ahead. What's their argument? Arguments stand or fall on their own.
I'm assuming you think atheism makes the most sense, right?
I think atheism makes the most sense. Okay, that doesn't mean I accept that. Hold on.
The philosophers were way smarter than you.
Okay, so please. I was in the middle of explaining what I was saying. So arguments stand or fall on their own. I don't agree with all atheists on all things. So anyway, what is their argument?
Cool. Well, then you should be open-minded about this. So the hard problem is that science will never be able to answer this question.
That's why I said. Hang on. That's why I said we may never be able to answer this question. How does that provide a justification for a God?
Then I asked a question, and your host interrupted your answer.
No, it's okay.
So why is it that we would never know?
Right, and I don't think that's relevant to the question I asked, which is
it is relevant.
It isn't. I just want to know. Let's agree for the moment that we don't understand we don't have a solution to the hard problem of consciousness. Let's agree that. So what we do is we just right. So what we have right now is a gap in our understanding, and you propose to fill that gap in our understanding with a magical being that creates universes.
You didn't even. I haven't even like begun to approach an argument.
Then what's your argument?
So the host is right, do you think that we will never be able to know this, or do you think it's probably?
I don't know, and I don't think it's relevant.
Well, I think it is relevant. So what do you think? If I'm saying if as time goes on, science seems to learn more about the world, right?
There's always
going to be unknowns.
Always,
and there are always going to be new questions pop up, but science seems to be able to answer those eventually, right?
No, not necessarily.
So give me an example of a branch of what we know where science hasn't improved on in the last 500 years.
What was before the Big Bang? Do you have any more questions?
So you're saying that science and cosmology, the beginning of the universe, we've just gotten stupider as science progressed.
Nope, that's a straw man. I didn't say we got stupider. I said we haven't advanced. 5 years ago we did. 5 years ago we had no idea what was before the Big Bang. We still have no idea what was before the Big Bang. It may be that we never find out what was before the Big Bang because we don't have a means to collect data. That's completely independent. The God of the gaps fallacy, there's not a shelf life on it. It's not like it's basically there's a gap in our understanding. Therefore, God. If you extend that out into the future, you're still saying in the future if we never find this out, there's a gap in our knowledge. Therefore, God.
You're making a great argument.
The work is. I'm glad you think so, but you're wrong.
I mean, if you would stop
the work is on you to defend. Here's the evidence for a God. Not you can't figure this out. You won't figure that out.
What do you think I was trying to do?
God.
What do you think I was trying to do when I brought up the hard problem of consciousness and you just cut me off and started preaching?
Great. What's your argument?
So the hard problem
that doesn't involve a gap in knowledge.
Okay, perfect. You haven't even let me even like remotely
Okay, great. Without bringing up a gap in knowledge, what's your evidence for God?
Okay, so the idea of the hard problem of consciousness is
what?
Oh my God,
a gap in knowledge, right?
Oh my God. Are you cool with me talking and like finishing a sentence?
Go for it.
All right, cool. So the hard problem of consciousness is essentially the idea. This came from atheist philosophers that science.
Don't care.
I do not. Holy crap! Can you let me freaking talk?
Go ahead.
Oh my God! I get you don't like this, but you could let me have a conversation with you, right? Do you actually care about what's true, or do you want to just preach?
No, I care about what's true.
Okay,
What's the argument?
If you don't be scared about what I have to say. Just shut down the argument.
You're very scary.
You're welcome to shut down the argument with evidence, logic.
Just get to the argument.
You're not even letting me talk. Okay, so the hard problem of consciousness is saying that science, which is a field of physical inquiry, we learn the physical world. It's all in third-person descriptions. Everything we have about the physical world is all a third-person perspective, physical data. The subjective experience is a first-person perspective. It's a different domain. Science will never be able to answer this question of why we have a consciousness emerge from physical brain states.
We know what the problem is. Please provide the evidence.
Absolutely has no idea about what the hard problem is.
Okay, we've been asking you.
Like
we've been asking you politely for a while to please make an argument for why this current gap in our knowledge justifies the belief in supernatural entities that create universes on a whim. Please do that.
If science deals with just physical reality and science can't answer a question, does that mean it's probably not a physical reality?
No.
So what other domain would it be?
It might be that it's still a physical reality, but we just don't have the means to answer the question. Please provide some evidence for your magical friend.
Let's try this again. If science
try it again, and the answer is going to be the same.
The answer will remain the same.
If science deals with physical facts, and you're saying that your consciousness is just a physical fact, then science should be able to answer, right?
Right, but there may be
not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Something being a physical fact doesn't mean science. The scientific community has the means to answer a question. It may be a question that they can never answer. It doesn't mean it's not a physical thing.
Bingo.
The same
Welcome
thing.
To the hard problem. Welcome to the hard problem.
Right. It does.
Look, we knew what this was.
A physical thing.
We've just wasted. Hang on a second. We've just wasted 8 minutes.
You're way more impressed with yourself.
We've just wasted 8 minutes with you defining the problem, teaching the problem exactly as we said it was at the beginning. Sean explained this right at the beginning, and you've just wasted 8 minutes having to re-explain it again. What you have not done is provided a single iota, not a millimeter, not a shred, not a microgram of evidence for why your special friend is the only candidate explanation for this phenomenon. So please provide that now.
You let me know when you guys want to get done talking.
Please provide your evidence.
So let's try this again. If science deals with just physical facts, and the hard problem is saying physical facts cannot explain a first-person perspective.
No. That's you just changed it. You just changed it.
Crap.
Sorry, I don't let you. Sorry, I don't let you lie. Sorry, I don't let you lie. The hard problem of consciousness does not say physical facts cannot explain the hard problem can't explain quality experience.
I'm using Thomas Nagel.
I don't care about you name dropping this other person said this thing. The arguments. It does not say
coined the word hard problem.
Okay. So are you going to keep talking over me when I'm trying to explain to you how you're wrong? It doesn't say physical facts or the physical world doesn't explain consciousness. It just says we don't have an explanation for consciousness. It may very well have a natural explanation. Are you claiming that they are saying it is supernatural?
All right. Are you cool with me talking?
That's a yes or no. Are you claiming that
they are not claiming that? They're atheists.
Okay, so if they're not claiming it's supernatural, that means that they are
biting a bullet you guys refuse to bite.
Okay, so you're claiming they're saying it's not natural, but then you're also claiming they're not saying it's supernatural.
This might be the stupidest
There's-
argument I've ever heard.
This is really stupid. So these I'm
I
gonna try
agree.
to
I
say-
agree. We
These
agree.
atheist scholars are saying that the hard problem of consciousness is not answered.
I didn't mute him.
I didn't either.
Your mods are getting mad because maybe you guys aren't used to having guests that actually know stuff. But
Jesus, you are way more impressed with yourself than
I
anyone else
encourage
is.
your
I
fans.
assure you.
Hang on a
291
second.
people.
Hang on a
The
second.
290
You haven't made a single fucking argument yet. All you've
Go to
done,
Google
all
and just
you've
type
done
fact
is
check.
come in here and recapitulate the argument
Fact
that
check what I said.
Sean correctly identified right at the beginning. I think you're just full of hot air. I think you've realised you
Then
don't
go look
actually
it up.
you don't actually have an argument. We all
Go
know
freaking look it up.
we all know what the problem, the hard
It's
problem
just
of
for
consciousness
atheists,
is.
dude.
You're not the first person to talk about this.
You
I'm
guys
married.
act like you
I'm married to a fucking neuroscientist. I know this stuff better than you do, idiot. I've been asking you for the last few minutes to make an argument for why your special imaginary friend is a good candidate explanation for this gap in our knowledge. And in lieu of that, all you have done is recapitulate your definition of the argument with claims that we don't know what it is. This is not impressive. This is very unimpressive. It's
We do know
very
what it is.
stupid. I know that you think
I'm
you're an
making the case.
intellectual champion. You're not. You're an intellectual midget right now.
Yep.
Make an
Yep.
argument.
Okay, so make an argument, then mute me right before.
I'm not
Is this
muting
what-
you.
is this-
I'm
is
not
this
muting
what
you.
you guys
I'm
do
not.
within
I'm
the
not muting you.
Lodges?
No one's muting you. Make your argument.
Mods are pretty upset.
Okay, no one mute him, please. Nobody mute him, please.
So-
Make your argument.
If this is a substance that exists that is not physical, but it's the source of your first person perspective, your subjective.
it can only be
experience,
magic.
then it makes substance dualism true.
Yes, it can
That
only be
means
magic.
there's consciousness
Absolutely.
and then there's matter.
Yeah, that's it.
So
All
if
of that.
conscious-
Fucking 9 minutes to get to we can't explain consciousness, so it can only be magic. What an absolute clown. Honestly. Dude, you overestimate yourself. Stop, go back to school, and start again. That was shit. Absolutely rubbish. Honestly. Talk about a mismatch between competence and confidence. What a load of old crap. Anyway, let's
Dunning
get...
and Kruger were right.
Dunning and Kruger were on it like doo-doo. What a load of old nonsense. Let's get Patrick in next. Nothing like misplaced confidence. Hi, Patrick. How are you?
Hi, how's things, bro?
Things are good. Things are good. Right, our claim is atheism makes more sense. What do you think about that?
I think atheism is, to be honest with you, I don't believe in like a person in the sky that dictates our lives and tells us how to live and what we can and can't do. I think it's ridiculous.
Do you believe in any God?
No, I grew up as a Catholic, of course, as an Irishman.
Friend, this is a debate stream. We're not looking for people to come up and agree with us. We're looking for people to come up and...
No, I grew up as a Catholic, of course.
Right.
What about so you're Catholic? You believe in the Catholic God, Jesus, etc.?
I did for a long time.
And your
Now,
belief,
we're
and
talking
your
about right now.
Your belief position now is what?
My belief now is kind of agnostic. I don't know.
Okay. Well, we're looking for people to debate with, and that's what the audience are here to hear. So we would love you to call in on the Friday show. Every other Friday, we do a show called After Hours, and we speak to people, chat about stuff, just chew the shit, talk about whatever you want, answer questions, exchange theories, whatever it is. But this is we're really just looking for debates because that's what the audience are here to see. So
you're looking for the religious, the believers.
Well, that's that's why it says above my head debate stream opposition only, because that means we're trying to curate a certain type of content, and that's what the audience of the show are here to listen to. That's what we do most of the time.
Have you ever heard a compelling argument from a religious person?
Not a single one.
I was going to say, yeah.
Not a single one. Nope. But thanks for calling in.
Cheers,
All the best. Cheers, buddy. Thanks. Okay, there we go. That was Patrick. All right. Poor old Make the Case in the chat, furiously going, go to Google and ask what it is. We all know what it is. It's a great accent, though. I absolutely love that accent. Right. Maybe that's it. What we do have to do, this is very important, is we do have to have a look at the bingo. Because I think it's unlikely at this point, with it being 5:15 a.m. and with us being 7 hours and 18 minutes into the stream, just as we're winding down. Oh, look, there's another caller. I'm like an addict. I'm like an addict scrabbling around for little cigarette stubs on the ground. Look, we've got Kayla on the YouTube side. Why not?
All
right. Let's see if we can get it to work. And I think there might have been... is there an audio thing? Oh, there is an audio thing. Okay, let's see. We've got audio. Kayla, are you there? Yeah, maybe not. I'm trying to refresh your iPhone microphone. Kayla, are you there? Seems like not. Just had a feeling that it might not be. And it was not to be. Okay, well, I'll go back to what I was saying. What I was saying, we were kind of starting to wind things up, is we must call the winner on the bingo, I think. I think we're unlikely at this point to get It's a Relationship, Not a Religion, even though that is a strong favourite. We do get it often. Yeah, I'm quite happy about some of the new additions on here. Circular Argument and Personal Incredulity. They're good. They're good. I'm happy about those. You have to work a bit harder to spot them, but they're still good. So today's winner is... Look at that! Espresso Jack. 8 calls. That's unbelievable. Amazing performance from Jack there. 8 calls. Second place Kif with 4. Joint third place for Aleph Naught here, Samuel and Yari Gaming with 2. That is excellent work. Very, very good indeed. That's an outstanding performance. And I suppose we could look at our leaderboard of conversations, which looks a bit like this. The best conversation was Derek with a score of 58. And the worst conversation, unsurprisingly, Common Sense, who has it, with a score of 4. That's risible and quite fitting of such a homophobic fool. I was nearly going to say something much worse, but I managed to calm myself. There we are. So those are those duties dispatched. I think we're probably about there. Are there any more super chats? There are a couple of super chats to deal with. My gosh, I nearly forgot. Evil Banana Wind. John has Medea AC based on the remote he flashed. Oh, we saw that one already. Oh no, it was based on Shira who said that. I do have a Medea AC now. That is true. And it is a very nice little split thing. It's really good. I love it. I recommend it. It was quite expensive, but worth it because I'm now deliciously cool in this room right now. It's very, very nice. And I had to turn it off a few times when I got a bit too cold. But I'm very relieved to hear that they wasn't spoiling the sound. That's very good news. And Fallen Cities, maybe a bingo card for a caller saying something that's already been predicted. At this point, Sean has fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus. Oh, that's very good. That's actually true. Certainly made them. And Misinterpretation is great to see you. Bingo suggestion, okay if I talk now. Ooh, I like that one too. Yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of falls under crying about the meta, which we do have on there, which is sort of, that would be a subset of it. But okay if I talk now is a good one because we do hear that specific line quite a lot, don't we? Yeah, I quite like that. Quite like that. Okay, lots to think about there. Some sterling suggestions. I wonder if I need to create a special way of getting bingo suggestions, like a website where you can put them or something like that. And then I can curate them because I like rotating the bingo around. It keeps it fun and interesting. All right, I think I'm probably about there. I think we're around about there, aren't we? Inner Circle thing has done its thing, and the call queues are empty. we've been doing all right. Adam says, "Am I the only one in the UK with AC?" Not in the UK, although they have been hard to come by the last couple of weeks. They've been sold out everywhere, and most of the resellers haven't had supplies. And even this one, the My Dear thing, I bought it and it was supposed to be delivered like 10 days ago, and they kept on pushing back the delivery date. At some point, I thought they were going to mail me to give me a refund and say we can't fulfill your order, but I was very happy when it turned up. So no, I'm not the only one in the UK, but I feel very grateful for having it here because it does make a difference.
I bet those in the AC business there are making money.
People are making a lot of money in AC at the moment. Hey, one of the upsides to global climate change, we're all going to die, but there's going to be some fantastic economic opportunities on the way. It'll be fantastic. Did I just see? Yes, I did just see another super chat come in from Jiffy Cones, who said, "Is it possible to randomize what is where on the bingo board? Would that be helpful? Would it be good if things weren't always in the same location? I'm interested in why you would want that. It is possible for me to do that. I have to change the code a little bit, but I can certainly write a routine which keeps the same content and just relocates it around the board. We can definitely do that if that's a thing that you would like. Happy to oblige. If that's going to be a good thing. All right, I will do that. All right, well, huge thank yous to everyone. Huge thank you. Of course, first must go to the mods. Brilliant work as ever. Thank you so much, TikTok mods. Thank you so much, YouTube mods. You guys are incredible. Huge thank you, Sean. You are incredible
Thank
also.
you, guys.
And to all of you, you make this happen. I know it's so corny to say it, but without you guys, I always say it. Without you guys, it's just Sean and me on a FaceTime call, which is wonderful, but it's not the same. So thank you so much. Our next show, I always have to look and remember what day of the week it is. I'm so discombobulated. Our next show will be not Saturday night this weekend. It will have to be Sunday night. Does that suit you, Sean?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I hope that's okay. Saturday night is not going to be possible for various reasons, but Sunday night will be great. So look forward to seeing you all on Sunday, and have a lovely couple of days.